FK. FK.
F asterisk asterisk K. Are you kidding me, heavens? I'm the main character here. Blaze roared into the raging storm, his voice barely audible against the howling wind. His trembling hands gripped the edge of the tiny wooden boat as the ocean churned violently beneath him. As if mocking his outburst, the skies answered with a torrential downpour. The sea beneath him rumbled with an ominous intensity, and the boat began to sway uncontrollably, nearly toppling him into the abyss below.
No, no, no.
Blaze muttered, his voice cracking under the weight of despair. Just 15 minutes ago, he'd transmigrated into this world. 15 damn minutes. Memories flooded his mind, fragmented but clear enough to confirm his predicament. He had become a part of the world of One Piece, a dream for many, but not like this. Definitely not like this. Why? Why the hell did I end up in the body of some kid stranded in the middle of the ocean? Blaze cursed again, his frustration boiling over as the situation grew dire. The body he now inhabited belonged to a 15-year-old chore boy who had escaped from a pirate ship. The boy had fled during a chaotic battle between pirates and marines, stealing a tiny boat in the process. However, his lack of navigational skills had left him adrift at sea for 3 grueling days. With no food or water left, the previous body owner had succumbed to despair and exhaustion, leaving Blaze, courtesy of the infamous Truckkuin, to take over. Before Blaze could even adjust to his new reality, a monstrous wave rose before him, towering like a mountain of water. The boat was lifted violently, throwing Blaze into the air along with it. He clung to the edge with all his might, his knuckles white as he whispered desperately, "Don't let go, don't let go." The boat slammed back into the water with a deafening crash, splintering under the impact. Cracks webbed across the wood like fragile glass. Blaze barely had time to process his next move before another massive wave loomed behind him, eclipsing the stormy sky. "I'm dead," Blaze whispered, his voice hollow. The wave came down with a force that shattered the boat into fragments, swallowing him whole. Blaze woke to the sound of raucous laughter and the clinking of bottles. The sharp scent of alcohol and the stench of damp wood filled his nostrils. His head throbbed, and his body ached as though he'd been trampled by a herd of bulls. His hands were bound tightly behind his back, the rough rope biting into his wrists. Blinking through the pain, Blaze squinted at his surroundings. He was on the deck of a ship, surrounded by rowdy pirates. The Red Scarf Pirates. He recognized them immediately from the body's memories. A deep, sinking dread filled his chest. Somehow, against all odds, he had survived the storm, only to end up back in the clutches of the same pirate crew he had tried to escape. 6 months. This poor bastard suffered for 6 months under these monsters, Blaze thought bitterly, recalling the memories of the boy whose body he now inhabited. The crew had slaughtered the boy's parents and forced him into servitude. Beatings and humiliation had sapped the boy's will to resist, leaving behind a broken shell of a person. "Pitiful kid," Blaze murmured under his breath.
"Oh, look who's awake."
A mocking voice cut through the noise, dragging Blaze out of his thoughts. A large, brawny man with a thin, straight mustache stumbled toward him, his drunken gait unsteady. Blaze immediately recognized him. "Barb, the vice-captain of the Red Scarf Pirates." "Should have stayed asleep, runt," Barb sneered before delivering a brutal kick to Blaze's gut. The force sent him rolling across the deck, his body slamming into the ship's mainmast. Pain exploded in his chest as he coughed up blood, gasping for air. Truckkuin hit harder, Blaze thought sarcastically, though the pain made it hard to hold onto his humor. He winced as Barb sauntered over, laughing along with the rest of the crew. "Hey Barb," one of the pirates called out, his voice slurred. "You're going soft on the kid. Look, he's not even crying." The crew erupted into laughter, and Blaze gritted his teeth, rage simmering beneath the surface. He refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing him break. Embarrassed by the taunt, Barb's expression darkened. "You think this is soft? Watch this." He kicked Blaze again, harder this time. The impact left him doubled over, struggling to breathe, but still, Blaze didn't make a sound. His silence seemed to unnerve Barb, who took a step back, his brow furrowing. "You've got some nerve, runt," Barb growled. "How dare you try to escape?" Before Barb could strike again, a calm but commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Enough, Barb. Don't damage the goods too much." The deck fell silent as all eyes turned toward the speaker. A tall man over 6 feet stepped out of the captain's cabin. His presence was imposing, his sharp features and piercing gaze radiating authority. Blaze recognized him instantly. Durd, the captain of the Red Scarf Pirates. "Captain," Barb muttered, stepping aside begrudgingly. Durd's cold eyes swept over Blaze, his expression devoid of pity.
"A slave exists to serve.
The moment you resisted, you lost your purpose. We'll reach our next destination in a few days. Make sure he's fed and in good condition. Buyers don't pay well for damaged goods." His words were like a dagger to Blaze's chest, but he forced himself to remain still. He couldn't afford to show weakness now. "Understood, Captain," Barb replied, joining the rest of the crew as they celebrated their recent plunder. Blaze lay where he was, bloodied and exhausted. He knew his days aboard the ship would only grow harsher. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to escape this hell, he needed to recover and plan. For now, he closed his eyes and let exhaustion claim him.
His time would come. It had to.
Blaze stirred awake to the warm caress of morning sunlight on his face. The air smelled fresh and carried a salty tang, and the weather was pleasantly calm. Above him, an endless expanse of cloudless blue stretched far into the horizon. Despite the serene morning, an uneasy churn in his stomach quickly wiped away any chance of comfort. A nauseating sensation gripped him as the ship rocked gently over the waves. It was his first time sailing, and unlike the body's previous owner, Blaze had yet to adapt to the perpetual motion of the sea. Groaning softly, he pressed a hand against his abdomen. A sharp, lingering pain radiated from where Barb's brutal kick had landed the previous day. The memory of the vice captain's vicious blow made him grit his teeth. That bastard, he didn't hold back, did he? On the deck, Blaze wasn't alone, but none of the pirates paid him any attention. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. Now that he had a moment to breathe, it was time to inspect the gift pack he had been granted upon transmigration. It was the only reason he hadn't given up or retaliated against Barb. His survival depended on it. If not for the promise of the gift pack, Blaze might have already chosen to die fighting. In his current state, he was nothing, just a powerless slave. But with this mysterious boon, there was a chance to claw his way out of the abyss.
A chance to rise.
He visualized the gift pack in his mind, and instantly it materialized. A small, ornate box appeared, wrapped in vibrant paper with golden ribbons that shimmered like sunlight. With a simple thought, the packaging unraveled, and the box opened. Inside, 3 items greeted him: a black cube adorned with glowing blue lines that formed an intricate symbol, a vial containing a crimson liquid, and a peculiar devil fruit. The black cube suddenly dissolved into multicolored threads of light that shot into Blaze's head. Startled, he felt a strange yet comforting warmth settle in his mind as a translucent interface appeared before him.
Gift pack opened. Support system. Bloodline vial. Devil fruit. Note: I hope you enjoy the gift pack. From an anonymous god. Blaze blinked at the glowing text floating in front of him. For a moment, he sat frozen, then a wide grin stretched across his face. A cheat system. I knew it.
There's no way a transmigration would happen without one. Suppressing his growing excitement, Blaze examined the items carefully. His gaze first landed on the vial of red liquid, and as he touched it, rows of information appeared on the interface.
Refined Senju bloodline.
Description: produced from the bloodline essence of Azura Otsutsuki. Consuming this vial will grant the user the physical abilities and regenerative powers of the Senju clan.
Note: this world lacks chakra.
Abilities requiring chakra cannot be used.
Blaze's heart raced.
The Senju bloodline was renowned for its unparalleled vitality, immense stamina, and rapid healing abilities. Even without chakra, its benefits were priceless. He clenched his fist, barely restraining the urge to drink it immediately. Shifting his focus, Blaze inspected the devil fruit. Modified devil fruit, Ama Ama no Mi, Sunday through Sunday fruit.
Type: Paramecia.
Description: grants the user the ability to draw power from the sun and manipulate solar energy. Modifications: weaknesses have been minimized. Falling into the sea, devil fruit powers will deactivate, but the user will still be able to swim. Seastone contact: devil fruit powers will deactivate, but physical strength and haki will remain unaffected. Warning: this fruit must only be consumed after the Constitution attribute reaches 5. Consuming it prematurely will result in death by immolation.
Blaze's jaw dropped.
A devil fruit that allowed manipulation of the sun's energy? And it lacked the typical weaknesses that plagued other fruits? The sheer potential made his blood boil with anticipation. But the warning etched in bold text was clear: he wasn't ready yet. Not until his constitution improved. As soon as Blaze finished reading, the items disappeared from view, stored safely in the system. A new notification flashed before his eyes. Support system initialize.
Name: Blaze Hunt.
Race: ordinary human. Constitution: 0.6, average of strength and speed.
Devil fruit: none. Haki: none.
Items: bloodline vial, devil fruit.
Tasks: none.
Note: attributes are calibrated to the One Piece world. An ordinary civilian has an attribute of 1. Exceptional beings can exceed 100. Blaze closed the interface and opened his eyes. A surge of determination ignited within him. With the gift pack, he finally had a fighting chance in this world. But before he could dwell further, a familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "What are you staring off into space for, brat?" Barb's cold brown eyes glared down at him. The burly vice captain tossed a half-full plate of meat onto the deck.
"Eat, then wipe this ship clean.
"If I see so much as a speck of dirt, you'll be licking it off yourself." Barb sauntered off, leaving Blaze alone with his breakfast and the pirates' indifferent jeers. Blaze glanced around. Most of the crew had gathered for their own meal, and only 2 remained on watch, their backs turned to him.
Now was his chance.
Thinking the command, Blaze summoned the vial from his inventory. It materialized in his hand as if by magic. With a deep breath, he uncorked it and downed the contents in one gulp. The liquid had no taste or smell, but the effects were immediate. A fiery warmth spread through his body, followed by an intense itching sensation that made his skin crawl. He clenched his teeth, enduring the discomfort as his body began to change on a cellular level. The transformation wasn't instantaneous, but Blaze could already feel the faint stirrings of strength returning to his battered body. Suppressing his excitement, he wolfed down the meat, ignoring its bland taste. Every bite fueled his growing resolve. As he finished his meal, Blaze grabbed a mop and began cleaning the deck. His hands moved mechanically while his mind absorbed and organized the memories of the body's previous owner.
North Blue, Germa Kingdom, 1509. Only 3 months into the Great Pirate Era. The realization sent a thrill through him. Somewhere out there were legends he had admired from the anime and manga: Whitebeard, Kaido, Dragon, and countless others. Unconsciously, a strong fighting spirit surged from his heart, but Blaze quickly reined it in. He couldn't afford to attract attention. Not yet. First things first, escape this ship, survive, and grow stronger. One step at a time.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Snapperhead. Boss T.I., another marine ship appeared. A fishman holding a telescope in his hand screamed. His scream altered the fishmen and all of them gazed at the distant marine ship sailing towards them. Fuck, the marines are endless. We just took out one, another one appears. They keep on coming. Another fishman commented. Boss T.I., what should we do? Jinbe asked without a tinge of panic on his face. Fisher Tiger grabbed the telescope and viewed the marine ship. He saw a familiar face, Blaze, standing on the ship's deck staring at them while his marine coat flutters by the sea breeze. What's the need to ask Brother Jinbe? We should destroy them as we did the one before. Arlong spoke in an arrogant tone, waving his kerbaki. Smack. As soon as he said those words, Fisher Tiger knocked him in the head and tossed the telescope to Arlong. Take a look. Without bothering about Arlong, Tiger commanded the fishmen. Gather the others and ready the sail. We are leaving. Jinbe, call them. I don't think we can lose them that easily. Yes, Boss Jinbe acknowledged. As for Arlong, as soon as he saw Blaze through the telescope, his hand quivered while hatred flashed past his eyes. Even so, he can only endure it. In no time, the fishermen pirates gathered and the sails of Snapperhead were opened. The ship steered little to the right and quickly picked speed, moving in the direction of the wind. As soon as their ship left, the Rear Admiral Catter's unit let out a sigh of relief. They were overwhelmed by the strength of Sun Pirates and crushed before they knew it. It's the marine ship. I think they picked the SOS signal sent by us. A marine officer spoke while groaning in pain. Which unit is it? Tell them to hurry and save us. Rear Admiral Catter with his half-beaten, bloody face cried. Damn the Sun Pirates, I am not letting them off. Blaze saw Sun Pirates' ship sailing against the wind and getting away. No, you guys aren't going anywhere today. After his command, his ship also steered to the right. The wind pressure from the opposite direction pushed their ship's crushing speed to another few knots. His ship reached near Catter's, but it showed no signs of stopping. The act dumbfounded Kedar and the officers under him. They aren't here to save us. Their ship was destroyed beyond repair. Their hulls were damaged with the seawater seeping inside the ship. In another hour or two, it will sink entirely. They only have 2 lifeboats which cannot accommodate all the marine officers. When Catter saw Blaze's ship sailing without a stop, he was enraged. You idiots! Where are you going? Save us first. Can't you see our ship is sinking? Hearing them, Blaze didn't stop the ship but leaped high and walked towards them by stepping on air. You are Rear Admiral Catter, right? Blaze asked. Yes. As a marine, you should be ashamed. Your entire unit was crushed by a pirate crew and now, you are crying for help. You are also obstructing another marine unit from doing its job. Do you know what sort of crime it is? Blaze talked in a serious tone, gazing at all the marine officers. No, Catter didn't expect to be lectured by a low-ranking marine officer. He panicked when Blaze mentioned the word crime. I don't have time to waste on you all. Be good and stay here. Once I capture the Sun Pirates, I will get you all when I return. Saying this, Blaze returned to his ship. As for Catter and his unit, they were shocked, realizing they were left to float in the middle of the sea. The distance between Sun Pirates and Blaze's unit wasn't reducing. In fact, the snapper head seems to be cruising at greater speed. Blaze knew the reason for this, Jinbi. He's a gifted helmsman with a vast knowledge of sea currents and wind directions. With his Jeppo level, Blaze can walk on air and engage them himself. Just when he decided to confront them by himself, Snapper Head's cruising speed increased. What? Blaze and the marine officers on the deck were shocked. Only then Blaze noticed the school of whale sharks, pushing Snapper Head forward. It's Jinbi again. Jinbi has a unique ability to communicate with fish, even over long distances. The ability to speak with fish is usually unique to merfolks, but Jinbi is also capable of that. During the breakout of Impel Down, he did the same thing. The whale sharks can understand and obey his orders. Having no choice, Blaze strode towards the nozzle fixed at the back of the ship. All of you grab onto something. Saying this, he flared his right fist in flames. Blaze Captain is doing it. Giotto watched Blaze powering the nozzle with star-filled eyes. Yes. All the Marines on the ship grabbed onto something while keenly watching Blaze's every action. Though Blaze gave the design, they made the entire thing possible by working day and night. They want to see with their eyes what it does. Flames burst out from his hand, engulfing the nozzle. It powered the turbine which in turn spun at great speed wheeling the paddle wheel. Blaze controlled the intensity and temperature of the fire to a bare minimum so that the flames won't ruin the entire thing before it fulfills its purpose. In the distance, the Sun Pirates were shocked by the sudden acceleration of the marine ship. How are they doing it? What? Even Jinbi and Fisher Tiger were startled. They could see, little by little the marine ship is closing the distance between them. In a few minutes, they will catch up. Ready the cannons. Blaze shouted while the Marines under his command rushed here and there loading the cannonballs. When their ship reached the shooting range, Blaze commanded, fire. Bang, 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 n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. The cannons fired at Sun Pirate's ship, but with Jinbi's exceptional helmsman skills they were able to evade the shots. But suddenly the fire-powered engine let out a cracking sound and soon shattered to pieces. It was completely wasted. Blaze cursed. Can't it persist for another minute? The ship's momentum diminished a little, but it still cruised forward with residual force and wind currents. A month passed. Blaze trained well without wasting any time. Apart from teaching some fighting techniques, Ferris didn't meddle with how he trains and what he does in his free time. Occasionally, Ferris would bring him to watch street fights from time to time so that he can familiarize himself with the street rules and see how others fight. Now, Blaze has a general idea of what type of people engage in street fights: small-time pirates, bandits, criminals, and others who want to earn some belly in their free time. With his current strength and combat skills he learned from Ferris, he can fight some low-level challengers. His strength, speed, and constitution have undergone a massive change during this 1 month. Even though there's no massive difference in his build, his fist now carried unbelievable power. Ending his daily training, Blaze called the system interface which displayed his current attributes. Name, Blaze Hunt. Constitution, 2.2 Senju Bloodline. Devil Fruit, none. Haki, none. Items in storage, Devil Fruit. Tasks, currently none. Now he has a strength twice that of a normal human in one piece. In the first few days of his training, his attributes increased gradually, but then they began to slow down. The higher the attribute, the harder it is to increase them. Blaze understood this concept well. But till now, the support system didn't provide him with any task. He couldn't find the reason. It should be related to his strength being insufficient or something. Combined with his Senju bloodline, he has no problem fighting ordinary pirates, but against pirates like Barb and Dird who have a bounty of few millions, he will be beaten black and blue. From tomorrow, Blaze plans on joining the underground street fights. He knew it's a little early, but he had to do it. Next day, Blaze traveled to an underground street fighting area that resides in the western part of the town. Ferris didn't come along with him, as he knows if others come to know Blaze is trained by him it would only attract trouble. The street fight area is situated in a remote street. The entire street is crowded with pirates, gamblers, and small-time merchants while the smell of wine permeated the area. There were curses, swears, shouts, and cheers. All the buildings in the street were also occupied by pirates and shady peoples. Commoners call this street a gambler's den, a fitting name. Notifying the person responsible for the street fights, Blaze waited for his turn. The fights are fixedly randomly here, so he has no idea who he will be facing. The amount he earns is directly related to the bet placed by the onlookers and himself. He doesn't have any money, but Ferris will place the bet in his stead. The agreed amount is 10,000 belly since it's his first fight. Neither of them plans on taking any risk. His turn came after waiting an hour. His opponent is a lanky man with a wicked face. Blaze observed his opponent with a solemn look while the other party also did the same. A newbie, huh? Kakaka, my luck is good today. I am placing 50,000 belly on myself. His opponent laughed and relaxed his vigilance. Blaze clutched his sweating hands and entered the large ring formed by people. Naturally, he is a little nervous. It's his first fight after all. Apart from weapon prohibition, street fights don't have a lot of rules. Even killing the opponent is nothing but an everyday occurrence. Ferris watched Blaze from distance, enjoying his cigar. In fact, he was shocked by Blaze's rate of progress and how he mastered all the combat skills he taught him. He couldn't relate to how such a monster of a kid was caught by pirates. He was sure if the latter didn't die prematurely, he will one day shock the world. If not for Blaze's lack of experience, only a few can defeat him in underground street fights. Furus was sure of this fact, it's just he didn't inform the latter. Seeing he was a newbie, the surrounding pirates placed their bet on the lanky man without any further thought. Crafty Dog, crush the newbie? I am placing my entire savings on you. The newbie kid is dead. Crafty Dog has a bounty of 120,000 belly. I bet he can't even survive a punch. I bet he will survive. Craft Dog, kill him in a single move, I will give you half my earning. All sorts of shouts could be heard from the encircling spectators. Crafty Dog laughed and rushed at Blaze without any alertness. He was sure he can overwhelm his opponent who's nothing but a kid. Closing his opponent, he threw a punch that overflows with strength aiming at Bailey's head, planning on crushing it in a single blow. What nobody expected is, Blaze easily dodging the move by tilting his head. Even Blaze himself was astonished. How can his punch be so slow? Is he trying to play me? What? Crafty Dog was shocked a little, but it didn't stop him from trying again. Once again, Blaze easily evaded the Crafty Dog's sweeping kick. He isn't a fool, he understood. His opponent is weak, but he's stronger. The fact itself surprised him a little as he heard about Crafty Dog before and seen his fights. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Evading his opponent's another punch, Blaze clenched his right fist and delivered a clean uppercut without holding his strength. The strike broke Crafty Dog's front teeth and knocked his opponent unconscious to the ground. Oh, the entire noisy street suddenly became deadly quiet. None of them expected this outcome. What the fuck? How could Crafty Dog lose in a single hit? It's set up. I want my money back. The gamblers began to curse and circled the person responsible for arranging the match. A single blow from me took him out. Blaze looked at his fist and found it hard to believe. At that moment he knew, he's no longer the same young man who was sold as a slave. As a die-hard fan of Whitebeard and Garp, his dream isn't about obtaining One Piece or becoming Pirate King but to become the strongest man in the world. Gripping his fist, it's not enough to face the big shots of this world. But a 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step. I have taken the first step, now I need to persevere and survive in this cruel world. One day, I will eventually stand at the top of this world. Ignoring the gambler's glare and yells, Blaze collected the belly he won and left the street fight area. He then walked towards the wooden hut. After exiting the town and walking for a few minutes, he saw Furus standing there leaning against a tree biting the apple in his hand. Unmistakably, he was waiting for Blaze. You fought well. Here. Furus commented and tossed a fresh apple at him. Grabbing the fruit, Blaze asked, how much did you earn? 100,000 belly. Furus' answer startled him a little. Didn't we agree for 10,000? Why did you risk 50,000? What if I had lost the challenge? I know you won't lose. I didn't know you had so much trust in me, Blaze chuckled, taking a bite. Another 3 months flew by. Blaze's appearance underwent a massive transformation in these few months thanks to his Senju bloodline. His height reached 5 feet 8 inches, his body began to show signs of an athletic figure with toned muscles, while his raven black hair reached his neck. Wearing a sleeveless gray shirt and white trousers, Blaze practiced and experimented with his dagger skills taught by Furus. His previous immature and childish look had long disappeared from his face. He looked neither tough nor cold type of guy, but his nonchalant gaze is capable of keeping others at bay as if he isn't your normal human. His hands skillfully danced with the dagger, exhibiting a thread-like trail in the air. A single swing from his dagger can easily take a life without much difficulty. His strength underwent a huge transformation in these 3 months, and the Senju bloodline also perfectly integrated within him. With a thought, the system interface appeared before him. Name, Blaze Hunt. Constitution, 4.8 Strength, 4.8, Speed, 4.7. Devil Fruit, none. Haki, none. Items in storage, Sun Fruit. Tasks, currently none. His Constitution attribute reached 4.8, just a little away from breaking through the 5-bar limit. Then, he can eat his Devil Fruit. The problem is, his steady improvement recently declined as if he reached a bottleneck. It's also the reason why his Constitution attribute stopped raising in recent days. It should be some kind of body limit, but Blaze doesn't know how to get past it. Despite that, with his current physical strength and skills, he can easily defeat pirates with a bounty below 20 million belly. If he used his trump card, he can fare against some pirates having a bounty of around 30 million. Captain of the Red Scarf Pirates, Dird, has a bounty of 28 million belly. He wasn't one to be taken lightly, he has quite a notorious reputation in North Blue. Combined with his crew strength and indirect support of Germa Kingdom, only a few dare to mess with them. If Blaze wants to defeat them, he needs a proper plan. Only by revealing all his trump cards, he can hope to defeat them. He already paid 1 million belly to Furus a few days back, the latter also kept his promise and removed the exploding collar. The only reason he stays on this island is to find the location of Red Scarf Pirates. He's waiting for news from Furus, who agreed to help him in finding the Red Scarf Pirates. He doesn't hold that much hatred against the Red Scarf Pirates, but he inherited the previous owner's resentment along with his memory. So if he doesn't kill them and eliminate the hate, his heart won't be at peace. Just as Blaze was thinking of training his physical body, a small notification sound rang in his ear. He knew it came from the support system. He hurriedly summoned the interface, and as he expected, there was a slight change in the task area. Trial task: Revenge is a dish best served cold. Description: defeat Red Scarf Pirates and kill Dird and Barb. Time limit, 20 days. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Blaze was overjoyed. It's the first task assigned by the system. Even though it was just a trial one, the rewards are very good. 1 complete free attribute point. Just as he was pondering how to complete the task within the allotted time frame, he saw Ferris approaching him from distance. Did you discover their location? Blaze asked soon as the latter arrived. Yes. A few days back Red Scarf pirates destroyed a patrolling marine ship angering a marine captain from the headquarters. The latter is furiously searching for their whereabouts, so they were hiding on a small island called Kaka, which is a 2-day trip from here. Are you sure you want to confront them? They are pretty strong, you know. Even I have to use a few tricks to defeat Dirt in one-on-one. Ferris stated. Yes. Only destroying them I can move forward. Okay then. I know a merchant ship that leaves today evening. They are traveling in the same direction. You can board their ship. Ferris said. Thank you. Blaze nodded his head and thanked. Even though he was bought as a slave, Ferris took good care of him in the last few months. What do you plan on doing after destroying Red Scarf pirates? Ferris asked, inhaling the cigar. I intend on joining the Marines. I have seen and experienced a lot of cruel things the pirates and wealthy merchants had done in these few months. If I want to eradicate them all and bring justice to innocent people, joining Marines is the only way. Then you will become a world government's lapdog. In this world, no one is qualified enough to command me. I am joining Marines, not the world government. Blaze firmly replied. Even before crossing over to this world, he hated the world government, now even more so. When he transmigrated, he just wants to become strong enough to fight some strong people. His goal is still the same, to become the strongest man in the world, but a new thought sprouted in his heart. Why not change the world along the way? If his action can change the life of a few innocent people, he's happy with that. Pity? If all the pirates are like Luffy's crew then it won't be a problem, but the reality is different. Hearing his answer, for aside thinking of all the achievements Blaze had done from the day he met, from a weak kid to how he earned the title King of Street Fight. Now, no one in the Little Cage Island mess with Blaze, as his reputation even exceeds the latter. Even a pirate with a bounty of 20 million belly fell under Blaze's hand. Ferris couldn't help but wonder how strong he will become in the future, where he will stand in this cruel world. For the first time, he began to anticipate someone's future. In the evening, Blaze boarded a small-scale ship that is used to transport goods and left Little Cage Island. Nov. L. B /JNN. Kaka Island. Boss, how many days do we have to be stranded in this godforsaken place? I feel bored. A red scarf pirate with spiky hair complained to his captain Dirt. Barb irritatedly replied. We wouldn't be in this situation if not for you guys sinking the marine ship in the first place. Hehe, Barb, we didn't think the cannons we bought would have such explosive firepower. Yeah, the entire marine ship was destroyed in 2 cannonballs. Shut up. Dirt shouted, silencing the noisy bunch. Do you bunch think it's some kind of joke? The one pursuing us is a captain from Marine Headquarters who's well-trained, skilled, and powerful. N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. He isn't your ordinary Marine captain that we encounter in West Blue. If he catches us, then it's over for us. We will be shipped straight to the Impel Down with no hope of escaping. The 30-some pirates silently listened with gulping actions. They knew they are in trouble for this time. If even their captain with a bounty of 28 million is afraid of a Marine, then what are they? The good thing is, he's from headquarters. He won't stay in North Blue for a long time. He will soon leave, then we can sail the sea as usual. Dirt said. He's been sailing the sea for nearly 20 years. He knew things that ordinary pirates aren't privy to. He even sailed the Grand Line when he was younger, so he knows how strong the Marine and real pirates are. It's also the reason he decided to stay in North Blue, plundering the town, destroying weaker pirates, and such. On the other side of the shore, Blaze reached Coca Island with the small lifeboat provided by the merchant ship that dropped him far away from the island. Fastening one end of the rope to a large rock, he jumped out of the lifeboat carrying a small string bag in his hand. Blaze scrutinized his surrounding, stepping foot on the island. He heard the Kaka Island is a remote one with no human visiting. Apart from a few pirates who would stumble onto this island, no one comes here. Wasting no time, Blaze began to search for the Red Scarf pirates and found them on the other side of the coast. With his current strength, confronting them head-on is a foolish act, so he decided to wait and attack when they least expect. It was already evening. They will definitely get drunk before they go to sleep. After 2 hours, the Red Scarf pirates started their party and got sloshed after an hour. Baylais watched everything from the distance. He noticed 3 pirates didn't drink wine. Without a doubt, they are on the watch for today. Dirt went to sleep in the pirate ship docked near the shore while the Barb and other pirates slept where they got drunk. Blaze needs to knock the 3 undrunk pirates without alerting others. Even though the pirates are wasted, a call is enough to wake and sober them up. Blaze came prepared as he knew he can't defeat 20-some pirates by himself. He then took out a small blow weapon and several needle-like darts from the bag. He dipped the darts with a powerful venom he bought in the Little Cage Island. The venom was said to be extracted from a powerful sea creature. It's capable of knocking the target in a minute. Placing one of the poison-coated darts inside the long narrow tube, Blaze aimed at a sleeping pirate and blew the other end of the tube using his entire breath. Instead of dealing with the conscious pirates, it's easy to knock out the snoring ones. With little to no noise, the dart shot and directly pierced the pirate's leg. His noiseless action failed to attract the 3 watching pirates' attention. Even so, he was extra careful in his actions so as not to alert them. Blaze repeated the steps to other pirates who were already drunk and wasted. Since the potency of the venom is too high, they can forget about opening their eyes for the next 2 days. He waited a few minutes for the poison to take effect, only then he relaxed. Aside from the 3 watching pirates, all the others were knocked out. Unknowing of the predicament, the trio rested around a fire pit, chatting. Blaze then emerged out of the dark, alarming the 3 still conscious pirates. Unsheathing a sword from his waist, a blonde pirate asked, "Who are you? How did you get here? Aren't you Little Runt Blaze? You look different." Another pirate who was familiar with Blaze said. Blaze didn't let them continue. He dashed forward with a dagger in his hand. His move stunned the 3 watching pirates. They all wondered, is he trying to attack us? Who in a sane mind would attack 30-some pirates single-handedly? They found this notion ridiculous. But they soon discovered the problem. None of the pirates snoring around them woke up. "Hey guys, wake up." The 3rd pirate panicked seeing Blaze's cold eyes. Even before the trio could react, a figure streaked past them and blood gushed from their throat. The trio tried to stop the bleed with their hands, but it was in vain. They soon collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Their face displayed incredulous expressions in death, as if they couldn't understand why none of their mates woke up and how a cut appeared on their neck. Taking a random sword kept by a knocked pirate, Blaze walked towards poisoned Barb. This guy deserves special attention. He won't forget the vicious kick dealt by the former when he first transmigrated. Barb, who was dreaming and snoring loudly, doesn't know his death is approaching. Standing directly above him, Blaze drove his sword down at Barb's heart. Barb let out a shrill cry of pain, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get up. Only then he noticed his body was impaled by a long sword. He couldn't get up because he could muster the strength from neither his hands nor legs. Even his actions were sluggish as he was poisoned. Unlike normal pirates, his body was able to restrict poison to some level. His eyes searched for the assaulter's appearance but were shocked to find a familiar face. Barb couldn't believe his eyes. "You bast. You." He couldn't even speak as he struggled to breathe with his heart penetrated. Blaze's eyes were devoid of emotions. There were no anger, resentment, pity, and so on. Because he felt neither joy nor fulfillment when he stabbed Barb. He killed Barb for 2 things, for the previous body owner and completing the system task. Barb died with his eyes wide open. Even in death, he couldn't understand why Blaze. He would have accepted if it was anyone else, but never in his dreams he thought he would die by a slave's hand that they sold. Barb's shrill cry alerted Dird, who came out of his cabin just to see his friend breathe his last under Blaze's hand. "Barb." Dird cried with red eyes. Barb isn't the same as the unruly bunch of pirates he recruits. He is his friend from a small age. Nov. L.B//JNN. He's a man Dird can trust his life with, but now he's gone. His ice-cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent as he looked at the assaulter, but like Barb, he was shocked to see Blaze's face. "You little bastard, I should have killed you along with your parents." Jumping from the ship, Dird roared and shot towards Blaze. Nearing Blaze, he wielded his sword and waved at the latter with full power. Yanking the sword he stabbed Barb with, Blaze blocked Dird's long sword. An explosive force traveled from Dird's sword, shoving him 2 steps back. The sword he held vibrated intensely, meeting the latter's sword. "He's strong." Just a single strike, Blaze knew Dird is a tad stronger than he anticipated. He wasn't a skilled sword expert and wasn't interested in it either, but his knowledge is enough to judge Dird's sword skills. Not giving any chance for him to relax, Dird swung his sword again. His slashes were powerful, rampant, and wild. Furthermore, his physical strength has also far exceeded what Blaze expected. Is he hiding his strength the entire time? Blaze isn't a greenhorn too. He trained and honed his combat skills in these few months by battling countless peoples. Even so, Blaze found Dird is different from all the people he fought with before. The murderous aura emanating from Dird pressured him to the ground, limiting his strength. Dird is far more experienced and his combat techniques are refined after killing countless living beings. Furthermore, all his strikes are delivered with an intention to kill. Blaze knew he was being drawn into his opponent's pace. He has to do something. With 3 backflips, he created some distance between him and Dird. Unrelentless, Dird slashed his sword, bridging the gap between them at breakneck speed. Blaze was forced to block the attacks with his sword while looking for an opportunity to strike back. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, he lunged at Dird and punched the sharp edge of the sword with his entire strength. Boom! Dird blocked the attack by skillfully deflecting it with his sword. At the same time, Blaze threw a punch at the latter. Bird blocked it by raising his left arm. The ground below him cracked and the impact swirled the wind around them, showing how powerful Blaze's punch was. Dird was horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes. How can he be so powerful? It's only been 4 months, he can already fight me evenly. Blaze's strength only intensified his killing intent, and a thought came to his mind. I have to kill him, otherwise my heart won't be at peace. Clang, clang, clang. Dird and Blaze exchanged few blows, while Dird left 2 sword wounds in his body. Just as they continued their fight, Blaze sneakily drew a throwing knife stashed in his back, prepared specifically for Dird. Using the chance Blaze was distracted, Dird knocked the sword from his hand with a fast swing. Blaze didn't panic about losing a weapon. He quickly evaded Dird's sword strike by whirling left. At the same time, using the whirling body movement, he hurled the throwing knife from Dird's blind spot. Since Dird didn't see the knife, he couldn't evade it from piercing his spleen. The knife injury didn't even make him flinch. This kind of small wound is nothing to him. But what he didn't know is, Blaze already coated the knife with poison. This kind of underhand method may seem despicable, but in this cruel world remaining alive is important. For that, a man can do whatever it takes. Ting. Pulling the knife out, Derd flung it away casually. Do you think this type of small knife wound will affect me? No, Blaze said. Hearing his answer, Derd's expression changed. You poisoned the knife? Shameless? I didn't expect you to be a sly one. Hehe. To deal with a wicked and rotten person such as you, any kind of means is a noble one. Blaze commented with a smile. He didn't wait for the poison to take effect and launched an attack. Few minutes passed, but Derd still fought with his full strength. Obviously, the poison hasn't affected his entire body yet. From this one can imagine his immense physical strength and vigor. As minutes passed by, Derd began to exhibit signs of influence done by the poison. His speed reduced, his sword swing slowed down. Using the opportunity, Blaze sliced Derd's stomach with his dagger and forced him to take a few steps back. Spitting blood in his mouth, Derd took the initiative to attack Blaze again. What a monstrous physique. If even such a low-level pirate with a bounty of 28 million is this troublesome, what about the pirates with billion bounties? Eventually, Derd lost his strength, and the sword he clutched in his hands loosened. Blaze didn't expect him to possess such endurance and willpower. Even after reaching such a weak state, he didn't fall but still persisted. It's really commendable. It's not limited to him, most in the One Piece world possess such will. Lifting his sword high in the sky, he directly chopped Derd's head off his neck and kicked his flaccid headless body to the ground. As soon as he killed Derd, a heaviness in his mind faded. Blaze let out a sigh, looking at the star-filled sky. As I promised, I avenged your parents' death. Even so, he felt a little uncomfortable killing Barb and Derd, as this is his first time taking a life. Taking a deep breath, he firmed his heart. He recalled the things Derd and Barb did during the 6 months the previous owner stayed in their ship. Thinking through it, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Killing them is me being merciful. At that moment, a notification sounded in his heart. With a thought, the system interface appeared before him. Trial task: Revenge is a dish best served cold. Description: Defeat Red Scarf Pirates and kill Derd and Barb. Time limit: 20 days. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Stas: completed. Accept the reward, yes/no. Blaze was excited as he screamed in his mind. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as he thought yes, there was a change in the interface. Name: Blaze Hunt. Constitution: 4.8 Strength, 4.8 Speed, 4.7. Devil Fruit: none. Haki: none. Items in storage: Sun Fruit. Tasks: currently none. Free attribute point: 1. Tapping his chin, Blaze pondered how to use the free attribute point. Let's first improve the constitution to 5. With a thought, his constitution rose by 0.2 while his free attribute point reduced to 0.8. It was just an increase in 0.2, but he felt his entire physique is undergoing a massive transformation. Blaze knew it's due to him passing the 5-bar limit. Clenching his fist, Blaze felt a raw power in his hands. He once again checked the interface, and as he expected, there was a change in his constitution attribute. Constitution: 5.0 Strength, 5.1 Speed, 5.0. What excited him is, now he can eat his devil fruit. Blaze thought, and a devil fruit appeared in his hands. It had a golden stem and appearance similar to dragon fruit. It was dark orange with crimson ornate swirls covering the entire fruit. Up close, it seemed like the entire fruit was burning. Just holding it in the palm, Blaze felt the fiery power held inside it. For better or worse, he's going to eat it. The ability of the fruit decides how strong he will become in the future. Opening his mouth, he took a large bite and swallowed it whole, trying his best to ignore the taste. But, he still felt the unpalatable flavor on his tongue. It truly tastes like shit. Fortunately, he didn't have to eat the entire fruit. The remaining part of the fruit magically disappeared and entered his body. In the next second, his whole body turned red as if it is boiling. White steam emanated from his skin under extreme heat, while everything within a 1-meter distance started to melt. Oh shit! How do I stop this thing? A blinding golden light emitted from his body, and Blaze felt the temperature of his body keep on raising, showing no sign of stopping. Stop, stop, stop. After a minute of battle with himself, Blaze controlled the temperature in his body. I better learn to control this power fast so as not burn others to crisp. After experimenting with his devil fruit abilities for another hour, he got a general idea of his powers. Even though he ate sun fruit, his body isn't strong enough to bring out the fruit's full potential. With his present strength, he can only control and manipulate extreme heat. Now, his abilities are similar to Don Xeno's hot fruit, or Charlotte Oven's heat fruit. He can perform heat-based attacks at varying temperatures. Furthermore, he's immune to all types of heat including flames, lava, and so on. As he's the sun himself, even though he couldn't draw out the full power of the devil fruit, he was extremely happy with his current progress. He has an idea of how he should develop his fruit abilities in the future. The sun fruit isn't as simple as manipulating heat and fire. It's the source of everything. For example, solar energy manipulation, solar explosion, gravity manipulation, and so on. He once again checked the interface. Name: Blaze Hunt. Constitution: 5.0 Strength, 5.1 Speed, 5.0. Devil Fruit Potential: 4.5. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 0.8. Tasks, currently none. An extra attribute related to his devil fruit appeared in the interface panel. Unlike developing himself, with the system, he would have an easier time grasping all the fruit abilities. Blaze then put all his remaining free attribute points into his sun fruit, raising it to 5.3. After breaking past the 5-bar limit, he felt obvious changes in his body. His control over the devil fruit increased, so was his ability to manipulate the heat. After a night of experimentation, he can command the heat in his body without any difficulty. Unknowingly, night passed and sun rose from the faraway horizon. It's then the shocking thing happened. When the sun rays descended on his body, he felt the change. Something inside his body absorbed the warm energy from the sun, dumbfounding him. The energy from the sun harmonized with his Senju bloodline, enhancing his constitution and devil fruit powers every second. It wasn't obvious to human eyes, but he could feel it. He didn't foresee such an incredible development. Only then he realized, his devil fruit is an overpowered one. Blaze was overjoyed. With his newfound ability he can improve his strength faster. Just as he plans on experimenting some more, he spotted a marine battleship in the distance sailing towards Kaka Island. The battleship anchored few kilometers away and 100 submarines approached the island in lifeboat. Leading the marines is a muscular, broad-chested man decked in a captain coat. Blaze recognized the marine, Maynard the Pursuer. He was introduced in Dressrosa arc as Vice Admiral, but now he was just a captain. Even so, he wasn't one to be trifled with, as he's from headquarters. Since the current timeline is only 1509, Maynard looked young and fierce with a cigarette in his mouth. Just a look, Blaze knows he isn't the latter's opponent. The marines behind Maynard looked at one another in confusion. Aside from the dead ones, the other pirates were still sleeping without any care in the world. This is the first time they encountered such a weird situation. Why are they still sleeping? They aren't even putting us, the marines, in their eyes. Fool, I think they are knocked by something. Otherwise, no sane pirate will sleep before Captain Maynard. The marines discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, Maynard glanced at his surroundings and spotted Durd's chopped head and lifeless Barb with his heart pierced. He didn't expect to find them dead. He also noticed Blaze, and a notion formed in his head. Did he do it? What's your name, kid? Maynard asked while Blaze stated his name. Blaze, a good name. Did you do this? N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Yes. Even though Blaze admitted it, Maynard and other marines found it hard to believe. An unknown kid around 14-15 taking out 2 wanted men who had nearly 50 million bounties combined? It's unheard of. I can't believe he killed Durd with that skinny arm of his. A marine commented. Right? I think he's trying to earn the bounty amount by claiming their death. Why did you do it? Maynard asked. He didn't bother to ask the question, how did you do it? Because it doesn't matter to him. What matters is why. They killed my parents, forced me to work in their pirate ship for a few months, and sold me as a slave, Blaze stated his reason. Since he plans on joining the Marines, he didn't hide anything. Even if he did, the Marines will find the truth sooner or later with their intelligence network. Maynard nodded his head in understanding. He didn't ask any other question. This type of thing is pretty common to him. In fact, half of the Marines in the world were hurt by pirates one way or another. Maynard then ordered the lower-ranking Marines to clear the area and apprehend the knocked pirates. In a few minutes, the Marines transferred the snoring pirates to the battleship and destroyed the Red Scruff pirates' ship by burning the entire ship along with the Durd, Barb, and 3 dead pirate corpses. Are you interested in joining the Marines? Maynard, who took care of the things on his end, came to Blaze and asked. Yes. Blaze agreed. Good. Come with us. Maynard considered how the battle went, and that's what intrigued him. Blaze's strength and wits piqued his interest. After Blaze and other Marines boarded the battleship, it cruised towards the nearest North Blue Marine base to hand over the captured pirates. Since this Marine ship is from headquarters and commanded by Maynard, they don't need to arrange everything by themselves. On the deck, a Marine challenged Blaze. They want to verify whether he killed the pirates by himself or someone else did it. Since this batch of Marines is from headquarters, they are naturally stronger than ordinary Marines. Even though they won't be able to defeat characters like Durd by themselves, they are more than capable of taking him down using their numbers and coordination. Furthermore, their conviction and determination are also far stronger. What kind of pirates they hadn't seen in Grand Line? Blaze didn't reject their challenge. With both his attributes crossing 5, he isn't an ordinary human anymore. There were many ensigns in the Marine ship, but none of them could defeat Blaze. Blaze also didn't have it easy either. He was only able to defeat them by draining their stamina. If not for his Senju constitution, he would have been easily overwhelmed by them. Let me fight him. A lieutenant-ranked Marine came forward while the other Marines cheered for him. Meanwhile, Maynard and another Marine officer watched the bout from the helm of the ship. Captain, that kid is good. He has excellent strength, stamina, and decent fighting skills. If guided properly, he will become a wonderful Marine. Amen. I forwarded his profile to the Marine headquarters. They will decide what to do. Maynard agreed. Leaving him in the 4 seas is a waste of his talent. Nowadays pirates are becoming more rampant in the Grand Line. It's really a great age of pirates. Higher UPS are also finding it hard to cope with the surging number of pirates. The number of Marines is limited after all. Maynard spoke, smoking his cigar. Next day, Blaze, headquarters decided to enlist you as a seaman recruit, and you will be directly entering a training camp organized by the headquarters, Maynard announced. What? Blaze was surprised a little. He thought it would take time and he needs to gather huge merits before enrolling in training camp, but he didn't expect that he will be directly given the opportunity. Our ship is sailing towards the headquarters, so you will be accompanying us till we reach there. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Saying this, Maynard left. Blaze was so excited that he couldn't sit still. Who wouldn't be? In the current timeline, Black Arm Zephyr is the Marine instructor and in charge of training the Marine recruits. If he trains under him, his strength will progress fast and he will also have a good backing in Marine. Just as he was fired up, he heard a notification in his mind. Please wait, support system is being updated. A row of information appeared in the interface. What triggered the update? Blaze wondered. It didn't take long for the support system to finish updating. As soon as the system was updated, a new interface with a slight change appeared. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 5.0. Strength, 5.1. Speed, 5.0. Devil Fruit Potential, 5.3. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 0. Tasks, currently none. Ding, occupation determined. Since the host chooses to be a Marine, all your tasks in the future will be related to the profession of Marines. Generating task. Task 1, do 3000 push UPS daily for a week. Time, 7 days. Reward, 0.1 Constitution plus 0.1 Devil Fruit Potential. Task 2, do 3000 squats daily for a week. Time, 7 days. Reward, 0.1 Constitution plus 0.1 Devil Fruit Potential. After seeing the interface, Blaze understood the support system is linked to the profession he chose. If he had chosen to become a pirate, the tasks will be related to that. Without wasting any time, Blaze began his push-up. It won't be easy as 3000 is quite a large number even to him, and it's the easiest way for him to increase his strength. It would take a few days for them to reach the Marine headquarters and he doesn't plan on wasting his time by sitting still. Apart from training his body, Blaze also trained his mind through meditation. The development of Devil Fruit abilities is directly linked to his mind and imagination. A week passed by. The Marine ship finally reached the Marine headquarters Marineford. In Blaze's eyes, it's a legendary location where the world's strongest man fell, but now, before him it was still intact without any damage. When he was on Earth, he often dreams about Marineford and what it's like to be in the center of the location. Just hearing the name War of the Best always excites him to the core. Clenching his fist, Blaze roared in his mind, One Piece world is the best. From the ship, he noticed countless Marines in white uniforms rushing here and there. What to say? Blaze felt this place is alive with full of energy. Even the air surrounding this place is fresh and full of spirit. Just looking at Marineford, a strange feeling of justice arose in his heart. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I will change the fact of Marine being a world government's lapdog and let Marine become the strongest power in the world. Haha, Blaze, are you shocked to see the Marine headquarters? Maynard noticed his excited expression and asked. Haha, you should be. We are the greatest power in the world, safeguarding ordinary people and bringing justice to all who commit atrocities in the name of pirates. As a Marine, you should feel excited, firm, and responsible, bearing the word justice behind our backs. Patting his shoulder, Maynard said, Let's go. Just as he got off the Marine ship, he saw Monkey D. Garp, a legendary One Piece character. Even though he likes him very much, the fact he let Ace die made Blaze hate him a little. But now, the old man had the carefree expression just as he had before the war, while a part of his hair is still black. The Garp of now is relishing the prime of his life. A man who can fight on pair with Pirate King Gold Roger. Seeing Garp so close, Blaze couldn't control his emotion and unknowingly a strong fighting intent rose from him, startling Maynard and other Marines in the vicinity. As the target of the fighting spirit, Garp naturally knew it was aimed at him. In fact, he was shocked when he noticed it's coming from a young boy. The fighting intent disappeared as fast as it appeared. It was an unconscious act from Blaze. If it was on Earth, no one could sense his intentions and understand what he was thinking, but here it's different. In the One Piece world, a person with little strength can easily perceive other parties' intentions with their extreme sense and haki. Grinning, Garp made his way towards Blaze. Gripping his fist, Blaze faced Garp's towering figure that stood before him. Strangely, he wasn't the least bit nervous. Boy, you want to fight me? Garp asked, biting a rice cracker in his hand. Seemingly amused by his young face. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes. Blaze nodded his head while looking at Garp with reverence. It's a form of respect that one shows when meeting a person stronger than oneself and they admire. Wahaha, you are pretty courageous for a little brat. Garp laughed and punched Blaze straight in his face without any notice. Blaze flew back a few meters before crashing onto the ground. Strangely, he didn't feel any pain from his broken nose, but an indiscernible feeling surged from his heart. I have to strike back. I need to strike back. Jumping back to his feet, Blaze's entire body emanated scorching vapor. The fumes forced the surrounding Marines to take a few steps back. A hot breath enveloped everything within a 1-meter radius. Blaze calls this heat sense. In this 1-meter domain, he can perceive everything using the heat wave radiating from his body. As for Maynard and other Marines who Blaze traveled with, they watched the commotion with interest. They didn't expect the kid they brought would straight away pick a fight with hero of the Marine Garp. Moreover, they are also oblivious to the fact that he's a devil fruit user, a heat-type devil fruit power. This kid hid it well, Maynard thought. Wasting no time, Blaze rushed towards Garp and threw a punch while his heat sense observed all his opponent's move. With this ability, he can even predict the opponent's next move based on the slightest muscle tension in their body. His senses perceived Garp putting his strength on his left, predicting his body is possibly leaning towards his left. In midair, Blaze's fist changed direction. What? Garp was taken aback a little. Hacky? No, at the last second, his body stopped moving and evaded the strike. Since Blaze's fist changed direction, he couldn't strike Garp, who remained still where he was. But in onlookers' eyes, Blaze became someone who couldn't even punch straight. Because if he had, he could have hit Garp, who remains unmoved. But only Garp knows what happened in that split second. Garp, who evaded the strike, observed Blaze close. He long guessed the kid before he ate devil fruit with heat abilities. What made him curious is, how did the kid predict his movements with no prior knowledge to Hacky? Blaze knew it's not time to hold back his strength. He stopped restraining his devil fruit power and let his strength explode. Both his hands heated to extreme temperature and turned scorching red. The intense heat even melted the stone tiles beneath his feet. With that, he once again clashed with Garp. What astonished him is, as before, Garp effortlessly blocked his burning hands without any difficulty. What kind of physique is this? Even my blazing fist failed to char his skin. As he expected, you can't gauge the characters of One Piece with common sense. As his fist missed the target, Blaze used a sweeping kick. Like his hands, his feet also heated to an intense degree and glowed in fiery red. It was also blocked by Garp. His eyes can perceive Garp's movement, but his body couldn't cope with the extreme speed. I need to be faster. Blazing his legs and pushing his speed to the limit, Blaze fought with much ferocity. He was like a wild animal that wants to catch its prey, exerting every ounce of his strength. Even so, he couldn't even touch the hem of Garp's cloth. A minute passed, but the situation didn't change. From start to finish, Garp didn't strike back, allowing the wild Blaze to attack however he wants. In the mid-battle, he even found time to eat his rice crackers. By the time, all the Marines in the surrounding came over and formed a circle watching the battle in interest. Who is this kid? Why is he trying to fight Garp-san? He's a heat-type devil user. Why, I haven't heard of him before. Is he new here? Blaze became famous the first day he came to Marineford. All the Marines were curious about his identity and his devil fruit, as they know all the devil fruit users would raise in rank very easily. Unlike the spectators, Garp noticed the difference. The temperature around Blaze keeps on increasing, and with his Hacky, he sensed it's damaging the latter's body. If this continued, it would heavily injure him. Of course, Blaze didn't notice any of this. The only thought running in his mind is, he wants to strike Garp, at least once, or force him to reveal a part of his strength. Unfortunately, he overestimated his strength. Deciding it's time to end the fight, Garp's image flickered. His figure disappeared, then appeared behind Blaze. With a chop, he knocked him unconscious so that the kid can stop hurting himself further. This brat. Garp laughed a little and looked at unconscious Blaze with narrowed eyes. Take this kid to the infirmary? Notify me after he wakes up. Tossing a few rice crackers into his mouth, Garp left the area mumbling to himself. Interesting. Blaze aroused his interest. He liked his personality and the spark he saw in the latter's eyes. He won't mistake it, the kid has the heart of the strong. Besides, he noticed Blaze's mind is pure. Maynard grabbed Blaze's unconscious body and moved towards the infirmary. He didn't expect Blaze to pick a fight as soon as he landed on the Marineford. You are pretty bold, kid. Maynard mumbled. Admiral Sengoku's office. Garp recounted what happened in the square to Sengoku while cackling aloud. It's been years since I met such a fine brat. He will be a fine Marine in the future. Hearing his statement, Sengoku asked, devil fruit power related to heat? A year ago, I heard one of Big Mom's sons named Charlotte Oven ate a devil fruit which is confirmed as heat fruit. So that youth couldn't have eaten the same devil fruit. Is it related to temperature fruit? I don't know, we can ask him once he wakes up. Garp said and carefully asked, why don't you leave that kid to me? I will make him a wonderful Marine. No way. Sengoku rejected outrightly by slamming his hands on the table. Who knows what kind of justice you will teach him? Kyuzen is a good example. You don't understand Sengoku. I saw it in his eyes, his desire for strength. He isn't the type of person who will listen to others' orders. You have to handle him nicely. Garp said. Like how I handle you? Sengoku rebuked. Wahaha. Yes, that's right. I need to read his report before deciding how I should manage him. Sengoku waved his hand and pressed a bell on his table. At that moment, a Marine officer came in and handed him a report of Blaze. As soon as he was enlisted as a seaman recruit, the Marine headquarters gathered all his information. Reading the report sent to him, Sengoku determined to make Blaze a strong Marine. I am handing him to Zephyr, you stay out of his training, Sengoku said and tossed the report to Garp. Next day, Blaze woke up in an infirmary. He felt uncomfortable and exhausted. There's also slight pain in some parts of his body. Cracking his head, he recalled yesterday's events. The consequence of overusing the devil fruit power is too great. My strength isn't strong enough to handle the repercussion. I better refrain from rashly using the devil fruit powers. Blaze thought. Even so, he felt some changes in his body. With a thought, the system interface appeared before him. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 5.4 Strength, 5.5, Speed, 5.4. Devil Fruit Potential, 5.5. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 0. Tasks, currently none. His attributes have increased. Even though it's just 0.1, the change was there. Fighting Garp without holding back had possibly unlocked some of his potentials. It confirmed Blaze's previous guess, battling is a good way to enhance his strength faster. At that moment, a tall, broad man wearing a doctor coat, chewing a fishbone arrived. Blaze recognized him as the marine doctor Fishbonen. Oh, you woke up so soon. I thought it would take another 2 days, you have an excellent physique. Fishbonen commented. He wasn't praising but telling the truth. When Blaze was delivered to the infirmary, he checked his condition so he knew all about it. Even though he wasn't injured, his muscles were completely worn out as if someone squeezed a lot of life energy out of them. Your condition is nothing serious. Eat a lot of nutrient foods for a week and you will recover. Saying some comforting words, Fishbone left the small room. Just a few minutes after the doctor left, Garp came over. Brat, you woke up? Yes. You are pretty strong for how old are you? Garp asked, seeming pretty relaxed and nonchalant as ever. Will be 16 in another 3 months. Good. Why did you want to fight me? I think it's the first time we had met. Who wouldn't? I heard you are the only person in Marine who fought Pirate King Gold Roger on PAR when he was alive. I want to see how far the gap is between me and the Blazwand late Pirate King of the Sea. Blaze's reply jolted Garp for a moment before he laughed aloud. Wahaha, you are pretty funny for a hairless brat. Even so, why did you join Marine? To become stronger. Blaze gave a candid and instant reply. Why do you want to become stronger? To fight the strongest, you have to be stronger. His reply stumped Garp but it was in line with his personality so he didn't question further. Let's go out. What you need isn't rest but a lot of grilled meats. Garp stated. Blaze agreed with Garp on this one, so he climbed out of the bed and followed him. What is your devil fruit power? Garp asked. I don't know. After I ate a weird fruit, I gained the ability to control and manipulate heat to varying degrees. Blaze replied. Are you sure? Garp asked. Yes. Why? Nothing. I heard the heat-type devil fruit was already eaten, so we don't know what type of devil fruit you ate. Only knowing the type of devil fruit you ate, you can improve it further. Oh. Blaze exclaimed but thought in his heart, so Charlotte Oven already ate the heat fruit. I was meaning to ask you, Brat, how did you predict my movement yesterday? Is this related to your devil fruit ability? Yes. By releasing heat wave, I can sense everything within a meter range. Blaze told without concealing anything while Garp nodded his head in understanding. Garp then led Blaze to a training field and requested, show me what your devil fruit can do. But, don't overuse it like the last time, just a simple demonstration will do. No problem. But first, I need to recover my physical strength. I haven't fully recovered yet. There's still exhaustion in his body. With that, he won't be able to display his might. Okay, you go and fill your stomach. I will call Sengoku. I have a nagging feeling your devil fruit isn't as simple as you portray. Garp told. This old man possesses a terrifying instinct. Blaze silently mused. He wants to keep his devil fruit ability mysterious, otherwise, he wouldn't mind revealing the name of the devil fruit. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. 30 minutes later, Blaze met Sengoku and Garp in a training ground located in a remote location. He could tell the two of them want to keep whatever he's going to show as a secret. It coincides with his intention. Admiral Sengoku. Blaze saluted the latter with respect while Sengoku nodded his head with a slight smile. Sengoku liked Blaze's personality and disposition as soon as he met him. He's calm, confident, and energetic with a trace of a smile on his lips. From him, he felt a strong positive feeling. I heard about your devil fruit power from Garp. Let's find out how yours different from the heat fruit. Sengoku stated as he's also curious about the unknown devil fruit. Walking to the center of the training field, Blaze explained the abilities of heat manipulation, blazing fist, heat sense, heat blast, heat breath, heat beam, and so on. Just as he finished, he raised his right hand. It glowed in fiery red, and the color slowly changed from bright red to pure gold. At that moment, even the temperature around them began to rise and affect the surrounding. Blaze quickly controlled his heat ability and reduced the temperature of his hand to normal. He then showed the ability of heat blast. A strong, scorching heat wave discharged from his body and spread in all directions. This kind of ability won't help him in fighting against stronger opponents but it can take out a group of weaker ones. I'm experimenting with the extent of the fruit powers, so I still don't know for sure. Blaze shared his thoughts. After 10 minutes of presentation, Garp and Sengoku also came to a conclusion. His fruit isn't as powerful as they thought but it has limitless potential. It's in Blaze's hand how he improves it in the future. It's clear your devil fruit is different from heat fruit. I think it's some kind of special paramecia that's unknown to others. Sengoku stated. It's a good devil fruit ability. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. I too think my devil fruit ability can get stronger with me. Blaze told and vaguely revealed some of the fruit's abilities, explosion and fire manipulation. I am fortunate to be transmigrated in my favorite One Piece world. Chapter 12, Black Arm Zephyr. As you said yourself, you can only bring the full potential of your devil fruit by growing stronger. But you are pretty weak, right now, and you know that well. I plan on sending you to a location where young Marines with good potentials are trained. Marine Special Training Camp. Some of the strongest admirals, vice admirals, and rear admirals of Marine headquarters came out of that training camp. I think it's a perfect place for you, Sengoku stated. I have high hopes for you. Blaze nodded his head. He knew Admiral Sengoku started to value his potential and devil fruit power ability. It's what he needs right now, strong support. Furthermore, Sengoku also needs strong Marine officers to maintain the peace of the world and stop rampaging pirates of the sea. Lately, the pressure on Marines is huge since various new, strong pirates arise to sail the sea every day. Most of them are influenced by Roger's words and want to find the One Piece while the remaining sail the seas for treasures and freedom. It's truly a great age of pirates. If Blaze wasn't wrong, Sengoku will soon ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral, succeeding current Fleet Admiral Kong. Right now, the Marine Admirals aren't Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino. They are just Vice Admirals now. If he's not mistaken, in another 3 years they too will be promoted to Admirals. You will be transferred to the training camp in a few days. So rest well for now. On the third day, a Marine officer came and informed him. Blaze then went to meet Garp, who led him to the Marine battleship. What he didn't expect is, Garp also boarded the ship along with him. Clearly, he was bored staying in headquarters and want to take some time off. Blaze shook his head. According to Garp, the training camp is located in the calm belt, which can only be sailed with Marine battleship lined with sea stones below them. The island should be similar to Amazon Lily and Rusukana where Luffy trained. Blaze thought. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. It took the battleship 1 day to reach the large, verdant island. From the distance, the island looked small with various camps and buildings. Blaze also noticed a large number of Marines training on the island. Once the battleship reached the island, he came down along with Garp and other recruits who were on the ship. Belize wasn't the only one sent to the training camp from headquarters. Just as they got off, Marine instructor Black Arm Zephyr came to welcome Garp. He wore an eyeglass and was clothed in a purple suit with a marine coat draped over his shoulders like a cape. Zephyr, long time no see. Garp, you look as carefree as always. Instructor Zephyr. Blaze went forward and gave him a respectful salute he deserved. He admired this person for producing so many powerful characters for Marines. One of the heroic and noble characters he has ever seen. Unlike in the One Piece film, Z, the Zephyr of now looked rather vigorous with trimmed hair and a stern look. He hasn't lost his arm yet. The current him is truly strong. Zephyr was taken back receiving a sudden salute from a person whom he hadn't met before. From Blaze, he sensed respect and admiration directed at him, which further perplexed him. Many people respect and admire him, but it's the first time he sensed such an intense one. He is. Zephyr asked Garp. Wahaha. He's the one Sengoku mentioned. How is he? Garp laughed. He's weak. Zephyr openly said, and it's the truth. If not for his devil fruit, many people can defeat him with ease as his physical power hasn't matured yet. Don't underestimate him, he has the potential to become admiral in the future. Garp reminded. Oh, let's test it then. Zephyr said and ordered recruits to wait in the nearest building. Then, he led Blaze and Garp to a training field located in the distance. Blaze's body steamed and his hands heated to blazing red. Applying his heat sense, he rushed forward and attacked Zephyr. He didn't hold back his abilities. As he knows only by showing his talent, he will gain the latter's favor ability. But Zephyr evaded the strikes with ease. It's within his expectation. Blaze didn't stop his attack. His hands rained a barrage of blazing fist endlessly against Zephyr, and suddenly, he blew a scorching heat beam from his mouth, forcing Zephyr to use Soro. As for Z, he was not that shocked since he heard about Blaze's devil fruit power from Sengoku. With a swift movement technique, he appeared before him and sent a kick. His moves were casual and without any power, so Blaze was easily able to predict his attack with his heat wave and dodge it by bouncing back. You can stop now. Your weak physical strength limits your devil fruit abilities. And, your combat techniques are also very clumsy with no style. You have to train from the basics. Blaze nodded his head in agreement as he knew his shortcoming well. What do you think of his devil fruit? Any idea? Garp asked. His devil fruit ability doesn't look anything different from heat fruit mentioned in the devil fruit encyclopedia. We don't have to dwell on the fruit name, I think it's quite a helpful fruit in combat. Zephyr explained. After an hour, Blaze, dressed in a low-ranking marine uniform, consisting of a white short-sleeved shirt and dark blue trousers, stood in the training ground. His shirt was emblazoned with the marine emblem. Not just him, every marine trainee, nearly 300 standing in the training ground, was decked in the same attire. All of them are new to the training camp like Blaze, picked from various areas of the sea. Zephyr glanced at them with a stern expression and spoke. Let me introduce myself first. I am Zephyr, a former admiral. I currently serve the Marines as instructor, training new Marine recruits like yourself. The duty of the Marines is to maintain a law and order throughout the world while eliminating any kind of existence that disrupts the peace of the world. In our cases, it's mostly pirates and some criminals. Carve my words in your heart, anyone in the world can run facing undefeatable opponents, but not us. If you do, countless innocent lives behind you will die. A Marine should never run, regardless of who your opponent is. Understood? Yes. All the recruits cried in unison. The word justice in our back carries more weight than you can imagine. You will understand it in the future as you sail the sea. Now, let's start with your training. Zephyr stated. The word justice differs from person to person. Blaze has seen various forms of justice in the One Piece series, Aokiji's lazy justice, Kizura's unclear justice, Sakazuki's thorough justice, Fujitora's humane justice, and so on. As for Blaze, he believes in the strongest justice. If he's the strongest, then it doesn't matter whether he's right or wrong, what he does becomes justice. A good example is the world government. It doesn't matter what they do, it becomes justice because they are the strongest group in the world. Just as Zephyr was explaining the training plan and what they have to do daily, a notification sounded in his ear, a new task has been triggered. When Blaze checked the interface, he was surprised because it wasn't just one but a series of tasks. Task 1, learn Marine's Rokushiki and become proficient in it. Time limit, 1 year. Reward, 2.0 Constitution plus 2.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1 free attribute point. Task 2, One Punch Man workout. Description, do 2000 push UPS, 2000 sit UPS, 2000 squats, and a 30 kilometers run daily for 750 days. Time, 750 days. It isn't mandatory to do the tasks daily, you can take a rest in between. Reward, 5.0 Constitution plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 3 free attribute points. Seeing this, his eyes widened. Damn, the rewards are too good this time, but I won't go bald like Saitama, right? I don't want to. Task 3, punches and kicks. Description, do 1000 punches and 1000 kicks daily facing the sun. Time, 1 year. Reward, 2.0 Constitution plus 2.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1 free attribute points. Blaze was happy the system released so many tasks, but if he follows the system plan he'd be exhausted to death, every day. Zephyr explained about various sessions that happen daily, from physical exercise, combat training, strategies to general knowledge class. Blaze didn't expect these many things to be taught in the training camp. I'm sure the following year is going to be hell for me. Next day, all the Marine recruits were called by the Marine officer early morning, even before the sunrise. None of them complained as they knew the cruelness of the world. Arriving at the training ground, they were told to run the kilometer-long training ground 20 times, meaning they have to complete a 20 km run. In fact, it's just a small distance in One Piece world, but the crux is, they have to finish the run in under 30 minutes. It's a little tough for ordinary recruits. Under Zephyr's watchful eyes, they began the training. Along with the others, Blaze also started to run. At first, everyone was energetic and ran at an even pace. But gradually the weaker ones start to slow down, while the stronger ones overhauled them and continue to run. After the 15th round, most of them slowed down and just trotted their way through. Fewer than 20 recruits maintained their speed and ran at the same pace. Blaze was also in the small group, but suddenly his eyes noticed a familiar figure in the group. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes and he checked again to confirm the person's identity. He's none other than Fergo. What is he doing here? Only then he remembered, according to the current timeline, it is indeed accurate. Blaze then tried to remember every detail concerning Fergo. Demon Bamboo Fergo was one of the 4 elite officers and the first to occupy the heart seat of the Don Quixote pirates under the codename Corazon. At age 26, he enlisted in the Marines under Doflamingo's orders. I didn't expect he would also enter the training camp. 1 year after becoming a Marine, he asked Sengoku to transfer him to G5. He then reached the rank of captain by the time Doflamingo took over Dressrosa, and eventually became a vice admiral. He did all this while keeping his true identity hidden from everyone outside of his affiliates. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He's truly a terrifying person. In the original work, Fergo was in Marine for 15 years and without a doubt, he's very strong. If I am not wrong, he already knows how to use Haki by now. I thought the training camp will be pretty boring, but with him, it's going to be fun. True, Fergo is strong, but he's in Marine training camp. If he reveals the real strength, it will blow his cover. It's his current weakness. Blaze smirked. He will serve as a good punching bag. Then he glanced at other Marine officers to find any familiar figures and noticed Jun and Shizo. Both of them looked very young, around 20, unlike in the series. In the original work, Jun was even considered for the admiral position, while Shizo was able to easily fight post-time skip Luffy. Meeting all these characters made Blaze excited. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued his training. First, he should increase his strength before trying to fight others. Aside from Fergo, he has the confidence to beat other recruits of the same year, but it would be a little challenging with his current strength. After running 20 rounds, they were asked to perform other body training like push UPS, sit UPS, squats, weightlifting, and many more. By the time they finished the training, breakfast time came. It was the only good thing in the training camp, as various kinds of highly nutritious meats were given. Just eating 2 large meat pieces, Blaze felt the exhaustion from the training fade away and once again re-energizing the physical body. His physique absorbed the energy from all the food he ate and strengthened his muscles, bones, and he even felt the change in his cellular level. After breakfast, they were once again ordered to arrive at the training ground. The next training session is combat assessment. Instructor Zephyr stood before them and explained the details. The next task is combat assessment. Since it's the first day, I have to assess your combat skills, strength, and standards before designing a combat method tailor-made for you. Just as Zephyr finished his speech, a few Marine officers came forward and told them to form a line. Then, all the recruits were asked to fight them. Unquestionably, the officers were quite strong, trained personally by instructor Zephyr. They began to test the recruits' combat strength by fighting against them. Blaze and Jun were able to fight the officer as equal and it was considered as good, but Fergo and Shizo was able to defeat the officers. After the assessment, the recruits were divided into 3 groups, Guard 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3 from strong to weak. Blaze was placed in Grade 1 along with Fergo, Shizo, Jun, and other recruits. All the 20 recruits in Grade 1 looked at each other memorizing the faces. Days passed by, everyday intense training followed to strengthen their physical body while they were beaten daily by stronger Marine officers. No one was an exception, even Blaze, Fergo, Jun were also included. 6 months passed by. Garp left the island just after a week they arrived and Blaze hadn't seen him ever since. Finishing his daily one-punch man workout in the training ground, he panted a little while sweat covered his face. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Next, he has to complete 1000 punches and kicks. At first, they were difficult to complete but gradually it became routine for him. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 14.8 Strength, 14.9, Speed, 14.7. Devil Fruit Potential, 14.7. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 0. His strength reached a bottleneck for quite few days, now he regrets not keeping some free attribute points. If he had, he could have easily got past this limit. In fact, he completed quite a number of tasks in this period of 6 months. For example, when he first challenged Fergo, Jun, Shizo, and other recruits. It's also how he got past the 10-bar limit. But lately, the system didn't issue him any tasks. So his strength ceased around the 15-bar limit. Aside from training his body, he also studied his Devil Fruit ability. He has a prenomination, his Devil Fruit powers will reach a new stage once he gets past the 20-bar limit. At that moment, Jun walked towards him finishing her daily training. They became friends since they are in the same grade and fight one another in the combat class. Not just Jun, Blaze was familiar with everyone in the same grade, even Fergo. In fact, Fergo is a kind of leader in their grade with his friendly and approachable character. Of course, it's just a facade and Blaze knew it very well. If he hadn't seen his true personality manipulative, insidious, and ruthless in the original series, he would have been deceived like others. He didn't unveil his true nature to others. Even if he did, no one would believe him without sufficient evidence. He too didn't care as his current priority is to improve his strength. If there comes an opportunity, he will take care of him in the future. Blaze, finished your daily training. Jun sat near him and wiped the sweat from her hourglass body. Her skin was smooth and charming, drenched in sweat. Yes, Blaze replied looking at Jun. She's young, beautiful, and above all, pretty strong. Even though she's a woman, her physical strength is a tad stronger than him. Blaze can only overwhelm her in terms of combat skills. Are you going to take that assessment? I heard it's pretty tough to kill the animals on that island. Jun asked. Yes, Blaze replied. The assessment Jun was talking about is hunting an animal by traveling to an extremely dangerous island which is situated few kilometers of their north. The island is similar to Rusukana, a prehistoric island that hosts many extinct animals. No weak animals live there. Even harmless-looking bunnies on the island are very strong and can overwhelm pirates below 50 million bounties. It was said some of the strong ones on the island are as powerful as headquarters vice admirals. With Blaze's current strength, he will be crushed with a single blow. The assessment is very simple, survive 2 days inside the island and kill a creature. It doesn't matter whether they are strong or not. The crux is, they have to carry the carcass to the shore. If a marine recruit was able to do that, instructor Zephyr will teach them Rokushiki. Of course, most of the island is under surveillance. If anything happens, they will be rescued before they lose their petty lives. Anyone can take part in the assessment but it's not compulsory. If you take part and pass the assessment you will get to learn Rokushiki. Blaze has to admit Zephyr's method of training is truly good. The assessment reward not only encourages stronger but also weaker ones. What about you? Blaze asked Jun. I will participate. I think everyone in our grade will join. Yes. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to survive and kill a creature. Blaze chuckled. Don't flatter me. In our group, only Fergo and Shizo can battle you on equal ground. Blaze shook his head and said, even so, I am very weak. Why do you want to become stronger? Jun asked, curious. She's been noticing Blaze from the start. He trains 2 times harder than others, he's talented with good combat skills but he still says he's weak. So that I can do whatever I want. Only the strong decide the rules in the world. Blaze replied but Jun didn't understand a single word. He shook his head. He's from the earth and his vision is quite different from ordinary people. Just thinking of meeting the legendary characters makes his blood boil in excitement. He wants to challenge all the strongest people and experience their power. He could tell his mentality changed as soon as he transmigrated as if he was born to battle. He isn't a battle maniac but the thrill of defeating the mightiest characters he just watched on the screen it's different and enjoyable. The day he met Garp he confirmed this point. And also, only by battling the stronger opponents, he can improve his strength fast. That's why after learning Rokushiki, he plans on leaving the training camp. Only in the seas, he can meet and fight stronger opponents. Though he seeks stronger opponents, Blaze wasn't a fool. He can't hope to defeat characters like Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and other strong characters with his current measly strength. Next day, nearly 100 Marine trainees stood in the open field decked in low-ranking Marine uniform and geared with a basic weapon of their choice, knife, sword, pistol, rifle, and so on. Standing at the front were Blaze, Fergo, Shizo, Jun, and others of the same grade. They were the most relaxed and confident group while the ones behind them were rather nervous. All of them had heard many things about the island from other senior recruits who went there a few months back. The creatures living on the island are scary and formidable with terrifying strength, while regular swords and bullets can't even penetrate their skin. What the older recruits are trying to say is, if they aren't careful, they might even lose their lives. This kind of talk can deter normal recruits, but against somebody like Blaze, it only invigorated him further. I have to commend you guys for your courage. Even after knowing the threat and the kind of creatures that roam that island, you lot have come forward. Your training is simple: survive and stay alive. Instructor Zephyr nodded his head in approval. Apart from instructing them in daily training, he didn't teach them much as he was concentrating on senior recruits. Even so, he found the current training recruits much pleasing to the eyes, especially trainees like Jun, Shizo, Blaze, Fergo, and few others. He's sure of the fact that with proper supervision and discipline, they will become splendid Marines in the future. He's waiting for them to enhance their physical strength. Once they reach the target, he will teach them Rokushiki. It's true most of the island has been closely monitored. At any moment of danger, a Marine officer will reach your location and protect you from danger. Even so, you won't be saved unless requested by yourself. A Marine officer came forward and explained a few rules that they have to follow once they reach the island. Soon, the 100 Marine recruits along with few Marine officers and Instructor Z reached the island in rowboats coated in seastone. Setting foot on the island, Blaze found the air here is so fresh and pure. The island looked quiet and serene as if what they heard from the senior recruits were nothing but hearsay. On the beach part of the area, a two-storied building with a Marine symbol was constructed and shielded by special wooden spikes. Blaze saw some strong Marine officers patrolling the sandy area of the island with an alert expression. He heard even Marines who trained their haki come here to practice it. All the recruits stood in the beach area staring at the densely grown forest before them. The tall and thick trees with several protruding branches blocked them from any kind of sounds that may have given them an impression about this place. Go, survive and stay alive, Instructor Zephyr said. Some eager ones dashed into the forest-covered region as soon as Zephyr finished his speech. Blaze, Jun, and others also followed suit. Since forming groups isn't allowed, all the recruits split up and sprinted in different directions. Even if one another meets inside the island, they have to part their ways after 5 minutes. Blaze sprinted for 15 minutes before meeting a strong creature that sneaks attacked him from a blind spot. With ultra-quick reflex, channeling his strength to his legs, he dodged the strike by leaping back. The attacker is a huge black tiger spread with yellow stripes. Unlike regular tiger, it had a shiny saber tooth and club-like tail as weapons. Its electric blue eyes looked threatening and wild. Growling, failing to kill its target in a single pounce, it circled Blaze looking for an opportunity, a weakness. Likewise, Blaze also scrutinized his assailant and calculated his next move. He figured the beast isn't a normal one from its attack. Its glittering claws are more than capable of ripping his flesh and heavily injure him. In the next moment, both the tiger and Blaze clashed. Blaze refrained from using his devil fruit powers so that he can enhance his combat ability. The tiger aimed to finish off the prey by sweeping its sharp claw at the target's neck. Blaze skillfully evaded the strike in midair by wheeling his body and threw a punch. Bang! His fist connected with the tiger's head, blasting it a few meters back. It hit the ground with a heavy thud, but in the next moment, it instinctually jumped back to its feet. Glaring at Blaze, it shook his head a few times before once again leaping at him. It didn't shrink back, even after knowing its prey is stronger than it thought and may lose its life in the process. It's how life on the island is like. In order to survive, they have to eat. If they want to eat, they have to kill. Otherwise, they will get killed. Undaunted by the fearlessness and wild nature exuded by the tiger, Blaze faced it head-on. He didn't rush to kill the tiger, as it's a perfect target to hone his skills. Licking his lips in excitement, Blaze pulled the sharp dagger stowed in his back. At a breakneck speed, he bridged the gap and slashed at the tiger. The tiger blocked his attack with its club tail. What astonished him is, upon contact a clang sound resounded. What a tough tail. Exerting a force on its tail, the tiger pushed Blaze back and leaped onto a nearby tree. Its shadowy form easily blended with the surroundings and disappeared from his view. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. It didn't diminish his vigilance but further enhanced it. He knew the tiger creature is finally showing its strength and the advantage it had in its own terrain. A rustle sounded around him. Something shifted from one tree to another in lightning fast speed, leaving behind nothing but yellow bolts. Out of nowhere, an attack came. Even though he remained vigilante, he couldn't react in time and something heavy rammed his back. The force of the attack jostled him forward. At that moment, Blaze skillfully stopped the momentum by flipping 2 times and steadied his steps. Utilizing the surplus force in his body, Blaze yelled and slashed the dagger at his back with his entire strength. SPHHHLT. The tiger stopped in its track and slowly limped to the ground lifelessly. The dagger in his right hand directly pierced its right eye and penetrated its brain. Blaze didn't celebrate his lucky victory. He doesn't have that luxury. Not wasting another second, he yanked the dagger out of the tiger's corpse and scurried away without looking back. In the next second, a huge bird descended from the sky and grabbed the tiger's corpse. But before it could take off, a green-scaled snake slithered out from the shadows of the tree, frightening the bird. It then pounced and twisted itself around the bird, immobilizing it to the ground. The bird struggled with everything it got, but everything is in vain and it soon succumbed to death. While the snake enjoyed its brunch, feathered bird and tiger, the silence once again occupied the area as if nothing transpired here. Blaze ran for a kilometer before relaxing his pace. It was really scary. The eerie breath he sensed when he killed the tiger, he won't mistake it. A creature, stronger than the tiger, laid in wait for him. If he remained there for another second, he would have been attacked. As he expected, this island is similar to Rusukana, if not more dangerous. If he explores any further inside, he may even perish even before he could call for help. Only after learning Haki, he can venture inside. Till then, it's best to wander across the outskirts. Wiping the blood trail from his mouth, Blaze checked the bruise on his back. The tiger smashed his back with its club tail, which injured his back heavily. If not for his Senju constitution, he couldn't have survived the strike without 1 or 2 broken bones. Now, a few hours is enough for him to heal completely, while consuming nutrient-rich meat will speed up the process. Blaze then wandered the forest searching for his next prey. The creatures on this island possess good instincts and terrifying combat strength. It's a good place to improve his combat ability. The next 2 days went by. Blaze encountered several creatures with varying strength. There were times he confronted some strong animals and had to flee for his life. He also met 2 marine recruits, but they parted ways after greeting one another. Today is the 3rd and last day of survival training. He had to admit, he enjoyed being on the island and fighting other animals. He learned many survival skills and watched fights between other animals. Overall, it's an exhilarating adventure for him. Blaze's carefree stay came to end when he met a 6-meter-tall ape covered in the golden mane and had 4 arms. It exuded a terrifying presence, enough to scare away other creatures in the vicinity. Its aloof eyes locked onto the chunk of meats roasting above the fire. Without a doubt, the luscious aroma of meat attracted the beast to Blaze. Noticing the ape's action, Blaze squinted his eyes. Fearless, he stood between the meat and blocked it from the creature's eyes. Roar. Provoked by his act, the ape let out an ear-splitting roar and lunged at him. Even before he could react, the ape's fist smashed his chest and sent him hurling backward. Blaze's figure destroyed a few trees on the way before hitting the ground. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he raised to his feet while clenching his chest in pain. What the foo *k? Why did such a strong beast come here? Blaze wondered with an incredulous expression. At the same time, in the monitoring room located in the sandy area of the beat, Zephyr saw the situation on the screen projected by a video transponder snail. He frowned while the other marine officers in the room also grimaced. It's the rumored 4-armed golden beast? Why did it appear in the outskirts? It's bad. Even vice admirals will have a hard time facing it. That recruit is done for. Instructor Zephyr, what should we do? We don't have an officer here capable of obstructing the beast. I will stop it myself. Instructor Zephyr said and flickered away from the monitoring room. On the other side, blasting away the annoying pest that stood between it and the mouth-watering meat dripping with grease, the golden ape approached the roasting steak. As for Blaze, the annoying pest, he was naturally ignored. But will Blaze do the same, and remain thankful to the beast? The answer is naturally no. How could he leave the meat he carefully prepared for himself to others? He seasoned it with various spices he gathered in the forest, and his hunger is also at the limit. He couldn't have anything in these 2 days because of the unfamiliar environment and lurking creatures which disturbed him from time to time without giving him any time to rest. The 4-armed ape's action thoroughly provoked him and infuriated him to the core. His anger soared to the sky. Unbothered by the consequence, Blaze charged forward and attacked. At that moment, the sound of the system rang in his mind. But he wasn't in a mood to check the notification. He has bigger things to worry about. Meat. His hand glowed, forming red vapor around it. Aiming at the ape, Blaze shouted mentally, "Heat beam." A scorching beam of high temperature struck the ape's face, which was inches away from savoring his steak. Boom. It's a beautiful golden mane charred to black, but the beast remains uninjured. And the attack thoroughly provoked it. In the monitoring room, the marine officers watched the confrontation with open mouth. At first, they breathed a sigh of relief observing the ape disregarding the trainee and concentrating on the food. When they believed the trainee would escape using this chance, he attacked the beast seething in rage. They all thought, "Brother, what are you being angry for? You should have been happy the beast ignored you." It's the first time for them to witness a fight for food. The concept thoroughly perplexed them. The 4-armed ape's eye turned fiery red, its rage tore open the sky. Roar. Hammering its chest, the ape jumped high and dropped straight at Blaze. 2 of its upper arms clenched into that of a fist and aimed at his head. Meanwhile, Blaze released high heat and coated his right arm with fiery filaments like heat armor. He blocked the beast's attack with his heat-clad arm, but he underestimated the 4-armed ape's strength and impervious defense. Boom. The impact caused his legs to sink into the solid ground while a meter-long crater formed around him. A booming shockwave blasted the air around them along with the dust and dirt. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The powerful force traveled from his arms to the body, causing him to split another mouthful of blood. It's too strong. His legs weakened and his entire figure nearly squashed to the ground. At the last second, Blaze opened his mouth and blew a hot breath aiming at the ape's eyes. Alarmed, the ape withdrew its hand and sprang back. Cold sweat drenched his back. If he hadn't reacted in time, the ape's arm would have mashed his body into blood and gore. Strangely, he laughed wildly. Even he didn't understand why he was laughing at the face of death. There was no fear in his heart, only excitement. Engaging such a strong opponent didn't deter him in any way, it only surged his fighting intent to another level. Ha ha ha, come. Yelling, Blaze raised his boiling arm to the sky and threw a punch at the ape. The strike pushed the ape a few steps back, scorching its mane, but it failed to inflict any injury. Blaze felt as if he was striking a steel plate. It's as if the golden ape practiced a tech-high skill and hardened its skin and muscles to another level. His heat manipulation reached another level after his devil fruit potential attribute neared 15. Even so, his attacks failed to injure the ape. From this, one can tell how strong the ape is. Nullifying the scorching arm, Blaze took out his dagger and set it ablaze with a wave of his hand. Soon, the entire dagger turned into a glowing red metal emitting high heat and gray smoke. At the same time, the four-armed ape also sensed an extreme threat from the weapon Blaze possessed. The actual battle between them had begun. Instructor Zephyr arrived at the scene within a minute but waited patiently without interfering. He wants to see how Blaze would fare against an opponent stronger than him. As his instructor, he requires to find the extent of his fruit abilities so that he can help Blaze better in the future. It would also give him an idea in which direction the devil fruit could be developed. The four-armed ape and Blaze clashed. The glowing red dagger strived to sever the creature's insides, but the ape's defense is too good, or to be precise, Blaze's dagger skills aren't that formidable. Otherwise, with the burning dagger, he could have easily cut the ape's tough defense. But his attack only left a burning, shallow cut wound on its skin. Blaze's heat sense captured every minute detail the ape made and conveyed it to his brain. But against overwhelming strength, all plans are just parlor tricks. One of the four-armed ape's arms seized Blaze from the ground and lifted him like a chicken. Its electric blue eyes looked into the latter's eyes, and with a quick spin, it flung him across the forest. The toss carried the ape's complete strength. The throw was so powerful, Blaze's figure transformed into a shooting star, and before tossing him, the ape's arm also squashed his body. The crushing strength cracked his skin and deformed his internal organs. His back smashed against countless trees and ruined everything in its trajectory. Blood dyed his entire body while some sharp branches penetrated his skin. Zephyr appeared next to Blaze and caught his sorry figure. He could have saved him before the ape could strike, but he wanted the latter to remember the near-death experience. Still, the ape shouldn't have hurt his student. It overstepped its boundary. Zephyr looked at Blaze, who lost his consciousness after he caught him, and then at the four-armed ape. The ape munching on the roasted meat happily suddenly shivered, as if it was eyed by a powerful predator. Turning his head, it scanned the vicinity and spotted Zephyr carrying Blaze in one hand. Letting out a false threatening roar, the ape took a step back, recalling a painful memory it once experienced. Scarm. Zephyr uttered the cold word, but the tone pressed the ape with oppressive pressure, frightening it to the core. Whimpering, the ape scurried away and vanished into the shadows of the forest. When Blaze opened his eyes again, he laid in an infirmary bed, and to his shock, he was bandaged like a mummy. Fortunately, they left his face bare. Hi, I was transferred back to the training island. When he tried to move, prickling pain spread throughout his body. Even so, it's somewhat bearable to him. He lost his consciousness only after Instructor Zephyr caught him, and he remembers everything clearly. That damn ape. I am going to beat it black and blue the next time we meet. Blaze silently muttered. Tearing away the bandage on the hands using his mouth, he then removed it from his legs. What he needs most now is, not rest but meat. Dragging his injured body out of the infirmary, Blaze then moved towards the cooking area. The air was fresh outside, and from the way sunlight directly hit his face, he knew it's around breakfast time. On the way, other recruits and officers scrutinized him with weird expressions because of his mummified appearance. Unbothered, he walked forward. Along the way, he checked the system interface in his mind. He remembered the notification and wanted to check what it's about. There was a change in his attributes, a joyous matter. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 15.1. Strength, 15.1. Speed, 15.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 15.2. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 0n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Task reward, defend against the type A creature the Golden Beast for a minute. Reward, plus 1.0 Constitution, plus 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential, plus 0.5 free attribute point. Status, complete. Do you want to collect the reward now, yes/no? A rich reward. Blaze silently thought and accepted it. Though he was injured heavily, he felt the strength coursing through his body. He broke past the 15-bar limit that hindered him for a month. The pleasant thing is, he broke the limit on his own. He didn't expect the system to release a last-minute task. Now, he can raise his attributes once again. After collecting the reward, his attributes changed. Constitution, 16.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 16.2. Examining his attributes, Blaze unknowingly reached the cafeteria where he met the other trainees of the same grade, Jun, Fergo, Shizo, and others. Blaze, when did you wake up? You were unconscious for an entire day, you know. Are you all right? Jun asked in a worried tone. Yeah, I'm fine. Blaze replied, taking a seat in their group. I heard you met the so-called golden beast which can even terrorize rear admirals. Why didn't I have such luck? Shizuo commented. Blaze can only shake his head at his comment. It's good that you are fine. You should taste the wild bear meat and seafood fried rice, they are delicious. That's strange, where's the fried rice? Fergo spoke. Fergo, there wasn't any fried rice today. A marine trainee facepalmed. Oh, that's right. Fergo nodded his head, unblushing. Fergo, why's there a fork bound on your cheeks? Blaze asked, intrigued by Fergo's rare moment of witlessness. Is there? Fergo continued to eat his food with a straight face while everyone laughed. How do you guys do in the 3-day survival training? Blaze asked. Aside from Fergo and Shizuo, none of us crossed the 3-day limit. I thought you would easily pass but didn't expect you would encounter a type A creature. You can only blame it on your luck. No worries. I gained a lot from fighting the creature. Blaze comforted himself. It's regrettable that he missed the chance to learn Rokushiki but he can't stop the inevitable. Having a satisfying breakfast, saying goodbye to Jun and others, he went to meet instructor Zephyr. First, he wants to thank him in person for rescuing him in time, and second, he needs to ask what's the alternative way to learn marine Rokushiki since he failed to survive for 3 days. Instructor Zephyr's office. Blaze thanked Z for saving him and asked, Zephyr-sensei, I want to learn Rokushiki. I knew I failed the survival training, please give me another chance to prove my strength. It's true, if he hadn't met the 4-armed ape he could have surely lasted for 3 days without any problem. Oh, why do you want to learn Rokushiki so badly? I saw senior recruits training in Rokushiki. If I learn them, I can enhance my devil fruit powers to another level. With that, I would have an easier time chasing pirates. Zephyr nodded his head. You don't have to prove anything. You fought bravely against the golden beast whose strength pairs with vice admirals. I will teach you Rokushiki from tomorrow. Thank you, Zephyr-sensei. Blaze returned a good military salute and left the office. Regarding this, Z smiled and shook his head. Next day, 25 submarine trainees gathered in the training ground, called by instructor Zephyr himself. Blaze was among them. He has an idea of why he gathered everyone, but he wasn't sure. Blaze, you went to meet Zephyr-sensei yesterday, did he notify anything? Shizuo asked while Blaze shook his head. I think it's about the survival activity we finished. Jun shared her thoughts. Let's wait and see. Another trainee from their group commented. All while, Fergo stood there without joining the conversation. After a few minutes, Zephyr came to the training field accompanied by 2 marine officers. It's been 6 months since you guys arrived at the training camp. All of you have trained well in these 6 months and utilized the time properly. I handpicked the 25 of you based on the talent, hard work, and courage exhibited by you all. It's time we move things forward. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. We will teach you Rokushiki, and after a month, you will be sent out of the training camp, and will be asked to hunt the pirates. Zephyr's unexpected speech stunned the trainees as they got comfortable with the peaceful days, forgetting the true horror of the world. Just training daily isn't a way to become strong. Zephyr knows this well. The 6-month time is for everyone to prepare themselves to face the cruel world. If they utilized this time well, they would survive, otherwise, die horribly in the hands of pirates. Some of you may already know, some may not. Let me explain in detail the fighting technique called Rokushiki. It's a special, superhuman martial art developed by the world government. Only Marines with sufficient merits can learn this art. But we decided to teach this technique to you all without any merits, considering the present situation of the sea and rampaging pirates. We aren't giving it away for free, we are just teaching you in advance so that you don't die early, facing pirates. Zephyr's words awoke some of the trainees. Some were excited thinking of learning the famous martial art of marine. Others were worried about facing the pirates. Rokushiki has several different styles. All of them are distinct from one another, centering on various physical parts. Most who learn Rokushiki tends to be specialized in one technique. Only a few trained all the styles to perfection. Let's start with Soru, commonly practiced by everyone and easy to master. Zephyr introduced Rokushiki. Blaze was excited listening to the method. He badly wants to learn Rokushiki because of its explosive strength and to complete the system task. Moreover, he was positive he can improve his devil fruit power with this technique. He wasn't bluffing when he said that to Z. The 1-month time limit pressed the marine trainees' hearts. In the first few days, Zephyr taught the different styles of Rokushiki and how they function. Past that, it's in their hands to learn them. Since Blaze already knew the styles of Rokushiki and how they work, he comprehended the techniques quite fast. Jun, Shizuo, Fergo, and even instructor Zephyr were quite shocked by his progress. They couldn't fathom how he understood the techniques in a few days. Of course, none of them knew Blaze was a previous resident of Earth and watched One Piece countless times, so he knows pretty well how Rokushiki functions. Once he became proficient in different styles of Rokushiki, a notification sounded in his head. Task: learn Marine's Rokushiki and become proficient in it. Time limit: 1 year. Status: complete. Reward: 2.0 Constitution plus 2.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1 free attribute point. Do you want to collect the reward now? Yes/no. Sweet. Blaze was overjoyed seeing the reward. With this, his strength will soar to a whole new level. Accepting the reward, he checked the interface. Name: Blaze Hunt. Occupation: Marine. Constitution, 18.2 Strength, 18.2, Speed, 18.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 18.3. Haki, none. Free Attribute Point, 1.5. He now has 1.5 free attribute points. He has a nagging feeling, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap once his attributes cross the 20 bar limit. He wasn't in a rush to use his free attribute points. He wants to save it for later. Lately, the system stopped issuing him daily tasks and menial missions such as daily push UPS, squats, and so on. It should be related to his strength reaching a certain limit. Anyhow, Blaze is happy with the system rewards and the missions released by it. One shouldn't be too greedy. Days passed, the 1-month limit neared. Only 3 days remain. Strangely, Virgo proposed a challenge to him on his own accord, today. Blaze doesn't know whether it's to test his devil fruit powers or because of this stunning growth. It doesn't matter to him, anyway. He was also interested in testing Virgo's combat strength. He happily accepted the challenge. Naturally, their fight attracted the entire training camp as the two of them are one of the best Marine recruits of this year. Even though Blaze hadn't revealed his devil fruit powers to others, somehow, everyone in the training camp learned he's a devil fruit user. He too wasn't bothered by it. Their fight became the topic of the island. Next day, Virgo and Blaze stood in a combat field, surrounded by nearly 200 people, Marine officers, recruits, and even the ones working on the island. Their fight grabbed attention, and instructor Zephyr's appearance was the best proof. Jun and Shizo supported him, even though they are friends with Virgo too. Nov, L, B /JNN. Blaze knew Virgo is strong. After all, he's one of Doflamingo's elite officers with a highly manipulative and insidious character. He doesn't show his true nature here as he keeps his true identity a secret. But it's a truth that he's a powerful, intelligent, and knowledgeable man. Furthermore, he's the type of person who's confident of his ability and thinks he's superior to others. If Blaze wasn't wrong, his strength is already close to Vice Admiral's. After all, he already knows how to use Haki. The good thing is, Virgo won't reveal his full strength, so as not to jeopardize his cover. Instructor Zephyr gestured with his hands to start, and the fight began. Blaze took the initiative and dashed forward with incredible speed. Virgo welcomed his punch with bare hands. It's a known fact in the camp that Virgo possesses an enviable physique with powerful explosive strength. Blaze's fist collided with Virgo, sending a powerful shockwave and swirling the wind around them. The onlooking Marines screamed in thrill. Oh, watching fighting between others is great entertainment to most. Virgo, your strength had improved from the last time we sparred. Blaze casually commented and threw another punch which Virgo blocked with ease. Yes, yours too. Virgo answered and countered with a punch. The two of them didn't utilize any fighting techniques, they just compared their strength with fists, a straightforward approach. After a few bouts of exchange, they gauged each other's strength and began to fight seriously. Blaze's attributes reached 18, if he's not wrong, his physical strength is close to headquarters Rear Admiral's. If he broke past the 20 bar limit, then his combat strength can even rival Rear Admiral's. With his current strength, fighting Virgo who's hiding his strength is a piece of cake for him. Both of them fought to a standstill for a minute and Blaze decided it's time to take the fight to another level. What he doesn't know is, Virgo was also shocked by his strength. He didn't expect Blaze's physical strength will advance to such a level in a few months. Will he be a threat to Daffy in the future? Virgo thought. He thought of killing him secretly but he soon rejected the notion as it's too risky and he wasn't confident in eliminating Blaze. There are too many variables. He knew Blaze is a devil fruit user who had abilities similar to Heat Fruit. It's also why Virgo challenged him. He wanted to find the devil fruit powers of Blaze and to what extent he can use them. Yes, he's gathering intelligence. And, Blaze satisfied his wish by exhibiting his devil fruit powers. In truth, his action has a deeper meaning. He wants the Marines to know his existence and his superior strength. Only by gaining others' respect and reverence, he can gain a solid foothold among the Marine ranks. If he wants to confront the world government in the future, he can't do it alone. He needs the power of Marines. Blaze wasn't a scheming person in nature, but he's a person with great vision. Sora, Blaze muttered. His figure disappeared and appeared behind Virgo, startling the onlookers. Even before Virgo could react, a punch slammed his back and sent him hurtling forward. The onlooking Marines couldn't believe, the all-powerful Virgo in their heart lost his advantage. Sure enough, you mastered Soro to such perfection, Virgo spoke and vanished from Blaze's sight. Let's compete to see whose Soro is better. A voice sounded behind his ear. Blaze's lips curved a little, and his figure vanished before Virgo could launch an attack. The Soro martial style allows the users to move at extremely high speed. The principle behind the move was to kick off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye. It's an explosive strength released from one's leg. The stronger the physique, the faster the users will be. In Virgo's case, he hadn't mastered the Soro yet. But, he compensated for the lack of mastery with brute strength. As for Blaze, he achieved slight mastery over the Soro style but unlike Virgo, his explosive strength stems from his devil fruit power. Every cell in his legs pumped high heat and pushed his speed to another level. No one aside from Instructor Zephyr noticed this, as his control over the heat manipulation reached another level. Virgo and Blaze's form flickered all over the combat field, agitating the viewers with another great zeal. At some point, the eyes of the recruits failed to catch the fighting figures. Oh my god! These two are monsters, their strength is close to rear admirals trained by Zephyr sensei. A senior recruit commented. How did they improve their strength so fast? It's inconceivable. Jun, Shizo, and other recruits familiar with Blaze and Fergo were the most shocked ones. Especially, Blaze, they didn't expect him to fight Fergo as equal. When did he become so strong? Jun mumbled. The memories of Blaze flashed in her eyes and how he worked twice harder than others. Without her knowing, he surpassed her. An inexplicable feeling arose from the innermost part of her soul, her heart kindled with the desire to get strong. Not just her, other recruits also resolved their heart watching the fight between them. At the spectator stand, a precious smile appeared on Instructor Zephyr's face. It's what he hoped from the fight between Blaze and Fergo, the two hadn't disappointed him. After a minute, Fergo's figure emerged some distance away from Blaze. He panted a little, as continuous use of Sora style drained him to a certain extent. As for Blaze, he looked rather relaxed as if he wasn't even fighting. Of course, he knew Fergo's faking his exhaustion as he's clear about Fergo's strength. Fergo wanted to force Blaze to use his devil fruit powers but he underestimated the latter's strength. He narrowed his eyes a little and he admitted defeat. If he showed any more of his strength, there's a possibility of his cover being blown. It's better to stop now. If there's a chance in the future, he will eliminate Blaze. Just as they ended the fight, Zephyr came forward and gave them rare praise. You two fought well and grasped the nature of Sora quite well. With repeated practice, your Sora will attain perfection. Work hard. 2 days later, all the Marine recruits, nearly 300 who came to the training camp, stood in the open field. Some were excited, some were nervous and others were hesitant. Today is the last day of the training camp. From tomorrow, they will be sent to the sea. The sea where innumerable pirates roam and death happen every second. A cruel world, indeed. Without the strength to protect themselves, all of them are nothing but ants. Instructor Zephyr came to send them off. From today on, you guys aren't recruits but Marines with character justice printed behind your back. You shouldn't betray it. After earning sufficient merit, anyone can come back here to learn Haki. Try your best to survive the merciless sea and come back. After that, Zephyr called some of the promising recruits and sent them off individually. Blaze was called too. You possess a devil fruit power, and I can tell, you improved it to a whole new level from the first time we met. But you shouldn't rely on your devil fruit excessively. Your individual strength is what matters the most. Now go and discover the world. And, do what your heart says. Thank you, Zephyr-sensei. I won't let you down. Blaze saluted and boarded the marine ship docked on the shore. The next day, Blaze along with Jun, Fergo, Shizo, and other recruits reached the marine ford. After staying on the secluded island for more than 7 months, Blaze finally came back. He's thrilled thinking of sailing the seas and meeting strong opponents. As soon as they arrived at the marine ford, shocking news reached their ears. It was talked about by all the marine officers present in the marine ford. 3 months back, a person climbed the Red Mountain, burned an entire city in Mary Geoise, and freed all the world Nobel slaves. It incurred the wrath of celestial dragons. They want all the slaves to be captured back and the person who freed them to be executed. They directly blamed and displayed their anger on Marines. Recently, most of the Marines in the headquarters were dispatched for this purpose and tasked to catch the slaves back. This statement angered Blaze. The slaves are also native people of this world. Why are they treated differently just because of the celestial dragon hoof mark? Where's the justice in this? If even the symbol of justice Marines fails to shelter them, then who will? Sure enough, only the strongest decide what's justice and what's not. The desire to become stronger burned more fiercely in his heart. Celestial dragons, they better don't provoke me. Otherwise, I will incinerate every last one of them to ashes. Blaze thought. Around evening, the Marine recruits were asked to assemble before the Marineford Tower. Fleet Admiral Kong came personally and spoke some encouraging words. After that, Admiral Sengoku and a few Marine officers took his place. Sengoku came forward, introduced himself, and began to speak about some major laws that all the Marines have to follow strictly. Past that, he explained the merit system and its values. For every nameless pirate or pirates with a bounty below 1 million they capture, they would get 1 merit point. If said in an easier way, a million would yield them 1 merit point. For example, capturing or killing a pirate with 25 million bounties will yield them 25 merits. Past 100 million bounty, the merit point differs from pirate to pirate. Using the merit system, they can raise in ranks, request certain privileges, buy devil fruits, weapons, learn Rokushiki, Haki, and various other perks. Hearing the merit system invigorated the recruits. Their eyes gleamed. Who wouldn't want to possess power, status, and authority higher than normal people? But will it be so easy? Definitely not. Blaze was sure of that, otherwise, Marine headquarters would have birthed many strong characters. Then, the recruits were assigned under Marine officers holding captain and above ranks. Except for Blaze, Fergo, Jun, Shizo, and few other Marine recruits who showed potential in training camp. Nov, L, B /JNN. All of them are the ones who learned Rokushiki in training camp. Without a doubt, Instructor Zephyr's evaluation was taken into account. Once the other recruits left the area, Sengoku once again spoke. You guys are the future pillars of Marine. Countless new pirates were emerging every day and we can't deal with every one of them with our limited strength. So, it's up to young Marines like you to stop the pirates. It's also why I didn't assign any ranks to the 25 of you. Because you will pick your own rank. Marines need strong officers, so I am going to conduct a small test to measure your strength, courage, and will. Speaking up to this point, Sengoku exuded a strong demeanor. For an entire month, you will act alone and hunt the pirates. You won't receive any sort of help from the Marines. You will act as a pirate hunter and wander the first half of the Grand Line, companionless. The number of pirates you either capture or kill this month will determine your Marine rank. Your process will be closely monitored by a secret unit. Make no mistake, they won't interfere with what you do. Likewise, they won't bother even if you are killed. Sengoku's words agitated the recruits. How will they hunt the entire pirate crew alone? It's absurd. Even Blaze was shocked a little. The others are not like him, possessing a system and strong devil fruit powers. With a slight mishap, they will lose their life. Not all the pirates are like Luffy, they won't show a hint of mercy. But none of them raised their opinions, affected by Sengoku's solemn bearing. At that moment, boisterous laughter came from a distance. Bwahahaha, you are scaring the brats, Sengoku. Garp approached the group from behind. Garp, what are you doing here? Sengoku asked with a twitch of his nose. Didn't I send him away? How did he smell the recruits are arriving today? What attracted Blaze's attention is the tall man accompanying Garp, future Admiral, now Vice Admiral, Kuzan. A cool type of guy, like his fruit ability. Blaze would always be amused by his character in the One Piece series. Seeing him in person, amused him further. Blaze brat, you look stronger than before, Garp commented, noticing his figure. Thank you, old man Garp. Blaze thanked by bowing his head. Hearing his statement, both Sengoku and Kuzan covered their mouth and tried their best to hold the laughter. Garp-san, when did you become an old man? Kuzan asked with a smile. This brat. Garp narrowed his eyes and his figure vanished. Before Blaze could use Sorrow, his head was hit by a fist of love. Blaze groaned, clutching his head. It really hurts. After giving them instructions, Admiral Sengoku dismissed them. As for Blaze, he followed Garp and spoke to Kuzan. Hello, you are Vice Admiral Kuzan, right? I heard you will be soon promoted to Admiral. Ah, you are? Kuzan asked, completely puzzled by Blaze's overly enthusiastic character. I'm Blaze, a Marine recruit. Can you duel with me? Blaze asked. He wanted to test whether his devil fruit is immune to ice-type powers. Kuzan, can't you accept his challenge? Garp asked, drawn by Blaze's idea. No, it's a bother. Why do I want to do that, Garp-san? Come on, Kuzan, he's a promising, young Marine. As a senior, can't you guide him for a short while? Garp persuaded but Kuzan rejected him, showing his lazy attitude. Like in the series, Kuzan had a lean, long build and stood nearly 10 feet tall. He was dressed in a white buttoned vest over a long-sleeved navy blue shirt. Aokiji noticed Blaze because of his devil fruit powers and also heard about the latter from Garp. As an ice devil fruit user, he's sensitive to hot things and he senses a blazing breath from Blaze. As if he's the Sunday cough, that's the truth. Pity, no one knows. Aren't you scared of wandering the sea alone? It's pretty tough, you know, surviving the sea, alone. Kuzan spoke. No, I think I am going to enjoy it. Blaze replied without thinking, getting a weird stare from Kuzan while Garp laughed. Blaze knew he's weak now, so his words may seem ridiculous to others, but that's what his heart feels. He's the type of person who wants to explore the sea and have a fight with all sorts of strong people. The only thing that stops him from doing what he wants is his lack of strength. Vice Admiral Kuzan, how do you see justice in your eyes? Blaze asked. Hearing his question, Kuzan's eyes shone for a moment before diminishing again. A nostalgic feeling rose in his heart. When he first joined Marines, he used to be like Blaze, fired up, passionate and curious. But now, he's lazy to care about such things. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I am lazy to answer such a troublesome question. Well, how do you see it? Kuzan asked, interested in how the latter would answer. There's no right or wrong in this world, only the strongest. In my case, I am the justice since I will ultimately become the strongest. Blaze replied, emitting a strange momentum unknown to himself. His words came from the depth of his heart. He firmly believes in himself and no one can sway his resolve. Kuzan was taken aback for a moment, hearing his answer. Blaze's words stirred something deep inside his heart and made him contemplate. Unlike Kuzan, Garp was stunned by the momentum emitted by Blaze. This brat possesses the aura of House Hoku Haki users. Will he awaken it in the future? Sengoku's in for it. The trouble he brings is going to be a headache for him. Bwahaha, brat, you are too young to utter such profound words. Grow up first. Garp kidded. Blaze didn't mind Garp's tease. Instead, he voiced his opinion about the test. I think the test arranged by Admiral Sengoku is a good one. It grants the young Marines like us a chance to temper ourselves and view the world as it is. Bwahaha, your words keep on amusing me. The first half of Grand Line won't pose a threat to you, but it will be a test to your heart. Traveling the world alone isn't easy. Don't die, brat, we will meet after a month. Leaving such words, Garp and Kuzan disappeared into the Marine Tower. The 25 recruits were granted 2 days off so that they prepare themselves mentally. Some were indignant that Admiral Sengoku didn't give them an option. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. They don't want to do this, but none of them had the guts to raise their voice against Sengoku and were forced to take on the test. 2 days later, saying his good wishes and goodbyes to Jun and others, Blaze set off from the headquarters with a small wooden boat and ample rations to support him for a week. Under the shocking eyes of Marine recruits, Blaze's back blasted a tremendous heat, thrusting the wooden boat forward. In no time, his figure vanished in the vast sea. Like him, the other recruits also left the headquarters one by one. If they remain strong and survive this month, they will meet again at the headquarters. After a few hours of sail, Blaze's log pose rocked a little and locked onto an island. Finally. Blaze was excited as it's going to be the first adventure in the outside world. One Piece world, here I come. It's been a year since he transmigrated to One Piece world. Unlike when he first arrived, he got stronger and grown for the better. His strength is insignificant among big shots, but it's more than enough to protect himself. His true journey starts from here onwards. Blaze checked his attribute panel. There wasn't much change to it, but name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 18.3 Strength, 18.3, Speed, 18.2. Devil Fruit Potential, 18.5. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 1.5. Unlike before, regular training fails to raise his attributes. He has a Senju bloodline, but to bring out its full potential he needs to improve his Constitution attribute. His Constitution attribute is directly related to his strength and speed. The only way to increase them quickly is via the system. It's true, basking in the sun enhances his physique, but it's a slow and gradual process that can't be accelerated using external means like training. He saves the free attribute point for later use, to break past the 20 bar limit. Currently, he has 2 tasks in the system task panel. Task, 1 Punch Man Workout. Description, do 2000 push UPS, 2000 sit UPS, 2000 squats, and a 30 kilometers run daily for 750 days. Time, 750 days. It isn't mandatory to fulfill the tasks daily, you can take rests in between. Reward, 5.0 Constitution plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 3 free attribute points. Task, punches and kicks. Description, do 1000 punches and 1000 kicks daily facing the sun. Time, 1 year. Reward, 2.0 Constitution plus 2.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1 free attribute points. It's been 7 months and a few days since the system released these 2 tasks. To complete the One Punch Man workout task, he needs another 1.5 years. As for the second one, he could finish it in another 5 months, then his strength will have another leap. I have a long way to become the strongest person in the world. Blaze mused while his heart throbbed in expectation. I hate Grand Line's weather. It's no wonder it earned the named Pirate's Graveyard. Blaze uttered as he walked on the sea. His feet emitted heat, keeping him just centimeters above sea level. Looking behind, he sighed. Behind him, a colossal cyclone reaching the sky could be seen, rampaging everything in its way. Should he hadn't abandoned his wooden boat, the storm would have pulled him in, too. He's strong, but against such a natural phenomenon, he's nothing but another common man. Of course, in the future, it would be a different matter. He has been traveling the sea for a day. A night has passed, but he still hasn't reached the island pointed by the log pose. Just as he was worried about the predicament, Blaze saw a vague outline in the distance. It's the island, he muttered. His figure turned into a blur as his legs emitted high heat. It was a normal-sized, coral island spread with vegetation. Around 15-20 ships were anchored some distance away from the shore because of pointy reefs that may damage the ship. A wooden bridge around a kilometer long could be seen extending from the island that serves as a pathway to the visitors. What caught his attention is, most of the ships docked about the island were pirate ships along with 1 or 2 merchant ships. It puzzled him. Even though pirates roam the seas, they would think twice before anchoring their ship on an island. There are chances that Marines may lay in wait to capture them in one fell swoop. But here, things look completely different. Is there no Marine base on this island? This entire place looks weird. Setting foot on the island, he didn't strike a conversation but observed the situation. After overhearing a few pirates' conversations, he got a general idea about this island. This island, named Little Reef, is famous among pirates, criminals, and bandits alike. There's only a single town on the island known as Outlaw Town. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The entire town seemed lively, spread with half-drunken pirates and bandits. There were numerous street shops, bars, restaurants, pleasure houses, and even casinos to entertain them. After filling his stomach in a nearby restaurant, he strolled the island to get a firm picture in his mind. He struck conversations with many and tried to get as much information as he can. After an hour, he got the general gist of it. This island is similar to Whiskey Peak, but it's ruled by an underworld people who had the backing of celestial dragons. It's also the reason why Marine overlooked the activities of this island. The outlaw town is used as a base to purchase the items pirates looted from others. For example, gold, expensive ornaments, treasure maps, unique objects, and even slaves can be sold at a good price. In exchange, the pirates can convert it to belly, buy weapons, information, and so on. It's a kind of black market that operates to collect gold and special things. Blaze didn't know there was such an island in One Piece world. What infuriated him is, the Marines definitely knew about the island but completely disregarded it and let it operate. A longtime resident of this town recommended Blaze to an auction house. It attracts a lot of buyers and takes place once per week. This week's auction is going to start in an hour. This auction is popular here as it holds the history of selling devil fruit once. Blaze snuck into the auction and attended it. Since Blaze was dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, he didn't arouse any suspicion. Otherwise, he couldn't have entered the auction house so easily. Blaze's reason for coming here was to check out the items sold by the auction house, and at the same time, he wants to try his luck. As a famous auction house, it attracts most of the infamous pirates visiting the town. If he'd wanted, he could burn the entire town to ashes. But he won't do that since he isn't strong enough to oppose the world government, and there's no guarantee the purge wouldn't affect the innocents. He isn't afraid of the world government, but he isn't a fool to offend them at his weakest. After an hour of waiting, the auction began. Like every other auction house, it started the bidding with ordinary items and ended the auction with a rare one. The auction went on for 2 hours, but Blaze just memorized the faces of pirates who brought things at a high price. The one who attracted his attention is Scourge Pirates commanded by Pirate Captain Barty. They are a notorious and raising pirate crew in the Grand Line who often appears in the newspaper. Recently, Blight followed wherever they went. Till now they have destroyed 4 towns and sunk 2 marines' ships. If they followed their course without any deviation, they would reach the Sabayati archipelago in another few days. Their total bounty reached 65 million berries, an imposing number to normal people. Their captain Brady the Scourge has a bounty of 52 million berry on his head. Their vice-captain Guy's bounty is 10 million while the rest of their crew bounty sums another 3 million berry. Brady is a devil fruit user, it's also why his bounty is high. He ate Noko Noko Mi, which allows the user to create and control poisonous mushroom spores. In the original series, it was non-canon type devil fruit eaten by Masaura, younger brother of Wapol. With Blaze's current strength, fighting the Scourge pirate crew could be a challenge, but that's what he was going to do exactly. He wants to test himself. The only advantage Blaze had over them is, the Noko Noko Mi devil fruit powers won't work against him, the heat ability user. The primary strength of Scourge pirates are Brady and Guys, both of them are battle-hardened veterans with amazing physical strength. As for the 35-something minions present in their crew, they are nothing to him. Blaze plan on commencing his pirate hunting operation by blazing the Scourge pirates to ashes. He has no intention of capturing them or showing mercy to this type of pirate crew. They destroyed towns, exterminated countless families, and captured the children as slaves just for money and sport. It stirred his sore spot. The memories of previous body owners as a slave flashed past his eyes and he involuntarily clenched his fist. Though the previous owner of the body is dead, the memories of the latter's father and mother influenced Blaze. The word slave seems to trigger something in me. It should be related to the hate accumulated by the previous body owner. The pirates killed his parents and captured him. Blaze inherited not only the previous body owner's memories but also the love of his father and mother. Blaze is an emotional person. He can't just simply discard the feelings as if they don't exist. But instead, he welcomed it. The Scourge pirates deserve a fate worse than death. And he will show them. The same day evening, the Scourge pirates left the little reef island as their log poles locked onto the next island. Filling their supplies, they set off. Blaze followed them by walking high in the air. After a few minutes, the island disappeared from his eyes as the pirate ship sailed the Grand Line. He then directly landed on their ship mast and listened to their conversation. From what we heard from the residents of Outlaw Town, we will reach the final island of the first half of Grand Line in another few days. It's worth celebrating, don't you think so, Captain? A pirate with a huge scar on his left side of the face spoke. Yes, we definitely need to party. The rest of the pirates also agreed with him. Only Brady and Guys remained stoic as if the bunch before them isn't their own crew. Brady's face even had a tinge of disdain in them. Clowns. He muttered inwardly while gulping a bottle of wine. He has no sense of comradeship towards them except Guys, as they are pretty weak in his eyes. He knew, with such weaklings he has no hope of crossing the red line and enter the new world. Once he reaches Sabayati, he will discard them and gather some strong underlings. At that moment a taunting voice reached his ear, startling everyone on the board to the core. Captain of the Scourge Pirates, Brady the Scourge, I think the bounty of 52 million berry is fairly high for you. Who? Brady shouted while the rest of the crew jumped to their feet and looked around them on high alert. But they were shocked to find a single figure hovering in the air. Hovering. They knew normal humans aren't capable of flight. Who is he? They all thought. Who are you? Brady asked. His posture relaxed, discerning the enemy is nothing but a single man. He isn't confident in his strength but he trusts his devil fruit ability very much. Undetectable to others, his pores released microscopic poisonous mushrooms into the air and covered the entire ship. A pirate hunter, Blaze replied while his heat sense detected the microscopic particles invading his body but soon burned to ashes under extreme heat. He smirked and kindly remained Brady, don't bother. Your devil fruit ability won't work on me. Today is the day of your death. Hearing his words, Brady's face turned ashen. He understood his foe came prepared. And before he could react, Blaze's body boiled to an uncontrollable degree and released extreme heat. The high heat affected the surroundings and the entire ship below him caught on fire. What's happening? The pirates on the ship panicked and jumped onto the sea. He's a devil user. I don't understand. Why did such a strong person target us? His devil fruit powers completely suppress our captain's ability? Shit. Even the sea is evaporating. The pirates were filled with fear confronting someone countless times above their caliber. Only 3 people remained on the burning ship. Brady and Guys were able to remain on the ship because Blaze controlled his heat so that he could have a good fight. Sorrow. Blaze uttered and his figure vanished, alerting Guys and Brady. And before the two could react, his figure reappeared behind Guys. Blaze threw a simple punch. A blazing heat compressed in a straight line pierced Guys and created a fist-sized hole in his body. Guys looked down to find a gaping hole just below his chest, where his heart thumped a moment ago. Now, it's gone. Meanwhile, thread-like blood fumes vaporized insides were expelled from the wound. Gazing at Brady, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even in death, he couldn't perceive how he died. His death didn't deter Brady in any way. He stood like a rock staring at Blaze, without averting his gaze. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Brady knew he lost the only advantage, his devil fruit ability against his enemy. Burning ship with no solid footing, limited space, nothing's in his favor. But he won't go down without a fight. Blaze uttered, "Come. Fight if you want to survive." Brady coldly looked at Blaze and dashed forward. Pink energy surged from his body and wrapped his arm, firing rapid purple bullets at him. In response, Blaze waved his hand and a fiery red spherical orb originated from him. It covered everything with a 1-meter radius, vaporizing the attacks shot at him. As for Brady, he created 6 clones using his devil fruit ability. Blaze couldn't distinguish which is the real one. Parlor tricks. Blaze muttered and concentrated his devil fruit powers. A scorching shockwave erupted from him and spread in every direction. It's his new attack, Extinction Wave. The extreme heat obliterated everything in its path, destroying the half-burned ship and leaving nothing but countless debris scattered in the sea. It also incinerated Brady's clones and burned his real body. Thrown in the sea, Brady's body weakened, losing his devil fruit power. His body also had several burnt marks while smoke radiated from them. Lucky for him, the sea saved him from completely burned to crisp. Otherwise, he would have been long dead. Brady supported his body from submerging into the sea with the help of a half-burnt wooden plank. "We have nothing against each other. Why do you hellbent on destroying us with no chances of survival?" Brady asked, gasping for breath. He couldn't understand the reason. The surviving crewmates also looked at Blaze, waiting for his answer. Blaze hovered in midair, gazing at the wretched pirates without an ounce of pity. "There's no reason. I just find your pirate crew unpleasant to the eyes. I hope the answer satisfied your curiosity." Answering the question, Blaze stretched his right hand and shot a compressed heat at Brady, burning him alive. He increased the temperature slowly so that he would have a good time. Looking at the horrifying scene of their captain being melted alive, the pirates were scared out of their wits. Demon, he's definitely a sea demon. All of them swam at high speed and flew in different directions, hoping to get away from Blaze before the latter could target them. Blaze didn't bother about the scattered weaklings as they can't escape from him in the open sea. He isn't going to spare any of them. Burning Brady to ashes, Blaze closed his eyes and released his heat sense, which spread in every direction. His current range is only 500 meters, but it's more than enough to take care of the weaklings. His senses soon locked onto every one of the surviving pirates. In front of him, countless bullets made of extreme heat actualized. Targeting the running pirates, Blaze fired the bullets with his thought. All of them pierced the pirates' heads, eliminating them in one move. Just like that, the Scourge pirates, who had a total bounty of 65 million berries, were annihilated from the faces of the world. At that moment, the system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Marine reward panel unlocked. Destroyed Scourge pirate Captain Brady and his crew. Reward, 0.5 Constitution plus 0.5 Devil Fruit potential. What? Blaze was startled for a moment. It means destroying the pirates also yield reward from the system. Is 0.5 final or it differ based on the pirate bounty? Blaze then checked his attribute panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 18.8 Strength, 18.9, Speed, 18.8. Devil Fruit Potential, 19.0. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 1.5. Wonderful, I am just 1 point away from breaking past the 20 bar limit. Blaze mused happily. Gazing at his current free attributes, he has the sudden urge to raise his Devil Fruit Potential point to 20. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He won't mistake the feeling. He was sure that raising the attribute to 20 will further unlock his Devil Fruit powers. After pondering for a moment, Blaze used 1 free attribute points on the Devil Fruit Potential attribute and directly increased it to 20. As soon as he did that, a qualitative change happened deep in his body. From the outside, there was no change, but he could feel it. He couldn't describe it in words. It's like something confining him till now has been broken. From deep within him, an explosive power erupted. Blaze's entire body shined in golden energy while dark orange heat originated from within him and expanded for half a kilometer. The sea below him boiled and turned bright red under extreme heat. The temperature of the heat released by Blaze, at the moment, is at least a few times powerful than the previous heat temperature. In no time, the dark orange heat wave transformed into a reddish-orange flame. With him as the center, the entire sea burned. Around half a kilometer, there was nothing but flames. Make no mistake, Blaze wasn't generating the flames, nor he has the ability, but under extreme heat, the heatwave's appearance resembles fire. In fact, the word fire shouldn't be used here because it's not even fire, but superior heat manipulation. The change in density and raise in temperature is the reason for this change. Blaze, who was feeling the changes in his body, slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the flame expanse before him. With a slight chuckle, he restrained his devil fruit power. The flames around him vanished. Only then it struck him, he was floating in the air and left with no boat to sail. It looks like I have to run the entire way, again. Blaze sighed while taking out his log pose. Thankfully, his log pose locked onto the next island before he left the outlaw town. Just as he prepared to leave, an elderly voice entered his ears. Boy, come this way. Who? Blaze looked around startled but failed to spot another soul. He was sure the voice came from the northeast direction but there was no one as far as his eyes could see. It bewildered him and at the same time, terrified him a little. What soothed him is, he didn't sense any kind of maliciousness in the voice. The voice had nothing but calmness. The other party piqued his interest since there's no danger he has no reason to be afraid. Blaze shot towards the direction the voice came. At first, he thought he would meet the other party in another 1 or 2 kilometers but he failed to see anyone. He traveled for nearly 10 kilometers before seeing a region surrounded by fumes, in the middle of the sea. Don't tell me, the owner of the voice is staying inside the fumes? But how can he communicate with someone 10 kilometers away from him? Is it related to his devil fruit? Blaze thought and moved forward. High temperature assaulted him once he neared the island. What startled him is, the further he traveled the greater the temperature became. Blaze is an exception. If it was any other person in his place, they won't survive as the temperature reached an unbearable level. Once he entered the fume-covered region, he saw an island spread with volcanic mountains and lava rivers covered most of the island. The extreme heat on the island didn't affect Blaze in any way as he's immune to heat. Even so, he couldn't visualize how someone could live here. At that moment, an elderly man with a hunchback figure appeared before his eyes. He looked thin, feeble with shaky hands carrying a metal stick for support. What the fuck? Blaze uttered in his heart as he didn't expect to meet a dying old man here. Old man, are you the one who called me? Blaze asked, gulping a little. The old man seemed ordinary at a glance but a formless pressure from the latter made him think otherwise. Yes, follow me. The old man softly uttered and turned around. Blaze followed and scrutinized the surrounding. Temperature apart, the ash here is so dense, toxic, and will suffocate an ordinary person to death. The entire island is dotted with small volcanoes while a supermassive volcano dominates at the center of the island. As they walked, the old man spoke. Young man, are you a marine? Yes, Blaze replied as he had no reason to hide his identity. Furthermore, his instinct tells him lying would do him no good. A marine in undercover, huh? The old man muttered. No, I'm not an undercover marine. I am just a marine recruit sent out of the headquarters to complete a test hunting pirate cruise without marines' assistance. The total bounty of pirates I either kill or capture determine my rank. Blaze stated. Oh, interesting. It seems like the marines of now have improved. A change is needed. After all, it's a great age of pirates. To stop the innocents from getting hurt, the marines require strong officers. You look young, but your words are like someone who witnessed countless histories. Strange. The old man spoke while Blaze remained quiet. The reason I called you here is because of your devil fruit ability. It surprises me. Did you eat some kind of heat-based or temperature-based fruit? Yes. The devil fruit I ate grants me the ability to control and manipulate heat however I want, but it's more than that. I haven't fully grasped my abilities yet. Blaze answered. Amen. I can see that. Chatting they reached the massive mountain located at the island center. At the foot of the mountain, he saw a large man-made cave with basic amenities. The old man didn't enter the cave but perched himself on the small seating stone placed outside it. As for Blaze, he directly sat on the black soils without any tinge of dislike. I can tell you are super strong but I can't feel your depth. I have met some strong people, but no one can come near you. Blaze told what's in his heart. Blaze wasn't bragging, it's the truth. He has met Sengoku, Garp, Kuzan, Zephyr, but none of them had the aura exuded by the old man before him. It's a strange aura as if none in the world can oppose him. The old man restrained it well, but Blaze somehow felt it. Ho ho ho, what are you saying? I am just an old man counting my death days. The old man brushed off his comment but he stroked his long white goatee with a satisfied expression. It's like he was waiting for Blaze's praise and purposely leaked his aura. And so, the old man finally showed his true colors. Young man, I can see it, you possess a unique ability Heart of Strong. The time when I roamed the seas, it's considered the most fearsome ability. Hearing his words, Blaze's face flushed a little and he replied by scratching his head. I don't think I am as strong as you claim. I have a long way to go. True. Your heart is pure and innocent right now, but it won't always be. Your experience, choices, and what you see with your eyes may affect them in the future. So crave my words clearly, boy, things happen in life, but don't let them influence your goal. You own an outstanding gift, don't lose it. The old man solemnly stated. Nov. L.B//JNN. Blaze kept the words to his heart as he knew they are precious. Why did such an unusual young man like yourself join the Marines and become the world government's lapdog? The old man asked, looking nonchalant. I'm under nobody's command. I am being me. As for why joining the Marines, there's no particular reason. In the pursuit of becoming strong, I want to protect what's left in the world. And, I know I can't do it alone, so I choose the Marines. Once I become strong, I will surely break the Marines from world government control and make it independent. Ho ho ho, a nice goal you have there. You're going to have a hard time achieving your goal. The world government isn't as simple as they seem from the outside. I know, you know. Amen. There are countless mighty peoples in the world and yet, none can usurp the world government from its throne, an unconcealed proof of their strength. Hearing his words, the old man laughed. Ho ho ho, you keep on surprising me, boy. What's your name? Blaze, Blaze Hunt. Good name. Blaze, I think we were predestined to meet today, don't you think so? I don't know, old man. What's your name? My name is Black D. Magnus. I'm pretty sure my name's foreign to you as the world government destroyed whatever traces left of me and made sure no one discovers our history. It looks like you did something that threatened the world government. Ha ha ha, you can say so. I am not the first and I won't be the last. Most of the pirates who reach the end of their adventure will eventually have to confront the world government. Even if you don't, they will come looking for you in the name of cleansing the world or something like maintaining world peace. What a load of bullshit. When his speech reached this point, the temperature around the island rose uncontrollably, affecting the surrounding. The temperature is at least a few times stronger than what Blaze can unleash with his fruit abilities. It's not the end. Aside from the temperature, an overpowering pressure erupted from the old man affecting Blaze. The sudden change frightened him a little. Facing the intense pressure, a feeling of powerlessness and dizziness overcame him. At that moment, a mysterious power exploded from his own body as if they were provoked by something and confronted the pressure released by the old man. The two forces, one red and one golden, clashed in midair, splitting the air and wrecking everything in its path. It shocked Blaze. It's the clash of House Hoku Haki. That means I awakened my House Hoku Haki. Oh my god, when did I awaken it? Who is this, old man? What is his story? Blaze wondered, gazing at the two clashing forces. At that moment, the old man suddenly retrieved his haki and the temperature too returned to normal. Looking at the smiling old man, Blaze asked, Old man Magnus, did you do it intentionally? Furthermore, you also ate devil fruit related to temperature. I just triggered the House Hoku Haki slumbering within you, nothing much. As for the devil fruit, yes, I ate the Mara Mara no Mi fire fruit when I was younger. Mara Mara no Mi, the powerful Logia fruit described in Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. A fruit that's capable of mass destruction. Blaze uttered. No wonder, there isn't Mara Mara no Mi user in the current timeline since it was eaten by old man Magnus long ago. Could it be only after he died, Ace found the fruit? What a coincidence. Blaze mused. I personally think your devil fruit is far stronger than mine. It's different from hot fruit, heat fruit, temperature fruit that I have seen. It should be some kind of rare devil fruit that's never been eaten by others. Can you demonstrate your devil fruit powers for me? Old man Magnus asked. Sure, Blaze said and displayed his supreme heat manipulation which had a red-orange flame-like appearance. Fascinating. Your ability isn't fire but pure heat that seems like fire. It has a temperature of the normal flame, but with repeated usage, you can raise the temperature higher. Look at my flame, it may give you an idea. Old man Magnus said. A bluish flame materialized and swirled around his form. How to say this? In Blaze's eyes, the flame looked beautiful and captivating to behold. It lacked the natural ferociousness of fire, but the temperature exuded by it countless times stronger than your average flame. What amazed him is, the old man neither stretched his hands nor commanded anything but the flames naturally materialized with just his thought. Meaning, he awakened his devil fruit power. After all, awakening a Logia devil fruit is countless times harder than paramecia. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Who are you, old man? Blaze asked, completely piqued. Ho ho ho, I'm just your ordinary old man who once roamed the seas. Around which time did you sail the sea? It's been 60 years, I forgot many things. I was a pirate for around 30 years, I think it was around 1420 to 1450. Old man Magnus replied, reminiscing his past. It means, you are over 100 years old. Blaze asked, somewhat shocked. He knew the average lifespan in One Piece world is 140 but it was his first time meeting someone so old. Yes, I am around 115 years old. If nothing goes awry, I can live for another 5 or 6 years. Old man, can you teach me haki? Blaze suddenly asked. If the old man taught him, he's sure his haki will improve faster. I don't mind teaching you, but you are too green and lack experience. Roam the sea for another 1 or 2 years, then come back I will teach you. Old man Magnus didn't decline Blaze's request but set a condition. Blaze understood. If his understanding of haki isn't wrong, it's a supreme chi present in all living creatures but needs further practice to master them. But one's fighting spirit, resolve, and willpower determine how strong one haki can become. Okay then. After that, Blaze chatted with the old man Magnus and learned many things from him. The latter even gave him pointers regarding the devil fruit abilities he developed. Conversing with him really opened his eyes. When Blaze asked why he was living here alone, the old man said it's related to his crewmates and his promise to them. Even though he lives alone here, he occasionally visits the nearby islands to buy things and learn what's happening in the world. Blaze asked, then, do you know about Pirate King Gold Roger? He conquered the whole Grand Line and even reached the final island. MN. I know. Pity, he was born too early. Old man Magnus shook his head but he didn't mention the reason. He's the best proof the times are shifting, and a new dawn will eventually be born. Resting on the island for a night, Blaze departed the next day after saying goodbye to old man Magnus. Meeting him was a kind of fortune to Blaze. He learned so many things from him, and some of the latter's experiences inspired him further to become strong. A wider world is waiting for him to explore, and only with strength, he can savor them and experience blood-arousing battles. Old Man Magnus stood at the island shore and stared at Blaze's black with a complex expression. Is it fate? If it's not, then what is? It seems like we were predestined to meet. Only time will tell. Blaze traveled in the direction pointed by his log pose. He hopes at least the next island would be a normal one. He then checked his system interface. There was no change in the attribute section, but new tasks had popped up in the task section. Task: Learn Haki Basics Kanbunshoko plus Bisashoko. Time limit: 2 years. Reward: 10.0 Haki points plus 2.0 free attribute points. Task: Completely Master House Hoku no Haki. Time limit: 2 years. Status: Half Awakened. Reward: 5.0 Constitution plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 5.0 Haki points plus 5.0 free attribute points. Wow, what generous rewards. Blaze can't help but get excited. Once he masters Haki, he can fearlessly go and challenge some strong people. And he knows well enough, only by fighting strong people he can improve himself. After a few hours of continuous sprinting, Blaze finally saw a vague outline of a star-shaped island. Isn't it the Boyne Archipelago? When he neared the island, he got a clear view, which is a series of flower-shaped islands. Stomach Baron is the name of this large flower-shaped plant. It's home to various gigantic bugs and vicious man-eating plants. Usopp was sent to one of these islands by Bartholomew Kuma during the events of the Sabayati Archipelago and spent 2 years on the island honing his skills. It is said that anyone who enters this island has no chance of leaving it again, though both Usopp and Heracles managed the feat. Of course, to someone like Blaze, this island holds little to no threat. What attracts him is the numerous naturally made foods such as ramen, ham fruits, chocolate rocks, delicious fruits, etc. Licking his lips, he rushed forward and landed on the island. As soon as he landed, a sun-shaped flower plant attempted to eat him but was incinerated to ash by the heat released from his body. Marching forward, Blaze met different kinds of animals and carnivorous plants. As a man who transmigrated from the earth, he was fascinated by these things. It's only because he was strong; if not, he can only run like Usopp. Making use of the environment, he experimented with his newfound devil fruit abilities. Heat Smash golden-colored fist actualized purely out of extreme temperature. Bang! With a slight motion from his hand, the phantom fist blasted through the hard shell of the giant beetle and pulverized it entirely. Only blood and gore remained of the beetle. Ray of the sun. Orange-red glow surged from his hand and beamed in a straight line, melting everything in its way. Energy shock. Blaze's favorite skill. A golden spherical bubble coated around his fist similar to Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi power. Boom. With a punch, it released a monstrous heat wave that destroyed everything within 200 to 300 meters, leaving behind nothing but a devastating, scorched trail. 3 attacks, he nearly destroyed the entire Stomach Baron, and that too within a minute of his arrival. His skills may look flashy, but it needs further development. The heat released by his Devil Fruit ability is slightly weaker than normal flames. It won't be as effective against people with monstrous physical traits. It's because his Devil Fruit potential attribute has just reached 20. Once he further improves them, the temperature of his heat will raise further to a shocking degree. After all, what he ate is sun fruit. He has a long way to go to bring out the true power of his Devil Fruit. At that moment, the man-eating plants in the distance swayed and a human dressed in beetle-styled armor appeared before his eyes. He had a round-shaped body with relatively thin arms and legs. He's none other than Heracles, champion of the Gliston and Usopp's sensei. His costume resembled a hero with a mask that covers his face, a mantle, and a purple cape. Hello, I am Heracles. Please don't destroy any more of the plants, otherwise, the big one will get angry, Heracles stated while looking at the scorched ground. Oh, sorry. I'm Blaze. Nice to meet you. Blaze introduced himself with a smile. What kind of devil fruit did you eat, Blaze? Your powers are scary. It's nothing. By the way, I read this island hosts a whole lot of delicious fruit. Can you take me there? Blaze asked with a drooling expression. Follow me, Blaze. It's surprising that you even know about this island's specialties. Are you resident of this island, Heracles? No. My hometown is in South Blue. I came here a few years ago and decided to live here, Heracles replied. Chatting, they soon reached the food-filled region. Oh, Blaze's eyes sparkled gazing at all the naturally made foods. Without wasting a second, he began to gorge on whatever his eyes saw. The place had all kinds of delicacies that one can only taste in their dreams. Observing him devouring the food blindly, Heracles warned. Blaze, you can't just keep on eating the foods. You have to do something to burn the fat content, otherwise, it will increase your body weight. Don't worry. The foods here can't affect my body, Blaze said. It's true. His body is the sun, so whatever he eats will be refined in minutes and converted to energies. After a few minutes, the ground trembled and the entire island seems to be shaking. Heracles shouted, Blaze, hold on to something. It's starting? A huge maw filled with sharp teeth opened about the center of the island and the petal-shaped pieces slowly rose from the ground. All the high-weight animals and the ones without any footing lost their grips and plummeted into the huge mouth. In a matter of seconds, the petals closed completely, blocking every bit of light. Darkness enveloped them. As for Blaze, he hovered in midair completely provoked. This stomach baron disturbed his mealtime. What further incited him is, most of the foods also vanished into the huge stomach as they were at the center. Blaze's body boiled while intense heat spread the island. Noticing the anomaly, Heracles asked, Blaze N, what are you doing? N/O/vel/B/N.C//om. How dare it interrupt my meal? Blaze replied while a blazing firestorm circled his body. Hearing the words, Heracles nearly rolled his eyes. You were eating the food produced by the Baron, how can you complain when it takes them back? Blaze directly attacked. The firestorm surging around him took the form of a fist and blasted towards the huge mouth. The previous dark atmosphere glowed bright red. A dense column of red-orange fire that seemed like a raging inferno ignited the huge maw. Since the stomach baron kept its mouth open, the column of fire burned its inside and then bang, the intense heat exploded once it hit something solid. Shriek K. Followed by a loud screech, the entire archipelago quaked intensely for a few seconds, swaying left and right. I will forgive you this time, if it happens again, I will burn you to ashes. Blaze snorted. Soon, the petals opened on their own and the island returned to normal. The only difference is the center of the island, it was charred completely with purple blood gushing from the surface. Who are you, Blaze N? You are definitely not an ordinary person possessing such a heaven-defying strength. A week passed since he arrived at Boyne Archipelago. Blaze was enjoying his time here, training, eating, and sleeping. The stomach baron didn't disturb him again, it remained still without closing its petals. The foods on the island helped him a big time. It increased his constitution attribute by nearly 0.8 points. Blaze then used his remaining 0.5 free attribute points on the constitution attribute, raising it past the 20 bar limit. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 20.1. Strength, 20.1. Speed, 20.0. Devil Fruit Potential, 20.1. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 0. Now, both his attributes now broke through the 20 bar limit. The major change came from his constitution. His body now brims with overflowing vitality and strength. Nov, L, B /JNN. His stamina, endurance, and physical abilities have been greatly enhanced. It also elevated his command over the devil fruit powers. Blaze decided to leave the island today. In a week, Heracles became his good friend. From him, he learned several fascinating things about rare plants and fruits. After tasting every food on the stomach baron, he lost interest in them. Furthermore, it's time for him to move on. After all, the number of pirates he hunts this month determines his marine rank. Higher the rank, the greater the freedom. He certainly doesn't plan on working under another officer. Also, the system rewards him with attribute points for either capturing or killing the pirates. An easy way to improve his strength. Blaze N, here. I think this will help you to reach the next island. Heracles said and gave him an eternal log pose. Letters Fishman Island was carved in it. Following this course, you can reach Sabayati. How did you get this, Heracles N? Blaze asked, adding N to the words like his friend. Occasionally some pirates, bandits, or thieves turn up here. Most of them won't survive here for a day. If they are good ones I will lend a hand, if not, I will ignore them. I acquired this item from a pirate, a bad one. Good job, I will come back and visit you when I have free time. It's a nice place to enjoy a vacation. Blaze stated and jumped onto a small raft. This raft was made by him by gathering different items on the island. It had a weird blaster connected behind the boat, similar to Ace's striker raft. Blaze made it with his own knowledge and available materials, so it's clumsy. Using too much of his devil fruit power will destroy it, but with perfect control, it will do the job and carry him to Sabayati. Saying goodbye to Heracles, Blaze transferred the heat to the engine nozzle, which in turn propelled the raft forward. In a second, he disappeared from Heracles' view. After half a day of riding, he reached the Sabayati archipelago as the raft was guided by his devil fruit powers. What greeted him is huge mangroves spread with floating spherical bubbles. These mangrove trees are really huge, Blaze mused. With a few seconds gap, new bubbles sprouted from the ground. Docking his small raft, he jumped onto land and looked around while the number 37 written on the huge tree attracted his attention. Isn't between 30 to 39 where the Sabayati Park is located? Blaze knew this place is filled with bubble-based devices and amusement parks, but he wasn't interested in them. He directly walked towards the lawless area 1 to 29. Fortunately, his sense of direction isn't as dense as Zoro, so he easily arrived at the location following the numbers. The restaurants are the simplest way to gather intel about the recently arrived infamous pirates. After probing a local resident, Blaze arrived at Grove 8 where a famous restaurant is located. This particular restaurant is famous among pirates, bounty hunters, and slave traders. Ordering a jug of wine, he occupied a table at the center and listened to the drunk men's babbles. In a matter of a few minutes, he gathered some valuable intel. Due to Fisher Tiger freeing the slaves, the Sabayati is in constant unrest recently. Though it's been nearly 3 months since it happened, the Sabayati is still affected. High-ranking marine officers frequently visit the island in search of escaped slaves. Still, it didn't obstruct the pirates in any way from visiting this island. The only thing that has to be taken into account is the world nobles and their regular visit. To make up the lost slaves, the celestial dragons come here to either capture or buy new slaves. One had to be careful roaming the street as there's a possibility they will run into them. But will Blaze worry about this? No. It's the world nobles that have to be mindful and refrain from provoking him. He may not be powerful enough to confront the admirals, but he's more than capable of running away from one as he's just a single person. Aside from this, Blaze heard a big pirate crew has arrived on Sabayati with a total bounty of the crew reaching 230 million berries. The Marines named them as Demon Bear Pirates. The reason for their high bounty is because the crew has 2 devil fruit users. Their captain, Demon Bear Ridge, earned a bounty of 150 million berries with astounding battle strength. Having eaten the Kuma Kuma no Mi Bear fruit, his strength isn't to be underestimated. His Zoan-type devil fruit granted him terrifying strength and solid defense. It was said that his thick hide is impervious to swords and pistols. None has succeeded in breaking his skin to date. He will definitely become a threat once he enters the new world. Aside from him, their vice-captain is also a formidable man with a 70 million bounty. He's also a devil fruit user who ate / fruit. It was said he wields a hatchet that can cleave even steel. Blaze also overheard their ship was docked in Grove 27, a port area. In the original series, it's where Kizaru began his attack. Without a doubt, they are waiting for their ship to be coated before setting sail. Well, now they can forget about it since they are targeted by Blaze. Deciding his next course of action, Blaze settled the bill and set off from the restaurant. Sabayati's a splendid island. It had sunny weather, excellent landscapes with a fresh and cool breeze. The atmosphere itself revigorated his spirit. Relishing the scenery, Blaze wandered the groves and walked towards Grove 27. His travel wasn't pleasant as he bumped into a slave trading group at Grove 23. What happened next? It's obvious, he burned every one of them and freed the slaves. They ruined his happy mood. To make the matter worse, he came across a world noble within the next few minutes of a walk. Blaze cursed his bad luck. He noticed 2 world nobles and recognized one, Saint Giscard. And the other one seems to be his family as he shared some of the latter's facial features. Like in the original work, they wore a white robe that resembles a spacesuit and resin bubbles over their heads to prevent them from breathing the air of the common people. There were 2 guards and a world government agent dressed in a black suit accompanied them. The people in the vicinity were all in a kneeling position with their heads bowed. Just looking at them incited Blaze. Tisk. Annoyed, he decided to take a different route. He's afraid he would kill them if remain here for another minute. But, who knows, the trouble would follow him. As soon as he turned his head, a voice came from behind him. You, why aren't kneeling? It wasn't the world noble who uttered those words but the world government agent beside him. His words attracted everyone's attention, including the 2 celestial dragons. Don't provoke me, I am already in a bad mood. Turning his head, Blaze coldly uttered and started walking. They want him to bow down? Impossible? His actions scared the surrounding residents so much that their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. Stop. How dare a commoner like you refuse to bow before me? Saint Giscard spoke and his modified bubble carriage operated by a servant drove towards him. Blaze stopped in his track and sighed. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? Dressed in an open-styled long-collar brown shirt with a grey t-shirt and black pants, Blaze looked like a vagabond who hunts some low-level pirates for a living. His common clothing further enraged Giscard. Arriving before him, Giscard spat, "Kneel or die." The people in the surrounding gazed at Blaze, urging him to bow with their eyes. They don't want to be implicated by his stupidity. As for Blaze, he stood there with the same nonchalant look as if he hadn't heard the words. But his actions angered the bodyguard in a black suit. With a quick dash, he appeared before Blaze and punched at his face. He was quite fast and his movement was similar to the Sora martial style. Blaze effortlessly caught the fist with his left hand while his right hand grasped the person's neck and lifted him high in the air. Before he could crush his neck, his heat sense perceived the attack of Saint Giscard, and the next second, gunshots sounded. The world noble fired 3 shots at Blaze but none penetrated his body as they were all stopped by a protective heat shield and melted in seconds. Dropping the black suit guy, Blaze's cold eyes gazed at the world nobles. The surrounding temperature instantly rose, shocking everyone including the 2 world nobles. That brat is a devil fruit user? Did he want to kill the world noble? A sturdy resident wondered while perspirations drenched his body. Nov. L. B //JNN. Not just him, the rise in temperature turned everyone's face red and nearly scalded their skin. As for the 2 world nobles, they screamed in terror. Ah, it's burning, my skin is burning. Their bubble exploded while the guns in their hands melted. The 2 guards who accompanied the nobles unsheathed their swords and pointed at Blaze. Stop what you're doing. Do you know who you are attacking? As soon as they finished their words with a trembling tone, a scary breath enveloped the whole area, chilling everyone in their tracks. An irresistible, formless pressure overwhelmed their spirit. The 2 world nobles' knees weakened, they plopped to the ground scared out of their wits. Since their mental will is weak, they couldn't remain standing before him. Unknowingly the temperature returned to normal but none of the people in the vicinity felt it as they were all frightened by the overwhelming breath. I won't show mercy if this happens again. Leaving behind those cold words, Blaze walked away. None stopped him as they were all shocked by his momentum. Only after Blaze's figure disappeared from their view, they regained their wits. The world nobles aren't any different. But as soon as they recovered, Giscard yelled at the 2 guards. Where is he? I want him alive. I want to make him my slave. How dare a lowly commoner attack me? Call the marine admirals. I want him captured as soon as possible. Do you hear me? Yes, a guard stuttered and responded. Panic spread the area as the residents scattered in all directions, dreading the world noble will take out his anger on them. A man attacked the celestial dragon. This word soon spread to the entire Sabayati, shocking the pirates, bounty hunters, marines, and local residents alike. A hidden marine team who were in charge of monitoring the world nobles in the Sabayati reported the entire incident to marine headquarters. Are you speaking the truth? Fleet Admiral Kong asked with a commanding voice. Yes. This person appeared out of nowhere and he caught the attention of Saint Guard. They wanted him to kneel but the person declined. Celestial Dragon's bodyguard attacked but he was easily subdued and even the gunshots failed to hit him. And, just by looking at the Celestial Dragons, he forced them to their knees. A voice from Den Den Mushi reported the entire incident as it happened. Who is that person? How did he look? Is he a pirate, bounty hunter, or resident of Sabayati? Fleet Admiral Kong asked. The entire time his face looked calm without a ripple of anger. Negative. He's a new face. We captured his image and forwarded it to the headquarters. The only thing we know is, he's a devil fruit user who has control of temperature and extreme heat. As soon as the person spoke, Admiral Sengoku who was seated in front of Kong had a change in expression. Don't tell me it's that brat. Are the Celestial Dragons injured in any way? Fleet Admiral Kong asked. No, but Saint Guard wants the Marines to send an admiral and capture that person. I understand. Kong responded and ended the call with a catcha sound. If I am not wrong, it's one of our own. Kong-san, let's wait for the picture before deciding our next course of action. He's the new recruit, right? Devil fruit user capable of controlling heat? What's his name again? Kong asked. His name is Blaze, a gifted person. Even Zephyr praised him. It's just his personality is somewhat unyielding and similar to Garp. Sengoku spoke rubbing his temple. He didn't expect Blaze to provoke the Celestial Dragon within a few days of him leaving the Marineford. As a Marine recruit, he has guts and strength to back it. A fearless person like him will definitely become a splendid Marine with proper guidance. But first, you need to find his reverse scale and weakness so that you can keep him in control. Kong explained. Kong's going to retire in another few months or a year, so he wants the next in-line successor of Fleet Admiral position, Sengoku, to learn things from him as much as he can. As far as he's concerned, being a Fleet Admiral, strength comes secondary. What's truly important is leadership qualities. One needs to grasp better how to command their subordinates, understand their needs, and make them follow the orders without a sense of doubt. And Kong knows, Sengoku possesses such qualities innately. At that moment, an officer came inside and presented a portrait to Kong before excusing himself. Looking at the picture, Kong then gave it to Sengoku. In the portrait, he saw the figure of Blaze and his nonchalant demeanor. It's him? Why did he have to go and provoke a celestial dragon? What are you going to do? I am leaving the decision in your hands since he will be under your authority in the future. Clenching his hands, Sengoku replied, even though his actions were reckless, he didn't attack or injure the celestial dragons in any way. We can let the matter slide on this one. If there's next time, we will punish him accordingly. Sengoku, there's no next time, make sure of that. I will handle the world government on my side, you take care of him. Thank you, Kong-san. I will talk to him. Saying this, Sengoku left the office. As for Kong, he contacted the world government and informed them about Blaze. Unknown, his name has already popped on world government's radar. Blaze once again made his way towards Grove 27 with a sour face as his previous good mood was ruined. He wasn't a fool, he knew the report of the incident would have already reached the Marine headquarters. He plans to use this opportunity and see how the Marine headquarters will react. Will they send an admiral to catch him? Or, Blaze doesn't know. He's waiting for the response. The attitude of Marines would decide his next course of action. If they choose to arrest him for such a petty reason, he will definitely retaliate. He loves to be in the Marines, but it doesn't mean he will voluntarily let them catch him. If it comes to worst, he will just become a pirate and turn the world upside down. Just as his mind clouded with unwanted thoughts, a sweet voice called him from distance. Blaze-kun, I finally found you. I didn't expect you to offend a celestial dragon. Are you alright in your head? Jun, what are you doing here? Wait, how did you find out it was me and so soon? Blaze asked, gazing at Jun casually dressed in pink attire. Admiral Sengoku informed me and asked me to find you, Jun replied, arriving before Blaze, allowing him to breathe a lovely fragrance. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. You smell nice, Jun. What perfume did you use? Blaze teased, trying to change the subject. Don't divert the topic. Tell me what happened. Jun inquired with a solemn expression as she knows it's not a small affair. Sighing, Blaze recounted what happened. Tell me, Jun, do I have to kneel just because they say so and let them shoot me? I don't know about others, but I can't do it. Jun shook her head, hearing his reason, but a question arose in her heart. What will I do if asked? Admiral Sengoku wants you to contact him, here. Saying this, Jun handed him a Den Den Mushi and dialed Sengoku. It soon connected with the latter. Moshi Moshi. Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the receiver. Sengoku-san, Blaze here. How are you doing? Blaze spoke, there was no panic in his voice. You brat. The Den Den Mushi that shared the appearance of Sengoku yelled, and soon silence followed. Sigh, do you know the consequence? You may even lose your life. Sengoku-san, just tell me, what would you have done if you were in my stead? Blaze calmly asked. There was silence for a few seconds as Sengoku couldn't answer him as he knew his actions won't be any different from Blaze. Blaze continued, in fact, the reason why they are still breathing is because of you, Sengoku-san. As I know attacking one might put you in a tight spot. If not for you, I would have burned them to ashes already. Hearing Blaze's honey-coated words, Sengoku doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even so, it still pleased him knowing that Blaze regards him highly in his heart. This is the last time. If it happens again, I won't be able to protect you. I know you may feel indignant, but the Marines are directly under world government's authority. Though we aren't obliged to accept all their orders, in certain matters we can't deny their request. Especially, if it's related to world nobles. Sengoku advised. I understand, Sengoku-san. I will try my best to avoid interacting with them. Blaze said. So how's the hunting test going? A week ago, I met a crew who went by the name Scourge Pirates. Their recent actions are a little extreme, so I destroyed them completely, leaving none alive. Blaze reported. Scourge Pirates? Their captain is a devil fruit user who ate a Noko Noko no Mi. His abilities were pretty dangerous, and it's also why the Marines couldn't catch him. Well, it's for the best that he fell under your hands. I need to watch out for his devil fruit and prevent it from circulating to another pirate. Sengoku stated. I heard some strong pirates have recently arrived at Sabayati. Who are you going to target next? Demon Bear Pirates. Blaze answered. Them? Are you sure you can take them on, alone? Sengoku asked. Yes. Even though they have 2 devil fruit users, I am confident in defeating them. Blaze replied. No, don't judge their strength with the little information you have. Their captain, Ridge, was a person from the New World who worked under a strong pirate crew before. He may not be what's seen on the surface. Good. Now it's getting interesting. Blaze smirked, itching for a fight. You brat, stop being so full of yourself. Jun, you go with him. After dealing with this crew, you guys can directly come back to headquarters. Sengoku stated and ended the call. Let's go, Jun. I heard the Demon Bear Pirates are in Grove 27. What did you do in this 1 week? Met any interesting people or crew? Blaze asked. Just some small-time pirates with weak strength, Jun responded. What about you? You can say I met an amazing person on the trip. Blaze said, recalling his conversation with Old Man Magnus. Did you meet any other recruit? No, but I heard Fergo captured a notorious pirate crew whose total bounty reached 120 million berries, single-handedly, Jun replied. Wow, pretty impressive. Blaze playfully commented. Chatting, they reached Grove 27 and spotted a ship that had the Jolly Roger of Demon Bear Pirates. Even though they docked the ship in a remote location, Blaze and Jun discovered it after a few minutes of search. They didn't rush to attack but scrutinized the crew from a distance. Their ship is already coated and ready to sail at any moment. Jun, let's attack. I think they are going to leave. Blaze urged Jun, but it was too late. The resin-coated ship suddenly ballooned, covering the entire ship within a bubble. Seeing this, Blaze cursed. Shit. With a quick dash, Blaze raced towards the ship while Jun followed and commented. It's too late. As she said, the entire ship sank below the sea, disappearing from their view. Gazing at the sea, Blaze balled his fist and uttered, Jun, we are following them. What? No way. Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters below where the Marines can't use their absolute advantage. Sengoku-san won't support your decision. Jun denied his idea with a frown upon her face. Then it's all the more reason why we should go, Blaze spoke, looking around. You are crazy. I am going to notify the headquarters. Whatever, I will look for another pirate ship that's ready to enter Fishman Island. There should be one near us. Saying this, Blaze searched along the shore. Meanwhile, Jun notified about the same to Sengoku, forcing the latter to rub his temples in frustration. It didn't take for long Blaze to find a coated ship. It's also a pirate ship with an unknown Jolly Roger, possibly belonged to some small-time pirate crew. The pirates on board were cheerful and excited about their journey to the New World, a pirate's dream. But before they could set sail, Blaze invaded the ship, brazenly. Who are you? The captain of the ship confronted, unsheathing the sword. Don't worry about that. Are you guys going to Fishman Island? Take us with you, I will be grateful. Blaze requested with a kind smile. His request baffled the pirates. They all thought, who did he think we are? Brat, did you take us for a tourist ship? We are pirates, can't you see our Jolly Roger? Get out of the ship before we toss you into the ocean. Another pirate threatened. Why can't you guys just listen to my request? You are wasting my time, you know. Blaze shrugged with a helpless expression. Nov, L, B /JNN. I hate the look on your face. Why are you guys even speaking with him? A pirate with a scary face came forward and tried to grab him by his collars. And a result, he was blasted off the ship by Blaze. What followed after is a lot of booms, bangs, and crash sounds. In a matter of minutes, all the 30-some pirates on the board are beaten black and blue. At that moment, Jun also came and leaped onto the ship. Looking at the tragic state of pirates, she shook her head. You, who are you? Are you a bounty hunter? The captain of the ship, who now missed a few teeth, asked. As I said, you shouldn't worry about that. If you guys want to enter the New World, take us to Fishman Island. I haven't killed any of you because none of you seem killers. But my patience is limited. We will take you there, but will you stay true to your words? The captain of the ship asked. Don't worry. Bring us to Fishman Island, and you can go your own way. I won't stop you. Blaze assured them with his words. Somewhat believing in Blaze's words, the Bullseye pirate captain commanded his crew to depart. A pirate jumped into the water to open the valve connecting the resin bubble. As soon as he had done that, the bubble ballooned enveloping the entire ship. The ship soon sank into the water completely. Unlike before, none in the Bullseye crew showed excitement. Only stifling silence ensued. Unbothered by the silent atmosphere, Blaze explored the beautiful scenery with his eyes as it's his first time traveling undersea. It somewhat thrilled him, thinking of meeting the exotic monsters that roam the sea. Furthermore, there are also fishmen and merfolk who live underwater. Beside him, Jun also marveled at the sight of the undersea world, observing the huge roots, pretty fishes swimming around them. She commented, "It's beautiful." Yes, but we had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Once we descend further, we will see more impressive stuff. Blaze laughed. At that moment, the captain of the Bullseye pirates shouted, "Look out for the descending current. We don't want to be swept by deep currents n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Clearly, the captain is also the navigator of the ship, and he seems good at that. As for Blaze, he knew about the currents from the original series. Remembering something, Blaze looked around. Noticing this, Jun asked, "What are you searching for?" "I heard the simplest way to travel undersea is to capture a sea monster and let them tow a ship. So I am looking for a monster that's strong enough to tow this ship." Blaze nonchalantly replied as if it was an effortless thing. But the pirates who heard the sentence shivered in fright. "He's crazy." As for Jun, she reprimanded. "Blaze-kun, why are you always looking for an absurd way to achieve a task? Furthermore, we are underwater, it's a fatal weakness of devil fruit users. Don't worry about it. Look around for a large monster, I will take care of the rest." Blaze waved his hand. They come across a few sea monsters but none of them are to his liking as they were either small or not good looking. Just as he was frustrated by this, a giant sea rhinoceros crossed their ship whose size is smaller than Kraken tamed by Luffy during their journey. "That will do," Blaze excitedly cried. "Oi, you guys know how to prepare a flutter kick coating, right?" "Yes," a pirate replied and began to arrange one for him. Flutter kick coating is a type of coating used on people instead of ships. When a person is coated, the bubble forms a spherical shape around the person from the knees up, with a thin coating from the leg down. Just like with ship coating, the people are able to withstand great pressure as long as they are in the bubble. It even allows people to leave the ship, to do things like engaging someone or something in combat. This coating can benefit devil fruit users by enabling them to move and fight underwater, although this may be somewhat compromised if the ability user's combat style requires a part of their body to leave the bubble. In the meantime, Blaze stretched his hand and a red-orange spear materialized out of intense heat, twirling at incredible speed. As soon as he used his devil fruit powers, the intense heat affected the surroundings, and thawed the cold temperature around the ship, reversing it to normal. The pirates on board were once again stunned by Blaze's display of power. They all wondered, who is he? Why we haven't heard of him before? Go. With a command, the spear shot forward in lightning speed and pierced the rhino's leg. Thankfully, the resin bubble didn't pop. The attack wounded the beast but it didn't deal any damage aside from irritating it. The giant rhinoceros set its sight on the ship and let out a thunderous roar. It then stormed towards the ship. With a huge body, a single attack is enough to destroy the entire ship and pop the bubble coating. Having his hip tied to the rope, Blaze left the ship coating and faced the huge rhino in the sea under the dumbfounded eyes of pirates. Encountering such a freak of a person, they even began to doubt whether their decision of entering the new world is correct or not. A brave pirate gathered his courage and asked Jun, "Miss, who are you two? With such abnormal strength, there's no way you guys are some nameless individuals. We are marine recruits without any rank." Jun replied with a smirk while her lips curled a little, making her even more attractive. The brave pirate nodded his head in understanding and turned to his captain. "Captain." Before he could express his thoughts, the captain of the Bullseye's pirate interrupted, "You don't have to say anything. After dropping them off at Fishman Island, we are returning to our hometown." Strangely, the pirates joyfully accepted the plan with a loud cheer. Witnessing their performance, Jun was speechless. "Should I also follow Blaze's method? It seems to work well with the pirates," she considered. The pirates admitted their defeat without even a fight. It gave her a strange sense of enjoyment. Coming back to the fight, the sea rhinoceros sped towards Blaze while trying to attack him with its huge horn. It was like trying to kill an ant with a long sword. But Blaze confronted the attack with nothing but a fist. He hardened his body with Tekai and punched at the incoming horn. Bang! When the two attacks collied, it generated a huge sound and shockwaves spread in every direction, even rocking the pirate ship along with its residents. "He's crazy? What is he trying to achieve by confronting it head-on? He's going to get himself killed," Bullseye Captain yelled, supporting himself. The aftermath of the collision is obvious. Blaze was shoved back along with his resin bubble, which was wildly spinning with no control. Stabilizing the resin bubble, Blaze looked at the still angry rhino and thought, "My Tekai skill isn't strong enough, it needs further development." Shaking the pain in his fist, Blaze grinned. As expected of a sea monster, it is strong. If not, it would be too boring. "Here I come," Blaze shouted. Sora. His figure vanished from the resin bubble and appeared above Sea Rhinoceros's head. This move startled Jun and the pirates alike, as they knew very well about the devil fruit weakness. Did he lost his mind? Leaving the resin bubble at this moment is sure death. A pirate screamed. They can't help but show concern since all their lives depend on Blaze. If he loses, the sea monster will definitely crush their ship. Jun squinted her eyes, but she remained calm as she knows he isn't someone who acts without a plan. Heat smash. His hand fired a fist-sized, sharp, compressed air shockwave. It works under the same principle as the Rokushiki's Shigen martial style. Instead of finger, Blaze uses his fist combined with his devil fruit power. This technique utilizes his devil fruit powers from within his body so he wasn't affected by the sea. Since the standard weakness won't work on him, he was perfectly alright fighting in the sea. The fist-shaped phantom struck the rhino's head, and the shockwave penetrated its thick hide pushing it back. Still, the attack was nowhere enough to tame the monster. Shaking its head a little, the rhino opened its huge mouth and tried to swallow him whole. But Blaze effortlessly escaped by utilizing Soro and disappeared from the original spot. What the foo *k. Even such a powerful attack failed to injure the sea monster. All the pirates exclaimed with their mouths wide open while Jun gripped the sword on her waist. Blaze reappeared behind the rhino and commented mentally, "Good. I hope you are strong enough to withstand my next attack." Using Soro, his figure flickered around the rhino, creating a miniature whirlpool. Once his speed reached a certain extent, it began to produce afterimages, confounding the sea monster. After a few seconds, 5 afterimages appeared and surrounded the rhino within the whirlpool. "Take this." At the same time, the 5 afterimages punched. They didn't stop at one but repeated the process. A flurry of punches rained on the rhinoceros sea monster, battering it to the point it began to shed tears. Blaze stopped the attacks with a final, heavy blow to its head. With a huge lump on its head, the rhino looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Blaze returned to his bubble coating and commented, "Good boy, I won't beat you if you listen to my orders." Saying this, he descended on its head and caressed the rhino's head with his hands affectionately. The rhino roared a little as if answering to him. On the ship, the pirates were once again shocked. They all thought, he really tamed a sea monster. Shortly, Blaze returned to the ship and ordered the pirates to chain something to the rhino's horn so that the ship can be towed. With the rhinoceros sea monster towing the ship, it became easy for them to sail underwater. Even so, Blaze couldn't find the demon bear pirates on the way. There's a possibility they also used the same method as him. Well, it doesn't matter since he will reach Fishman Island in another hour or so. He will catch them there. Though he had already seen it in the anime, Blaze still marveled at the sight of Fishman Island, an island wrapped in a gigantic bubble, illuminated by a sunlight tree eve. The pirates were dumbstruck by the stunning scenery. Jun was no better as this is her first time visiting Fishman Island. Marveling for a minute, Blaze ordered the sea rhino to take them inside via the front entrance. Guards of the Fishman Island stopped the ship at the entrance and let them pass after inquiring their crew name. Most of the pirates are violent in nature. The only thing stopping them from acting wildly is the Jolly Roger of Whitebeard pirates painted at the entrance. Entering Fishman Island, they docked the ship at the port where many other pirate ships are docked. Unfortunately, Blaze and Jun failed to spot the ship of Demon Bear pirates even after searching the entire dock area. "Where did they go?" Blaze muttered. "They may have sailed to a different port." Sengoku-san already said the crew captain is from the New World. It's not surprising that he's familiar with the different Fishman Island regions. Jun commented. As for Bullseye pirates, they decided to return to their homeland after touring Fishman Island once, as they won't get another opportunity to visit this place. Blaze has no qualms about them. He left the port along with Jun. Left with no choice, Blaze and Jun decided to find the Demon Bear pirates by themselves. After probing a few passersby, they found the nearest town to them is Coral Hill. Blaze knew about this town as it's famous for the Mermaid Cafe. Since Charlie is a child now, he doesn't know whether there are other cafes. As soon as they entered the town, Blaze noticed the entire place is filled with fishmen of various races. True, their appearance differs, but apart from that, he couldn't see anything unusual. Like any other normal town, it was lively with happy residents. It's just some pirates make trouble occasionally, but the fishman guards will take care of them. I don't know why humans discriminate against the fishman race. They look all the same to me. Jun spoke as she had seen things in Sabayati. Humans fear the unknown and consider themselves as a superior race, so they will naturally look down on other races, Blaze replied with a profound look. Fishman Island's situation is a tragic one. If possible, he wants to stop things that may happen in the future. For example, Queen's death, Hody Jones's rise, and Fisher Tiger's death. Especially Fisher Tiger, he admires him for scaling the Red Line and liberating the Celestial Dragon's slaves from Mary Gosa. Since Fishman Island is so huge, Blaze and Jun couldn't find the trace of Demon Bear pirates and where they disappeared. After an hour of search, Blaze finally decided to cease his hunt for a while. "Jun, I heard the foods in Fishman Island are so good, why don't we fill our stomach before searching again?" Blaze said, licking his lips, sniffing a luscious aroma wafting from a nearby restaurant. Jun instantly got angry. "Blaze-kun, we came here to capture a pirate crew, not to enjoy a vacation." As for Blaze, he already disappeared from his original position and directly entered the restaurant before them. After transmigrating to One Piece, his desire to enjoy different kinds of food reached a whole new level. Even with his firm willpower, he couldn't fight the appetite. Entering the restaurant, Blaze occupied a free table and told a sunny, green-haired merfolk child, who came to accept the orders, to bring all their signature dishes. Helpless, Jun also came in and sat opposite to him. She noticed half the restaurant is occupied by human pirates who decide to cross the red line via Fishman Island. In a few minutes, the green-haired mermaid child came back bringing his dishes. With a bubble tube attached to her waist, she was able to glide without any difficulty. Before she could reach his table, a pirate stopped her. "Oi fish girl, where are you taking the orders? Place it here." "I am extremely sorry, sir. This order is for a different customer. Your order is being prepared and it will be ready in a few minutes." The green-haired mermaid stammered and replied. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. "I said to place it here, why are you speaking nonsense?" The pirate seized the plate full of food and kicked the merfolk child. Seeing his order was being forcibly taken, a gloomy look spread Blaze's face. The mermaid child didn't fight back, but came to him with tears in her eyes and said, "I am sorry, sir. I will order your food once again." "Haha, what are you being sorry for, little girl? It's not your fault." Blaze smiled, playfully brushing her hair. The green-haired mermaid looked at Blaze in astonishment as he's the first human that ever treated kindly without any discrimination. Under her startling eyes, Blaze then stood up from his chair and walked towards the pirate who seized his food. Jun called, noticing something. "Blaze-kun. What? You got a problem with me taking your..." Even before he could finish his sentence, Blaze acted. Whoosh. His boiling hand pierced the pirate's chest and hauled his heart out in one swift motion. Silence followed. Everyone present in the restaurant gaped at the scene while gulping their throat. Everything happened in a split second before they could even respond. When the pirate reacted, his heart was already removed from the body and presented before him to see. A heart dripping with blood thumped from time to time in Blaze's hand. Looking at the heart and fist-sized hole in his body, the pirate plopped to the ground lifeless. His other three companions quivered in horror, noticing Blaze is currently looking at them. Terror gripped Fishmen's hearts, driving them to flee the scene. As for the pirates, they didn't run, fearing Blaze would kill them if they move. "You guys shouldn't have ruined my appetite." With a wave of his hand, heat bullets pierced their heart, killing them instantly. The most astonished among them is the green-haired mermaid, as she didn't expect the smiling Blaze would suddenly turn into a killing machine. Humans are scary. Blaze then returned to his seat after washing his hands a few times. "Little girl, what are you waiting for? Go and order the foods again." Only then he noticed, all the customers of the restaurant fled, leaving Blaze and Jun alone. With no one to disturb, Blaze left the restaurant after having a satisfying meal. Lot of pirates roam Fishman Island. If not for Whitebeard pirates Jolly Roger, I doubt the Fishman Island will cease to exist till now. Jun commented as they walked along the street and continued, "It's supposed to be the job of us, Marines, to protect the citizens of the world. Without sufficient strength, you can do nothing to help them." Blaze causally replied. "Where could the demon bear pirates have gone?" Blaze pondered for a moment before replying. "It's not our domain, so our information is limited." He then continued, "Let's go to the Jincord Plaza. And I heard Queen Otohim personally appear every day to make her speeches about how humans and fish folks should be united, in order to increase influence." "How do you know this stuff, though it's also your first time visiting Fishman Island?" Jun asked, doubtful. "I read more books than you." Snort. "Again with your lies." In a few minutes, they reached the Jincord Plaza, which is a notable location positioned at the center of Fishman Island. Blaze saw Queen Otohim, who was a goldfish mermaid and the queen of the Ryugu Kingdom. Also, she's the mother of Princess Shirahoshi, who will awaken her Poseidon powers in near future. At the center of the plaza, a crowd of hundred-some people gathered and heard Otohim's speech, but it's only because she's the queen. All her efforts were in vain, especially after Fisher Tiger's recent stunt. And all the fishermen on the island support his action rather than hers. Seeing this, Blaze shook his head. Though he admires her persistence and efforts being physically weak, it wasn't a wise choice to live beside humans. It's true, there are good humans on the surface, but they are sparse in comparison with bad ones. Blaze quietly waited along with Jun on the sideline and listened to her speech. After a few minutes, the residents left the plaza shaking their heads. Otohim stood with a disappointed expression and yet again failed to get the signature. At that moment, Blaze approached. "Nice to meet you, Queen Otohim. I overheard your speech, it was truly good. I admire your goal and equally your efforts to achieve them." He expressed his heartfelt praise. "A human? Who are you?" The Minister of Right shielded the Queen and pressed with his words. "My name's Blaze, an ordinary marine. I came here to catch a certain pirate crew. I need your help. Just help me with their location." Blaze disclosed his intention. "Marine." Everyone who heard the words was shocked, even Queen Otohim and Minister of Right aren't exceptions. "Don't lie, Marines don't visit the Fishman Island." "Who are you?" Minister of Right pointed his weapon at Blaze and asked with a force. Meanwhile, the Queen's guards also swiftly took action and encircled him. Whoa, what are you guys doing, aiming your weapons at me? It's dangerous." Blaze spoke while a powerful heat shockwave erupted from his body and shoved the guards away. However, none of them are injured, thanks to him restraining his powers to a certain extent. Even so, it alarmed everyone as they mistook him for attacking the Queen. "A devil fruit user." Minister of Right, the Seahorse Mare Man exclaimed. He then yelled at the guards, "Protect the Queen," and decided to fight Blaze by himself. At that moment, Queen Otohim pushed the Minister of Right aside and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I apologize for my guards' misconduct. I know you speak the truth with no falsehood." Otohim apologized with a slight bow. You shouldn't apologize for such a minor matter, Queen Otohim. Furthermore, I am in the wrong. My body instinctively reacted as soon as they pointed their weapons at me. Blaze waved his hand. She's Jun, my good friend, and a marine, like me. As I said before, we came here chasing a particular pirate crew. He explained. Why we didn't receive any news of a marine ship entering the Fishman Island? Queen Otohim asked the minister. We both came here on our own accord, boarding a pirate ship, Jun replied. Such young marine officers and they look strong too. Otohim thought. It's my chance to develop a friendship with them. If it's not a problem, can I invite you guys to come to Ryago Palace? Otohim invited as she could tell Blaze is different from any human she had met before. As a person born with Konbunsho Kohaki, she possesses an innate gift to understand the feelings and emotions of others. From Blaze, she feels radiant energy as that of the burning sun, full of confidence and power. She has no doubt he will become someone outstanding in the Grand Line near future. If the palace has tasty foods, I will definitely come. Blaze responded with a drooling expression. Otohim smiled a little and said, of course. You can savor all kind of fishman delicacy there. At that moment, Jun glared at Blaze. Didn't you just eat your fill? We are here to catch pirates, you know. Of course, we will chase them after a meal with complete zeal. You said the same thing a few hours back. Your Majesty, you can't casually invite a human with a nameless background to the palace. It may put all your lives in jeopardy. The Minister of Right cried, but Otohim made him shut his mouth with a glare. Even the surrounding fishmen discussed. I can't believe they are invited to the Ryago Palace. Who are these two? I have been living here from birth, but I still don't know how the Ryago Palace looks like. Humans should be grateful to the Queen for inviting them. I am envious. Then, Blaze and Jun were escorted by the Queen and her royal guards to the Ryago Palace that's located in the smaller bubble that sits on top of the main bubble surrounding Fishman Island. The Ryago Palace is enclosed with several layers of bubbles, and the only way in is through a connection corridor. The bubbles surrounding the palace are supposed to be impenetrable, but objects thrown by Vander Decken 9 can penetrate them. On their way, Queen Otohim asked him several questions concerning the human world and how to socialize with them. Blaze answered with the best of his knowledge. But one particular subject made him sigh. What do you think about Fishman migrating to the surface? Blaze answered after contemplating for a moment. Queen Otohim, I have no prejudice against Fishman, but it's just my personal point of view, and the same couldn't be said about others. Do you want to hear my honest opinion? Otohim nodded. Yes, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I don't recommend moving to the surface. At least, not for now. If you ask me why, I would say it's not the right time yet, and secondly, the fishmen are too weak. Even if you somehow convince your citizens and drove them to live on the surface, what you may experience will shatter your very ideal. Take me, for example, the pirates killed my parents, captured me as a chore boy, and later auctioned me as a slave. No one came to my rescue. I fought my way out and finally got rid of my status as a slave. If even as a human I was treated this way, think about your fishmen and merfolk. Hearing his words, strange silence ensued. None foresaw such a young marine to have a dark past. Only Jun knew about this since he told her during their time training camp. Otohim too didn't expect Blaze experienced such a tragedy in his childhood. It made her think about the issue from a different perspective. She always believed if the fishmen interact with the humans, the discrimination will gradually diminish, but it seems like she's wrong. After all, her understanding of humans is limited. They soon reached the Ryago Palace, a majestic structure with a golden dragon figure circling it. Blaze and Jun were granted a large bubble to breathe in places permeated with water. Entering the palace doors, Blaze and Jun came before a huge chamber guarded by royal guards while exquisite coral plants embellished the place. King Neptune personally welcomed them as Otohim informed him about their arrival before reaching the palace. Welcome to the Ryago Palace, Jaemon. Otohim's friends are our Ryago Kingdom's guests. Like in the original series, Neptune was a giant-sized and muscular coelacanth merman wearing a golden crown. The only difference is he looked a little young now. Otothim told me about your request. I informed the guards around the island to look for the pirates. You will hear about them in 30 minutes. Neptune said. Until then, please enjoy the foods prepared for you. Shortly after, Blaze enjoyed a feast that's different than anything he experienced before. Even the foods he ate in Boyne Archipelago paled in comparison to Fishman delicacies. With empty bowls piled before him, Blaze rubbed his belly and let out a small burp. Ah, what a satisfying meal. Everyone present in the palace gave him a weird stare, and wondered in their hearts how such a huge amount of food could fit in that small stomach. Nothing can be done about it as Blaze's appetite keeps on increasing with his strength. His sun fruit powers refine everything that enters his stomach in minutes and use them to nourish his body. At that moment, a guard came to King Neptune's side and reported something in low voice, but with Blaze's keen perception, he heard everything. It's the whereabouts of the Demon Bear pirates. No wonder there's no news of them inside Fishman Island, so they went to the Fishman District. King Neptune then notified the Demon Bear pirates' location to Blaze, not knowing the latter had already overheard the discussion. Fishman District is part of Fishman Island, but due to various reasons, it became a lawless district where the outcasts of Fishman Island gathered. Do you need any help from us, the Ryago Kingdom? King Neptune asked as he knows the current situation of Fishman District very well. It became more chaotic after Fisher Tiger's recent acts. Nope. Both of us are more than enough to handle everything that comes in our way. As soon as we capture the pirates, we will return to the surface. We will meet again, King Neptune, Queen Otohim. Till then, farewell. Blaze stood up from his seat and spoke. After saying their goodbyes, Blaze and Jun left the Ryago Palace under the guidance of 2 guards. Watching Blaze's departing figure disappearing from their view, Otohim spoke. That young marine is special. He possesses a strong heart and surrounded with a positive vibe. Me too, Jaemon. There's something extraordinary about him. His disposition is somewhat similar to Roger and Whitebeard, except for the fact that he's a marine. I will notify a few guards to follow them and watch their backs, just in case if something happens. Neptune said while Otohim agreed. Even though both of them are optimistic about Blaze, he's still young and needs time to rise. Fishman District. The zone consisted of a massive ship, Noah, rested on the seabed surrounded by arcs and massive corals where fishmen lived in and around. It was a giant institution for orphaned children. Since the Fishman District was not part of Fishman Island and was located somewhere outside, it became a lawless district where the outcasts of Fishman Island gathered. In the original series, it was closed off after the rise of the new Fishman pirates. Unlike Fishman Island, the Fishman District isn't wrapped in a bubble. So, the human can only roam the area with the help of flutter kick coating or bubbly coral. Right now, a huge commotion is happening at the Fishman District. Fishmen and merfolks were running along the streets in horror with a fear-stricken grimace. 20 or so human pirates covered in bubbles were pursuing them with a playful expression and laughter. Already few fishmen were captured in their nets. After all, every captured fishman is worth a lot of berries. No sober pirate will miss such a great chance. It may seem cruel, but for fishmen living in the Fishman District, it's a regular occurrence. With no one to protect them, weak and helpless, they can only run for their lives. Since fishmen auctions for a luxurious price, many pirate crews visit this place to fish a share of their own. A rather intimidating man with an imposing presence flashed past the pirates and captured 2 merfolks who were just the size of his hands. He's none other than the captain of the Demon Bear Pirates, Demon Bear Ridge. He was an exceptionally large human, with a broad and muscular physique. Captain's coat hung from his shoulders like a cape over his open gray shirt and black pants. Just his appearance terrorized all the fishmen and merfolks. Towering over 15 feet, beefy in shape, he looked nothing like a human but a barbarian. Throwing the 2 merfolks to a pirate behind him, he sternly reprimanded, "What are you guys doing playing around? I told you all to finish the job within half an hour." He hates it when the crew members fail to heed his orders seriously. At the same time, he knew it's useless to criticize them heavily as they haven't seen the true terror of the new world. Unlike him, he's a cautious person in nature. Before entering the new world, he doesn't want to attract unnecessary trouble to himself. Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory. It's also the reason why he doesn't want to take the abduction to an extreme. If Whitebeard pirate crew got wind of his action, he's done for. If not for the lack of funds, he wouldn't bother to catch these fishmen and merfolk. But he's in urgent need of money. His dream is to join the Beast Pirates, the crew whose strength is on par with Whitebeard. For that, he needs to strengthen his crew first. Once he is recruited under the Beast Pirates, he can roam the new world unhindered and do as he pleases. Then, he doesn't have to fear the pursuit of marines or other pirate crews. Sorry, Captain. We don't know, catching them will take a lot of time. These fishes are good in the water and slippery too. Demon Bear Ridge snorted and asked, "Where is Glaive? Gather the crew, we are leaving. If we delay any longer, we may encounter the Fishman Guards or the infamous Sun Pirates." "Hakakuk, why should we fear them when we have you, Captain?" a lanky pirate commented with a smirk on his face. Punching the pirate to the ground, Ridge scowled. "Idiot. We are 10,000 meters underwater and will be at a disadvantage if we fight here. Get lost and do as I say. A bunch of dumb fucks." Ridge muttered himself and moved towards where they docked their ship. Compared to other pirate crews in Grand Line, his crew is strong, but they are just a bunch of rookies in his eyes. With the commotion they caused, the Fishman Kingdom may have already dispatched some of their guards here. There's also an infamous Sun Pirates whose fame skyrocketed in recent days. When Jun and Blaze reached the perimeter of the Fishman District, a huge commotion attracted their attention while screams and helpless cries of fishmen and merfolk spread the region. Just like Blaze expected, the Demon Bear Pirates came here to capture some fishmen. Blaze and Jun looked at one another and sped towards the source of the noise. Arriving at the location, both of them were startled by what they saw. Around 6 human pirates were forcibly dragging a huge net that enclosed fishmen and merfolk. A pirate kicked a struggling child merman and threatened him with his pistol. "Shut the fuck up. If any of you scream again, I'm going to shoot him. Do you want him to die?" The captured fishmen ceased their struggle and grew quiet. "Kakaka, that's right. Be good, we won't hurt you." The pirate laughed while other pirates followed suit. "Hehe, I don't know how many fishes the captain's side caught. I bet it would be higher than what we caught." Chattering, they dragged the fishmen towards the large ship which had the Jolly Roger of Demon Bear Pirates. The pirate flag is a standard one, a black flag with a skull and crossbones, while the skull resembled a bear's unlike a human one. At that moment, a pirate rushed out of the cabin carrying a den mushy. Looking at the pirates, he asked, "Where's Vice Captain Glaive? N/O/Vel/B/C/in.C//OM. What happened?" Before the pirates could reply, a silhouette came from the distance and asked. The pirate replied, "It's Captain. He wants us to gather the crew and ready the ship. We will set sail as soon as the captain comes. Glaive was a quiet person, it can be seen from his stoic disposition. Nodding his head, he looked at the captured fishes and ordered, lock them in a cell and ready the sail. Here, secure her in a separate cell. She's special. Glaive then threw a net that held a shark mermaid who struggled fiercely in the net with a panic-stricken face. She's none other than Charlie, the fortune teller and future owner of Mermaid Cafe. Staring at this cruel display from distance, Blaze's eyes turned sharp. His entire being boiled in anger, while high heat emanated from his body. Blaze-Khan, restrain yourself, we are under the sea, Jun reminded softly. From her interaction with Blaze, she grasped the latter hates anything associated with the word slave. Calming his emotions, Blaze spoke without looking at Jun. We aren't going to capture them anymore. Kill them all and leave none alive. Saying this, Blaze used Sorrow and flashed towards the demon bear pirates with a dagger in his hand. Sighing, Jun followed. She felt pity for those pirates who are going to die miserably. Without knowing the incoming danger, the pirates chatted among themselves. Why's the captain on such a rush? Who knows? The pirate with a pistol uttered. At that moment, Glaive shouted at them, enemy. Watch out. Before the pirates could digest his warning, the pirate with a pistol had a red thread-like cut on his neck. Soon, blood spewed out and his head languidly slid from his neck and touched the ground. Before the pirates could comprehend what's happening, another two dropped to the ground with their hearts pierced. Glaive reacted. With his hatchet, he flung a horizontal slash at Blaze. Pity, since they were underwater, the heaviness of his slash was diminished by 70%. When it reached Blaze, he simply deflected the attack with a wave of his left hand. Only then the surviving pirates reacted and clearly saw who their opponent is, a young man. Discerning his attack is neutralized with just a wave of a hand, Glaive tightened the grip of his hatchet. Though the intensity of his attack weakened, Glaive knew how powerful it can be. If truth to be told, he isn't the young man's opponent. Glaive knew in his heart, facing such an opponent running isn't an option. He can only confront head-on. Why did you attack us? Blaze simply stretched his hands and beckoned, come. Glaive the Cleaver. Let's see whether you are as strong as your bounty claims. Provoked by his scornful gesture, the surrounding demon bear pirates lunged at Blaze with their weapons raised without heeding Glaive's warning. Extinction wave. Blaze muttered in his heart while an extreme heat wave erupted from within him and spread in all directions. The pirate minions were struck by the heat wave and flung far away with their entire body scorched and the bubble enclosing them poked. The embarrassing thing is, as the source of such a large-scale attack, Blaze's bubble was also ruptured along with the pirates. The surrounding seawater crushed his body, but aside from feeling slightly uncomfortable, lack of oxygen, and losing his devil fruit power, nothing happened. At that moment, Jun appeared next to him and pressed the huge bubbly coral she bought, which in turn produced an enormous bubble and drove out the surrounding seawater out. The bubbly coral is similar to the one Nami used in Ryago Palace to flush the water out. Can't you change your reckless nature? For once, think and act, we are 10,000 meters under the sea. Jun grumbled while Blaze shrugged. Devil fruit user. Glaive was shocked a little and re-evaluated Blaze's combat power. The sudden change in situation caught the fishmen and merfolk off guard, both the captured and hidden ones alike. It sparked a little hope in their heart. They have a chance to escape if both the humans hurt each other. Looking around, he asked Glaive, where is your captain, Demon Bear Ridge? Hearing the question, Glaive knew his conjecture is correct. The young man wasn't blindingly attacking them, he came looking for them specifically. They didn't provoke anyone in Fishman District aside from fishing these folks. It means this person came to Fishman Island chasing them from the surface. The assumption shocked him a little. Who in the right mind would chase someone to the depth of the sea, unless he has huge hatred against the demon bear pirates? But looking at Blaze's serene expression, it can be perceived that they don't have any prior enmity. Glaive thought, who is he? A bounty hunter, marine, or someone from an underground organization? Glaive observed Blaze and Jun. He can see Blaze is strong and possess devil fruit power, but what startled him is, the other one is also equally strong. When did the demon bear pirates provoke such scary youths? Are they captain's enemy? Glaive couldn't make a head or tail. The pirate who carried a den mushy noiselessly trod to Glaive's side and dialed his captain. Blaze noticed this little action but he didn't care. Ignoring Glaive and another 3 demon bear pirates who came out of their ship, he calmly walked towards the net which held Charlie. When Charlie noticed Blaze is walking towards her, she cringed a little and gazed at him in fear. Blaze smiled a little and comforted, don't be afraid, I will release the net. Saying this, he bent down and touched the net. His heat ability directly melted the metallic net, freeing Charlie. As soon as she was freed from the net, Charlie without even thanking Blaze fled from the area and slipped into the dilapidated wooden house in the distance, disappearing from his view. Chuckling, Blaze then freed the other slaves who all fled in different directions. During the whole process, Glaive just stood in his spot without interfering while his eyes followed Blaze's every move in vigilance. A stifling silence ensued the whole area while the fleeing fishmen and merfolk became spectators. Freeing the slaves, Blaze turned towards Glaive and said, well, let's get down to business, shall we? Entertain me till your captain arrive. As soon as Glaive heard the words, he instinctively gripped the hatchets in his hands. His eyes were on full alert as that of a wild animal, ready to pounce. Blaze clenched his fist while reddish-orange flames formed around them. Standing in the same spot, he punched Glaive who was some distance away from him. As soon as he punched, a dense column of fire erupted from his fist and blazed towards Glaive. His move isn't as flashy or as big as Ace's fire fist, but it's enough to shock the onlookers. As the target of the attack, Glaive quickly whirled his body in fast motion, creating a mini tornado around him. With his body in spin, he utilized his slash/fruit ability. His hatchets flung multiple slashes at the incoming fist of fire. His slashes were sharp and powerful, but they were easily devoured by the fire. Failing to stop the momentum of the attack, Glaive screamed and projected his entire strength into his arms. With both his arms bulged a little, he positioned them in a spot such that both his hatchets graze against each other. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Frictional Crescent. A ferocious, half-moon-shaped wind hurled towards the fire and cleanly sliced them into two sections. Finally, Blaze's fire fist was cut off and scattered across the area. Glaive gasped for breath. There wasn't an ounce of accomplishment in his heart for stopping such an overpowering attack. There was a sense of defeat in his heart. Just to stop a casual attack from his opponent, he was forced to utilize his entire strength. If the attack was a little bit more powerful, he would have been injured. His deep blue eyes looked at Blaze with a heavy expression. Too strong? How can he be this powerful at such young age? Ignoring Glaive's heavy expression, Blaze focused his eyes on his fist. Weak? My attack is nowhere near Ace's Heiken. Is it because my devil fruit attribute is too low? Jun stood still in her spot with her mouth wide open. Blaze's fire-based strike astonished her. Sprinting next to him, she asked in a doubtful voice, Blaze-kun, isn't your devil fruit abilities related to heat? How can you use flames? It's not flame. What you saw is the next level of heat manipulation. Once the temperature of heat reaches a certain degree, it will look like a flame. Blaze answered with a smile. Is it? Jun gave him a dubious look. Don't know why she couldn't believe his words. Before she could refute his words, they both sensed something powerful with violent breath heading towards them from the distance at breakneck speed. Blaze's expression turned grave. Jun, you care of Glaive and the minions. I don't think it will be an easy fight. Without a doubt, the person who's coming is Demon Bear Pirates Captain Ridge. It's just his breath is a lot stronger than Blaze expected. Even so, there wasn't a trace of fear in his face but only exhilaration. Drawing her sword, Jun braced herself for the battle. Be careful. Uttering these words, she went to face Glaive. In the time of heartbeat, a huge figure appeared before them. The spectating fishmen and merfolks in the vicinity were terrified by Ridge's scary breath and backed away unconsciously. With a gloomy face, Ridge looked around and saw nearly exhausted Glaive. He also noticed the injured and dead pirates. His voice thundered through the whole region. Who is it? It's me. What took you so long to arrive here, Captain Ridge? I got tired of waiting. Blaze cracked his knuckles with an excited face. You. Ridge scrutinized Blaze. With a bounty of 150 million, Ridge is definitely a terrifying foe, having eaten Zoan-type devil fruit and possessing explosive strength. As for Blaze, he wasn't sure of his current strength. After his attributes broke through the 20-bar limit, he hadn't fought a worthy opponent yet. Ridge is the perfect opponent to gauge his current strength. A strong fighting intent burst out of him, confronting Ridge. Facing Blaze's vigorous fighting intent, Ridge chuckled, a brat who's wet behind the ears wants to pick a fight with me, pretty brave for a youth. Ridge's leg bulged a little, the ground below him cracked like spider webs. The next moment, his figure shot at Blaze at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Blaze and roared in anger, but, who gave you the courage, huh? While his fist targeted the latter's face. The punch prompted a booming noise as it was aggressive and carried overwhelming strength. Anyone below 100 million bounties would be pulverized to meat paste if they confront it head-on. But Blaze calmly responded to the strike by throwing a punch of his own, utilizing his entire strength and tech-high skill. Bang! Both their fists collided against each other in midair, producing a deafening sound while shockwaves spread in all directions, sweeping everything within few meters. The impact reeled Blaze back, while his legs slid along the floor, struggling to stop the momentum. As for Ridge, he stood like a mountain, unaffected. Steadying himself, Blaze looked at his now bruised hand, which is trembling in pain. He mentally commented, formidable. At the same time, he ascertained something. Ridge's physical strength is impressive, but it's not strong enough to fend off his attack and push him back. What Blaze found is, he wasn't overwhelmed by physical might but by a strange energy. A thought crossed his mind while he muttered aloud, Haki. As soon as he uttered this word, Ridge's face showed a tinge of surprise. He then spoke with a smirk, you even know about Haki, you are knowledgeable for a brat? But it's too late to chicken out. Chicken out? Come on, you haven't even grasped the basic concept of Haki. With your skill level, you can scare off a kid, not me. You had your turn, now it's mine. Saying this, Blaze went all out. Extreme heat flared from his body and spread in all directions, even affecting the surrounding temperature. His fist turned bright red, emitting blistering heat and white fumes. Blaze's ability to manipulate heat reached another level after his attributes exceeded 20. Devil Fruit User. Ridge's countenance turned solemn while his previous arrogance faded. Adjusting his body posture into a perfect stance to counter any attack, he studied Blaze's every single movement. In the meantime, Blaze put his strength in his right foot and leaped high in the air towards Ridge. He let his strength flow to his right arm. Pulling his fist back, he punched at Ridge while muttering, Heat Smash. A tremendous force exploded out from his knuckles in the form of a fist, while his devil fruit ability turned the blast of air into extreme heat shock. Boom. With a thunderous noise, the fist slammed toward Ridge, forcing the latter to imbue his arms with Busashoku Haki and take an X-shaped defensive stance. At the last moment, Ridge grimaced as he fails to coat his arms with Haki. Fuck. Cursing, he put his entire strength in his left leg and flashed to his left, successfully dodging Blaze's heat smash. Before he could rejoice, another punch banged his face, hurling him back with rampageous force. Ridge's body shattered 2 broken houses and finally bumped into the bubble created by the bubbly coral. The bubble stretched to its utmost limit, but surprisingly, instead of bursting open and expelling him into the sea, the thin layer bounced him back. Lucky for him, the demon bear pirates couldn't believe their eyes. Their all-powerful captain lost in a frontal confrontation which never happened before. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Meanwhile, the residents of Fishman District, whether it's fishmen or merfolks, watched the battle with their eyes wide open and mouths ajar. It's really an eye-opener for them. And at the same time, they couldn't fathom why the 2 humans are so powerful. Oh, a perfect hit. Blaze cried in joy like a child while grinning from ear to ear. His victory cry brought back everyone from their stupor. Ridge quickly sprang to his feet and looked back with lingering fear. His heart pounded. If the strike had a little bit of extra power, he would have been thrown into the sea and lost his combat ability. The disgraceful way to lose a fight. The attack dealt him little to no damage, but the scalding heat charred his skin to some degree. It should be blamed on him. He took his opponent too lightly because of the latter's age. A dangerous, chilling gleam flashed across his eyes as he gazed at Blaze. He wants to finish off his opponent as soon as possible. If he stays in the Fishman District any longer, he may bump into more trouble. But first, he needs to take care of the brat before him. He underestimated him before, but no more. He plans to take out his opponent in one blow with crushing strength. Shattering the ground beneath him, Ridge dashed forward and appeared before Blaze. He brandished his right arm, which took shape of a claw, at Blaze's face. Swoosh. His claw-shaped arms tore the air, striving to rip some flesh out of his face. Blaze parried the blow with his left arm while his right threw a punch. It was easily caught by Ridge. Both of them looked at each other in the eyes while sparks flared between them. If truth to be told, Ridge was slightly shocked by Blaze's strength, as he didn't expect the latter to have such physical strength at a young age. Who is he? Countless thoughts crossed his mind and he finally concluded. Are you a Marine or world government agent? Why did they send you after me? Ridge asked as they grappled. Regarding his question, Blaze smirked. I am just a Marine in training? Come on, don't waste my time, show me your devil fruit ability. Otherwise, I am going to end you soon. You are too weak to utter such words. Ridge distanced himself and once again pounced forward. This time he tries to imbue his arms with Haki and succeeds. Next, a barrage of punches launched at Blaze with much ferocity and power. Blaze instantly utilized his devil fruit ability and created a shield made of extreme heat. But it couldn't stop Ridge's Haki-coated blows. Soon, cracks emerged in the transparent orange shield, but Blaze promptly mended the cracks by infusing more heat. He's worthy of a 150 million bounty. His strength has reached the level of headquarters rear admirals. With Haki and devil fruit ability, it won't be a problem for him to fight and win some weak vice admirals. I can only defeat him by playing tricks. Smiling a little, Blaze's arm surged with sudden strength and pushed the shield forward, disrupting Ridge's fighting momentum. Meanwhile, his left arm shot a high heat beam. Before Ridge could throw his next wave of punches, an orange-red glow blasted towards him. He didn't expect to be attacked from a blind shot. Thump. With a change in expression, Ridge hurriedly blocked the beam with his bare hand and sprang left to avoid the full brunt of it. The extreme heat beam melted the skin on Ridge's left arm, but they still failed to breach his muscles. Blaze clicked his tongue in surprise. Such impervious hide. His muscles are probably as thick as experienced Tekai users. What can be done to tear it? Meanwhile, Ridge gazed at his melted skin and suppressed the burning ache. His devil fruit hardened his skin to some degree, but he still suffered an injury. That brat is still hiding his true strength. I can't ascertain his exact limit. Without a doubt, he met a powerful opponent and it seems he can't escape anytime soon. It frustrates him a little. Throwing caution to the wind, Ridge swiftly rushed towards Blaze and confronted him once again. Both of them held part of their strength and probed one another. The commotion brought many spectators, fishmen, merfolk, and other pirate crews visiting the Fishman District. At the same time, the remaining demon bear pirates also came and encircled the area. Without interfering, they watched the battle. It's not they don't want to help, they couldn't. Interfering in the fight of this level, their only outcome would be death. Meanwhile, Jun and Glaive fought intensely some distance away from Blaze. They battled by putting their lives on the line. Jun is an expert in sword with exceptional skills and strength. Even though Glaive's not as skilled as Jun in using weapons, he compensates for his lack of skill with his devil fruit ability. What Blaze afraid of is the demon bear pirates sneakily assailing Jun when she least expects. In the fight of their level, a slight mishap may result in heavy injury or even death. So, Blaze kept an eye on their battle with his heat sense. In case if something happens, he can respond instantly. Doing this, Blaze can't fight Ridge with his full strength, but he won't lose at the same time. Just as both sides clashed vigorously, far away from them, 5 fishmen children observed the battle with hatred and anger. The 5 children are none other than Hody, Zo, Daruma, Dosen, and Igarus, the future new fishman pirates. Especially Hody, he followed the battle with loathing and vengeful eyes. Filthy humans? The very existence of them angers me, Hody commented. Yes, recently, more fishmen began missing. It should be the humans who caught them to sell. Dosen said. Damn, they are the worst. But that young human is really strong. With our current ability, we can't even withstand one blow from him. Snort. No matter how strong they are, they grew weak underwater. It doesn't matter who wins between them, we can take advantage of their exhaustion and finish them off, Hody snickered. Moreover, Arlong-san and others will be here soon. Once they get here, the humans are doomed. Ha ha ha, the others laughed, hearing the Sun Pirates will be here soon. Back to the fight, Blaze and Ridge exchanged several bouts, but their fight got nowhere. Without a doubt, Ridge is tough both physically and mentally. From time to time, he was able to coat his arms with Busashoku Haki, but out of 5 times, he fails 4 times and succeeds once. Fortunately, his Haki is not that strong and Blaze was able to persevere with his Tekai and brute force. Even so, his arms were bruised entirely below his elbow. His mastery over Tekai isn't as good as Soru, but with his superior constitution, he can last for another few exchanges. He has to do something sooner, otherwise, he may lose his ability to fight. The fortunate thing is, Ridge is not in good shape either. The repeated usage of Haki drained his spiritual power, which in turn fatigued his body to some degree. Both of them are waiting for a perfect moment to strike. Blaze held back his strength a little as he knew Ridge is a tad bit stronger than him. The fact he could use Haki shocked Blaze a little and put him in a defenseless spot. A misjudgment on his part. His recent promotion in strength blinded his thinking process to some degree and made him a little arrogant and proud of himself. He began to think he's special and above everyone else. But this encounter with Ridge woke him from the dream. Never be complacent. Bang! Blaze's fist covered in extreme heat collided against Ridge's Haki-coated arms. As a result, Blaze was once again forced back while his arms quivered in pain. Unfazed by the injury, Blaze concentrated his strength to his arms and punched again. A high heat blasted from his fist towards Ridge. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Ridge wasn't foolish enough to confront it head-on once again. He simply evaded the strike and flashed before Blaze launching a high-speed kick to his face. Thinking it's time to go all out, Blaze nimbly avoided the kick by whirling his body and whooshed in front of Ridge. ZZZ. Inhale. Blaze's chest expanded a little and then he blew. Fire breath. A scorching stream of fire fanned from his mouth and blazed Ridge's face. As Ridge was extremely close to Blaze, he couldn't even react to the sudden strike. Besides, it was extremely quick for him to evade. The flame was extremely destructive with reddish-orange in appearance. It blazed Ridge's entire face and set them on fire. The fire melted his face and began to scorch his inner tissues. Furthermore, the flame charred his eyelids and would have blinded him if he hadn't closed his eyes on time. Furious, Ridge screamed at the top of his lungs. His scream soon turned into a roar as his entire physique underwent a huge transformation. In no time Ridge transformed and in his place stood a giant gray bear nearly 20 feet tall. It had a ferocious appearance while the fire burning his face subsided on its own and soon faded away. Here it comes, the power of Zoan fruit. A pirate of Demon Bear Pirate's crew exclaimed. It's rare to see Captain utilize his devil fruit. That brat is done for, he shouldn't have messed with us, the Demon Bear Pirates. Once Captain transforms, his defense is impenetrable, no one can harm him. The mood of Demon Bear Pirates was instantly lifted while they cheered their captain, making loud noises. Ridge's scary breath enveloped the surrounding area while his 20 feet tall, ferocious appearance terrified the residents of Fishman District. I am going to kill you, punk. Ridge roared and attacked with his glistening sharp claws. A powerful swipe split through the air and reached Blaze, intending to shred his body to pieces. But will it be so easy? Of course not. Anticipating the attack, Blaze pushed his Sora skill to the full extent and went behind Ridge. The flames twirling around his fist intensified, shaping a huge blade that extended to nearly 2 feet. The blade exuded a terrifying temperature while reddish-orange flame glazed its edges. Its temperature was completely different from the heat Blaze has shown till now. Leaping high in the air, he landed on Ridge's back and stabbed the flame blade with all his strength. Ridge, who failed to hit the target, sensed a threatening premonition on his back. Before he could react, a sharp thing pierced his back. Screaming in pain, he tried to reach his back with claws but to no avail. It's because after stabbing Ridge, Blaze didn't recover the blade but left it on his back to burn his inner organs. Ridge couldn't believe that he was injured, but the unbearable pain conveys him. His impervious hide was torn open. What's more, the flame blade continues to burn his inner organs as it was impaled on his back. But to his horror, it's not the end. From the edge of his vision, he saw Blaze placing his right foot on the blade. Seeing this, Ridge roared in anger and fear. He tried to get rid of Blaze from his back by scratching his back with claws and by rocking his body, but everything ended in vain. Blaze stabbed the blade in a position that is not accessible to Ridge with his hand. Besides, he's in a transformed state which made it impossible. No, Ridge shrieked mentally. None of this stopped Blaze from stomping the blade heavily and thrusting the entirety of it into Ridge's back. After that, he calmly escaped from Ridge's rear. Thud. The huge bear, the transformed Ridge, fell to the ground and strived his best to get on his feet. But Blaze's blade heavily injured his spine region. The pain Ridge currently experiencing can't be expressed in words as the flame blade continues to burn his inner organs every passing second. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Ridge cancelled his transformation and returned to his human form. A stab wound could be seen on his back which emitted red fumes. Nov. L. B //JNN. Even though the process may seem lengthy, everything happened in the time of heartbeat. When the surrounding onlookers and demon bear pirates reacted, it already ended. Silence? Absolute silence? At one moment, Ridge transformed into a huge, scary bear, intimidating them to the core, but before they could come out of their terror he already collapsed to the ground. As for the demon bear pirates, they are the most alarmed. They all thought, who the hell can explain what happened? Their invincible, impenetrable captain was defeated in the blink of an eye. All of them stood rooted on the spot with an inconceivable expression. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Haha, that's right, otherwise, how could our captain be defeated? A pirate laughed with a crazed expression. On the side, Jun and Glaive also stopped their fight. It's not like they couldn't fight anymore. Glaive lost his fighting spirit as soon as Ridge was defeated. He knew it's over for them. Without Ridge, the demon bear pirates are nothing but an empty shell. At that moment, Ridge rose to his feet with just pure willpower and unbelievable tenacity. What a strong vitality. Incredible. None of the characters in One Piece are to be underestimated. Even Blaze was shocked by his tenacious spirit. Ridge couldn't digest the fact that he was defeated by an unknown person. My ambition is New World, I won't fall here. Roaring, he lunged at Blaze with his injured body. There was no power in his fist, only his eyes showed the firmness of his heart. Blaze calmly evaded the strike by whirling his body to the right. Failing to launch a blow, Ridge lost his balance and once again fell to the ground. Lion-hearted, he rose to his feet and faced Blaze while his face was scraped with dirt from the fall. It was a tragic and unbearable sight for the demon bear pirates. I have to say, I am impressed. At first, I thought of killing you but not anymore. Blaze commented, seeing Ridge's indomitable spirit. I don't need anyone's pity. Come, I haven't fallen yet. Ha ha ha. Rejecting Blaze's goodwill, Ridge laughed crazily. Seeing this scene, Glaive tightened the grip on his hatchet while the demon bear pirates drew their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. The atmosphere was tense. The onlooking fishmen felt suffocated and nervous about what's going to happen next. As you wish. Kicking off his right foot, Blaze arrived in front of Ridge and struck the latter's chest with his elbow, which is coated in heat energy. Bang! Ridge couldn't react in time and blasted high in the air with intense force. Blaze balled his fist while blistering flames surged and wrapped his hand. Aiming at Ridge, who was few feet above his head, Blaze punched. A huge column of fire exploded from his hand like a towering inferno and shot at Ridge. This time, Ridge made no attempt to avoid the attack as he was already heavily injured, and last the attack of Blaze directly shattered a few of his chest bones. Besides, he can't do much in midair. Closing his eyes, he welcomed the attack while the images of his pirate life flashed before his eyes. The firestorm enveloped Ridge's figure, illuminating him completely with fire. When his body touched the ground, his skin was completely melted while his flesh region had burn wounds. The astonishing thing, he still breathes though knocked unconscious by the strike. Captain. The demon bear pirates rushed forward while some tried to attack Blaze, but all of them were blasted off to distance by his powerful heat breath. As for Glaive, he was blocked by Jun. Since he was at the end of the line, Glaive fought with his all, not even caring about his life. Die, die, die. Screaming, he furiously swung his hatchets, sending powerful wind blades at Jun with a crazed look. The only thing in his mind right now is to eliminate the obstacle before him and go help his captain, Ridge. So, his strikes were ferocious and wild, striving to heavily injure Jun. Seeing this, Blaze was unhappy. I shouldn't have shown him mercy. He wanted to use Glaive to temper Jun's sword skills, as the former possessed the power of / fruit. A perfect devil fruit ability to enhance Jun's sword skills, but he didn't expect Glaive to be slightly stronger than Jun. Well, Jun should have already grasped her weakness. It's time to end their fight. Thinking through, Blaze thought, and few bullets actualized before him out of extreme heat. Waving his hand, he fired the bullets towards Glaive, who was some distance away from him. As he was fighting Jun, he didn't foresee the attack. The heat bullets curved in mid, avoiding Jun. They struck Glaive. 2 bullets hit his legs, 2 struck his rib area while another 2 struck his shoulders. The sudden attack forced Glaive to take a step back and created an opening for Jun. Sword has no eyes. Though Jun noticed the abnormality, she couldn't hold his sword from mercilessly hacking Glaive. Slash. Blood splattered. A huge gash appeared on Glaive, stretching from his right chest to lower abdomen. Thud. Forced to his knees, Glaive spat a mouthful of blood. Soon his consciousness plunged into darkness while his body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jun turned and Death glared at Blaze as if she wants to kill him with her eyes, while Blaze just showed her an apologetic smile. A true sword user hates their battle to be interrupted. Jun is that kind of person. But Blaze can't let her drag this battle any longer. At that moment, the system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Destroyed demon bear pirates, Captain Ridge and his crew. Reward, 1.0 Constitution plus 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1.0 Free Attribute Point. Blaze's lips curved a little seeing the reward. As I thought, the reward varies according to the pirate's strength and bounty. Wasting no time, he checked his attribute panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 21.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 21.3. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free Attribute Point, 1.0. Blaze was slightly surprised to see his Devil Fruit Potential raised by 0.2 points on their own. It looks like the attributes grow more as I use my devil power. As for the free attribute point, he saved it for future use. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Blaze knew he lucked out today. If Ridge had held his ground against him without transforming, he wouldn't have beaten him easily. Unfortunately, the full bear form granted by this fruit enhanced Ridge's frame, making him an easy target. Though the devil fruit granted him unparalleled strength and solid defense, it decreased his speed and prompt reaction, leaving him unable to dodge Blaze's high-speed attack. He would have been a tough opponent in the future after he learns to use Haki perfectly. After all, his devil fruit is similar to Jack's Zozo no Mi model, Mammoth. Regrettably, he was defeated by Blaze and will be soon sent to Impel Down. Jun walked towards Blaze with an angry face and asked, "Why did you interrupt the fight? Is it because you thought I would lose?" "Of course not. I want you to conserve your strength. We have a company." Saying this, Blaze gazed in a particular direction. Following his sight, Jun saw a pirate ship with red sun hovering outside the Fishman District. The Sun Pirates, why did they come here? The Fishman District is their home, and do you think they will just stand by and watch some human pirates kidnapping their fellow brothers and sisters? Blaze replied. The arrival of Sun Pirates came as no surprise to him, as he knew they will come. In the original series, most of the human pirate crews were wiped out by their hands. Naturally, there's communication between them and residents of Fishman District. If something happens, they will be here to save the day most of the time. Even if Blaze wasn't here today, the Sun Pirates would have definitely stopped the Demon Bear Pirates from running amok. Blaze saw some familiar faces on the ship: Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, Arlong, Hachin, Aladhine, Shu, and others. Fisher Tiger. Blaze mumbled in his heart. He respects his courage and decision to free the slaves from the world nobles. Aside from having resentment against the human, he's a great character. In the original series, he will die in 3 years. Such a pity. Since I am here, let's change that for fun. Shahahaha. Fishman District looks lively today. But, we don't need a human to save us. Springing up from the ship, Arlong dashed towards Blaze. Wait, Arlong. Jinbei tries to stop Arlong, but he didn't heed his words. Arlong, huh. Blaze squinted his eyes a little while his lips curved a little. He knew very well about Arlong and his character. He is an extremely confident and arrogant person in nature, while thinking fishmen are the superior race. You human scums are the most that I hate in this world. Let me show you the terror of fishmen. Noticing Blaze's calm look, Arlong was further enraged. Your very existence is an inexcusable crime. I sentence you to death. Arlong's hatred for humans is engraved deep in his bones. He craves to instill fear in the humans and let the world know fishmen aren't to be messed with. His ambition is great, but the path he chose is the wrong one. Getting past the bubble barrier, Arlong wielded his kurbaket, a giant black pole with 6 saw-like teeth. The sheer size of the sword is quite enough to overwhelm an ordinary opponent. Combined with Arlong's natural-born strength, the blade can cause massive devastation. But in front of Blaze, it's nothing but another weapon. Swinging his kiribaki in a frenzied manner, Arlong hacked at Blaze with his full strength. His weapon ripped through the air and appeared before Blaze's face. At that moment, Hody and his buddies at the distance were beyond excited by the arrival of Sun Pirates. Besides, Arlong's action thrilled them to the core. Arlong-san is going to kill the human in one blow. Hody clenched his fist and watched the confrontation with star-filled eyes. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes? Kill that human, Arlong-san. The other brats also cheered, but what happened next stunned them. Blaze effortlessly caught the kiribaki with his left hand while his right hand grasped Arlong's neck and lifted him high in the air. Crash. Exerting a little bit of strength, the kiribaki he gripped in his left hand shattered into multiple fragments while his right blazed in heat, scorching Arlong's neck. I didn't quite hear your words properly, can you say it again? Blaze nonchalantly asked. Ah, Arlong screamed, feeling the searing pain from his skin while panic flashed his eyes. No matter how much he tries, he couldn't muster a tiny bit of strength, and a feeling of powerlessness overwhelmed him, like a chicken ready to be slaughtered any minute. That Arlong is defeated without any effort? How powerful is that human? A fishman uttered in disbelief. Not just him, all the fishmen and merfolk were shocked by this scene. When Blaze beat Ridge, they didn't feel much, as they don't know much about the latter. As for Arlong, he's a kind of boss in the Fishman District with monstrous strength. They couldn't comprehend the fact he can be defeated. Even the Sun Pirates, who were familiar with Arlong, were dumbfounded by the unexpected development. They didn't know what to do and how to respond, so they all looked at Jinbei and Fisher Tiger. That fool. Jinbei muttered. He isn't an ordinary human for him to eliminate the entire Demon Bear Pirates. Before Fisher Tiger could comment anything, Jinbei too jumped off the ship and dashed towards Arlong. No way. Arlong-san would never lose to the humans. Hody gritted his teeth in exasperation. Jun, you go and get Ridge and Glaive. Don't forget to bind them with a sea stone cuff. Blaze said while Jun acknowledged. Human, release him. At that moment, Jinbei charged at him at full speed and punched from a fair distance. The force of the blow transmitted a powerful wave through the water vapor in the air to release a shock wave. Fishman karate. Blaze smirked and threw a punch of his own. Like Jinbei, a powerful heat air burst from his fist, propelling forward. Boom. Both their forces collided in midair, producing a powerful explosion that sent an oppressive force in all directions, alarming everyone. Tossing the wasted Arlong to a side, he faced Jinbei with a solemn face. Truth be told, he wasn't confident of handling Jinbi, who can fight poor Ghast Ace on equal terms, despite Ace possessing Logia powers. Though Jinbi of now isn't as strong and hasn't learned Haki yet as he saw in the series, his proficiency in Fishman karate is enough to overwhelm Blaze. Blaze wasn't arrogant enough to think he can fight such a person on equal ground and win. Jinbi and Blaze stood face to face, looking intently at each other, ready to fight any moment. Jinbi's surprised by Blaze's strength and his young age, but that's all. Facing Jinbi, Blaze was pressured a little, but he won't back off. His heart won't allow him. In fact, he's excited to fight such a strong opponent. A vigorous fighting spirit burst out of him, spreading in all directions. Blaze's entire being heated up while flames surged out of his body, entwining his arms. Blaze's sudden change and tyrannical power stunned Jinbi and Fisher Tiger, as they know what it entails. Perceiving his intent, Jinbi also took a fighting stance, ready to face the latter, but he was stopped by Fisher Tiger, who appeared next to him. Stop it, Jinbi. His heart holds no prejudice against us, I can feel it. Besides, he defeated the pirates and protected the Fishman District. We should be thankful to him. Boss. Jinbi looked at Tiger and eventually listened to his words. Oh, you are Fisher Tiger, hero of slaves, the one who challenged Mary Giose and burned the entire city down to free all the slaves. Blaze spoke. Hearing this, Fisher Tiger squinted his eyes while Blaze continued. You did what countless people couldn't dare to think. I admire your courage for that. Blaze's words stunned him a little, as no human had ever praised him for that. Who are you? I am a marine trainee. We have a lot of time, we will meet in the future. But the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Be prepared to face me, I will come looking for you, the Sun Pirates, soon. Blaze smiled. Come on, Jun, we are leaving. He didn't care what the Fisher Tiger thinks in his heart, he simply turned and nonchalantly left the area, carrying Ridge on his shoulder while Jun carried Glaive. None stopped him, they don't dare to. As soon as Blaze vanished from their view, he grinned from ear to ear. He thought in his heart, I left saying some cool words and didn't know whether my words impressed Jinbi and Fisher Tiger. Blaze-kun, why are you laughing foolishly? Jun asked. Nothing. Just as Blaze left the area, Tiger and Fisher Tiger reacted. They looked at each other with a puzzled expression. First, they didn't expect Blaze to be a marine. Second, they could tell the human didn't discriminate against them based on their appearance and race. It came as a shock to them. Looks like Marines gained another powerful human to their ranks. Tiger commented. Yes, Jinbi, I feel that human youth will come after us, just like he said. He's different from all the humans I encountered so far, he's going to be a tough opponent. What are you saying, boss? Though he seems powerful, he isn't strong enough to take us both. Jinbi chuckled. Tiger shook his head and looked at Arlong. Let's get him to the ship. His wound looks pretty bad. Meanwhile, King Neptune and Queen Odohim also got the report of what happened in the Fishman District, which surprised them. Blaze and Jun walked towards the edge of the Fishman District, looking for a coated ship to travel to the surface. Wait. A shark mermaid drifted towards them, wearing a hooded purple blouse, carrying a crystal ball. She's none other than Xiarli, who was saved by Blaze an hour back. Unlike in the original series, she looks quite young and the same size as normal humans. Oh, it's you. Blaze smiled. My name's Xiarli. Thanks for saving me. Thanking him. Xiarli hesitated as if she had something in her mind but don't know how to say it. Haha, don't be afraid. You can say whatever you want, I won't criticize you. Blaze reassured while thinking in his heart, is it because she had a vision? Xiarli firmed her heart and spoke, I saw your future, it doesn't look good. You are going to die soon. I'm sorry. Saying this, she lowered her head, not knowing how to face him. He's the man who saved her life, but she told him such disturbing news. She felt guilty and nervous. The only reason she told Blaze about her prediction was that she doesn't want him to die. Hearing it, Blaze sighed while Jun reacted differently, fuming in anger. What? How dare you say such a thing? Witnessing her outburst, Xiarli cringed back in fear. Jun, cool down. You are scaring her. Blaze held and pushed her back. But, I think she's telling the truth. Blaze asked Xiarli, what did you see? I don't know. It was blurry, see, flames, swords, humans, it was total destruction. You were at the center of it with gaping wounds all over your body. Xiarli cried, recounting what she saw. Blaze knew her predictions are very accurate. She predicted the dawning of the Great Age of Pirates, as well as the outcome of the Summit War of Marineford and Whitebeard's death. All of it came true. If you ask whether Blaze is afraid of the prediction, yes, he is. He isn't afraid of death, but a death without any accomplishments. What comes will eventually come, no one can stop it. Blaze didn't show any emotions on his face. Observing this, Xiarli asked in a low voice, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Ha ha ha. Why should I? Death comes to everyone, it doesn't matter. What matters is how we live our life. Blaze laughed, shocking Xiarli and Jun. Both of them thought, he has gone crazy, knowing his days are numbered. Stretching his hands towards the sky, Blaze uttered his heartfelt words. I am going to live a colorful and exciting life. My dream is to become the strongest man in the world and stand at the peak. So what if I die in the process? I won't shrink away. His words stunned Jun, as she didn't expect Blaze had such a passion in his heart. She always wonders why he works so hard to become strong. Now she knew the answer. Jun admires his goal and his determination to achieve it. The path to the strong isn't an easy one. Before she could come out of his daze, an overwhelming breath burst out of Blaze, pushing Jun and Xiarli to a distance, startling them both. Still, if someone wants to take my life, it won't be easy. I am not the type of person who welcomes death with open arms. If someone wants to draw my blood, they should be ready to shed theirs. Blaze smirked. Xiarli's words didn't affect his frame of mind, in fact, it strengthened them further. His desire to become strong burned fiercer than ever. He's a person who already lived well and died once, so his heart holds no place for insignificant life. Even if his time is a short one in this life, he wants it to be like a shooting star, exotic, adventurous, and without any regrets. What a powerful breath. Is it Haki? Jun wondered. She was completely suppressed, unable to even lift a finger, while Xiarli is in an even worse state. Blaze-kun. Jun called, pulling Blaze out of his thoughts. Noticing their state, Blaze quickly retrieved the breath he unconsciously released and apologized. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I shouldn't have told my prediction. I just don't want the human who showed kindness to the Fishman Kingdom to die, Xiarli said with tear-filled eyes. Haha, what are you saying? Your prediction isn't going to change anything. In fact, you made it wonderful. Really? Yes? Now go back with peace of mind. Take care, Xiarli. Blaze patted her shoulder to make her relax. You too. Saying this, Xiarli swam away. Blaze-kun, are you okay? Jun asked in a concerned voice. What do you think? Blaze cheekily asked back while Jun snorted. But she was inwardly relieved, perceiving he didn't lose his mind, and at the same time impressed by his firm heart. If someone else was in his position, they would have completely lost it and would have gone crazy by now. Let's go, Jun. Like how they came to Fishman Island, Blaze thrashed and threatened a pirate crew to carry them to the surface if they want to live. Just like that, Blaze and Jun left the Fishman District, taking the unconscious Ridge and Glaive. Admiral Sengoku Office, Marineford. As Sengoku instructed, Blaze and Jun returned to Marineford, not further continuing their hunting mission. It's just Sengoku didn't expect Blaze would really destroy Demon Bear pirates and capture Ridge and Glaive, whose combined bounty reached 230 million berries. Ridge and Glaive were directly sent to Impel Down to spend their remaining lifetime. You don't have to continue the hunting mission. I think it's meaningless for you. Let's wait for the other recruits to complete the task before deciding your ranks, Sengoku stated after careful thought. He knew Blaze's strength reached a standard where such a low-level test holds no meaning. Oh yes? Garp wants to see you. You can meet him in his office. Don't learn the bad things from him. Sengoku sternly spoke. Jun, you stay. Blaze gave Sengoku a respectful salute and left the office without glancing at Jun. As soon as Blaze left the room, Sengoku reclined in his seat and gazed at Jun. Take a seat, Jun, and tell me what happened. Yes. Perching opposite of Admiral Sengoku, Jun took a deep breath and recounted the things that happened on the trip. From their journey to Fishman Island, meeting King and Queen, destroying the Demon Bear pirates, encountering Fishman pirates, and lastly Xiarli's prediction. Hearing everything, Sengoku contemplated for a minute and spoke. You were beside Blaze the entire time. Tell me your honest view, and what do you think of him? He's ridiculously strong and a person with a clear sense of goal. He follows his heart and won't listen to orders that are against his conscience. Jun replied. Did you take note of any weakness? Sengoku asked again, while this time, Jun hesitated to reply. Jun, I know this may seem like I sent you to spy on Blaze, but please trust me, I am doing this for his good. You know what happened at the Sabayati. If Fleet Admiral Kong hadn't stepped in, the world government would have already ordered to eliminate him. Nobody can walk free offending a celestial dragon. I am trying to understand him so that it won't happen again in the future, Sengoku patiently explained. Firming her heart, Jun spoke. He's extremely repulsive towards slavery and has a soft spot for slaves. I think it's because of his past. Sengoku nodded his head in understanding while Jun continued. Even underwater he can fight with his full strength. It's just he can't use his devil fruit powers. Besides, his devil fruit ability is weird. When I first met him, his devil fruit ability isn't very strong, but now, I can't tell the extent of its ability as if his fruit ability improves with him. Jun told everything she knows. She felt guilty in her heart and knew she betrayed Blaze by breaking the trust he had in her. Sengoku sighed since he didn't get any useful information. Is that all? Yes. Okay, you can go now. Tsuru specifically asked me to place you in her unit. Are you fine with it? Yes. Agreeing with the decision, Jun rose from her seat to leave but stopped in her track and spoke. Sengoku-san, I want to add something about Blaze. Go on. I told you a shark mermaid predicted Blaze's death. I don't know whether it's true or not. Jun spoke. It should be true. I have a report and evidence of what she predicted till now had come true. Sengoku interrupted her and said. Blaze also firmly believed her prediction, meaning he knew about her ability. Even so, he didn't even flinch when he heard about his death. He isn't the least bit afraid of his death. Nothing could hold a person like him, even if he had countless weaknesses. Saying this, Jun left the room without looking back. Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Sengoku rubbed his temples in helplessness. He could tell Jun was upset by doing this, but he had no choice to send her. According to the report, she's the only one who's slightly close to Blaze. Just as Jun got out of the office, she was stunned to see Blaze waiting outside. She stuttered, Don't worry about it. As a disciplined Marine, you can't disobey a higher rank officer's order. Blaze nonchalantly spoke as if he didn't care. You know, Jun asked. Blaze shrugged. I guessed. When Sengoku-san told you to follow me, I know he had something in his mind. Hearing this, Jun smiled bitterly. I am feeling hungry. I am going for a meal, wanna come? Blaze called but Jun politely declined. Okay then. Blaze left the place. As for Jun, she clenched her fists and held the tears back. Why did I do that? Did I do the right thing? She felt disappointed in herself and questioned her own actions. At first, she didn't think much when Sengoku told her to watch and report his actions, but after following Blaze she had a change of heart. Anyway, she can't reverse what she had done. She knew Blaze was displeased, she saw it in his eyes. Their friendship won't be the same anymore. As for Blaze, he didn't go and meet Garp. He made his way to a restaurant located near and ordered a bottle of wine and meat. Pouring a mouthful of wine, Blaze reminisced the things that transpired after he transmigrated into the One Piece world. He doesn't blame Jun as she's still a young woman, inexperienced and naive. Even so, he felt disheartened a little as he's also a human being with emotions. Hi. Gulping the entire bottle, Blaze smiled thinking about Charlie's prediction, and felt invigorated. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Getting stronger is the only way I can change my fate. I can't let my heart be affected by small things. Thinking through, Blaze went to meet Garp in his office. Without bothering to knock, he made his way in. Just like he imagined, Garp was napping sitting behind the desk with his mouth open and snoring aloud. It didn't take long for him to wake up and see Blaze sitting opposite him with a smile plastered on his face. Vice Admiral Garp? As the hero of the Marine, you are the admiration for countless young Marines like me. You should be the role model for all of us, not the other way around. You cheeky brat, when did you come back? Garp asked, yawning. Just now. I heard you were after the Demon Bear pirates. What happened? Blaze smirked and replied, since Great Blaze took the job, do you think they can escape from me? I sent them to impel down. Looks like your strength had improved. A little. Sengoku-san said you called me. What is it? It's regarding what you did at the Sabayati. Do you know what it means to attack a celestial dragon and the consequences that come after? Garp gravely asked. I know, Blaze calmly replied, stumping Garp. You brat. Garp shook his head. Make sure there's no next time, otherwise, even I can't protect you. I too hope the celestial dragons don't provoke me again, because the next time, I will directly burn those scumbags to ashes. Blaze spoke while killing intent flashed past his eyes. Bang. Without any warning, Garp's fist of love struck his head, making him groan in pain. You merciless old man, it hurts, Blaze whined while Garp grinned. What a big words for a brat who haven't come out of mother's embrace. You aren't even a fledgling in the real world. Get out. Use your time and train well. Garp waved his hand and shooed him away. Days went by, just like that more than 20 days passed. Blaze trained well in this 20 days time frame and polished his Rokushiki skills well, especially his Tekai and Sora. His attributes also improved, albeit a little. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 21.6. Devil Fruit Potential, 21.5. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 1.0. Most of the recruits who went for the hunting mission came back aside from a few. Furgo came 3 days back while Shizo arrived yesterday. Today they will be assigned a Marine rank based on their 1-month performance and strength. Around evening they were called to a meeting room to discuss their ranks. As Blaze reached the venue, he saw Furgo, Shizo, Jun, and others he knew from the training ground. It's just the atmosphere is grim while everyone had a solemn expression. Blaze went and sat beside Shizo, who already reserved a seat for him. Blaze, I heard you defeated a strong pirate whose total bounty reached 230 million berries. When did you get so strong? Shizo patted his shoulder and asked. I am always strong, it's you guys failed to see it. Blaze beamed, giving a smug look. Shizo snickered and asked, did you know? 4 recruits lost their lives fighting pirates. Oh. Blaze was surprised a little and also knew it's inevitable. Facing fierce pirates who fight with intentions to kill, the recruits with weak hearts will have a tough time. Only those who are strong both physically and mentally survive the sea. After 10 minutes or so, Admiral Sengoku entered the meeting room along with Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Congratulations! All of you have performed very well and some of you have exceeded my expectation. Let me list the accomplishments of top achievers in this hunting mission. First, Blaze, he destroyed Scourge pirates and Demon Bear pirates whose total bounty added together is 300 million berries. He gets 500 merit points as both the crew captains were formidable devil fruit users. Hearing this, the recruits exclaimed and clapped while discussing huskily with the person next to them. Sengoku continued after silencing them. Second, Furgo, the bounties of the pirates he defeated equal to 200 million berries. His achievement earned him 300 merit points. Third, Jun, the bounties of the pirates she defeated equal to 120 million berries. Her achievement earned 220 merit points as she defeated a devil user along with Blaze. Next, Shizo, the bounties. Sengoku continued and listed the first 10 achievements of the recruits. With the merit points, you guys can purchase anything, devil fruits, weapons, learn haki, get a promotion, and so on. Next, we will talk about your ranks. The top 5 recruits will be promoted to a captain rank while the others will be given a rank of commander, lieutenant commander, or lieutenant based on their performance. From today onwards, you guys aren't just recruits but marine officers with rank and carrying justice behind your backs. Sengoku stopped for a moment and continued again, to the inhabitants of this world, who fear the prevalence of criminals and pirates, we are the sole support. We will bring justice to all the criminals and anyone who disrupt the peace, even if it means dying in the process. Yes. All the recruits, no. Officers let out a fierce cry filled with passion and justice. Good. All of you can now note down the commanding officer you are placed under, and hereafter, you will report everything to them. You guys can take a one-day break and report to the duty from the day after tomorrow. Saying this, Sengoku dismissed them. As for Blaze, he didn't listen to Sengoku's speech as something got his full attention. A new feature has been introduced to the system which completely stunned Blaze. Ding! Achievement: Become a captain of the Marines. Status: Complete. Reward: plus 1.0 Constitution, plus 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential, plus 1.0 Free Attribute Point. Receive the reward, yes/no. Ding! The achievement tab is unlocked. The host can check the tab to see the list of achievements displayed in the system. Wasting no time, Blaze checked the achievement tab that emerged beside the task tab. Clicking it, he saw a list of achievements that completely caught him off guard and dumbfounding him to some degree. There are countless jobs listed in the achievement tab and most of them are weird as far as he's concerned. There are other achievements related to his occupation as a Marine. Some of them are: Achievement: Become a Rear Admiral. Status: Incomplete. Reward: plus 2.0 Constitution, plus 2.0 Devil Fruit Potential, plus 2.0 Free Attribute Point. Achievement: Become a Vice Admiral. Status: Incomplete. Reward: plus 3.0 Constitution, plus 3.0 Devil Fruit Potential, plus 3.0 Haki, plus 3.0 Free Attribute Point. Achievement: Become an Admiral. Nov. L. B /JNN. Status: Incomplete. Reward: plus 5.0 Constitution, plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential, plus 5.0 Haki, plus 5.0 Free Attribute Point. There are also rewards for becoming Fleet Admiral and Commander-in-Chief. Some of the weird achievements he had seen are: Punching a Celestial Dragon will get him 2 Constitutions and 1 Free Attribute Point. At the same time, if he kills a Celestial Dragon, he will get 5 Constitution and 3 Free Attribute Points. Some other achievements are like Defeat Garp, Defeat Sengoku, Defeat Akainu, Defeat Kuzan, and so on. Seeing these achievements, Blaze nearly had a headache. But, inwardly he was happy. Completing the achievement means, he can increase his strength much faster. His thoughts were interrupted by Shuzo, who shook his shoulder and said, "Come on Blaze, let's go. What are you daydreaming about?" Nothing. A day quickly passed by. Today, Blaze took the position of captain. He was given a standard marine ship and nearly 50 marines for him to command. His marine ship has 3 masts and 6 cannons on each side of its hull, while the marine symbol and name were depicted on the sides. As today is a special occasion, he wore a suit that was prepared before. Blaze specially requested and designed how they should look. It was an olive green suit with a black inner tailor-made for him. He also wore his captain coat, like a cape draped over his shoulders with justice emblazoned on its back. But some things don't go as one wants. His marine unit was placed under Vice Admiral Sakazuki. He's Blaze's superior and reporting officer. He's not a child and he can't just simply go and complain. It's not in his nature. Blaze accepted his fate and went to meet Sakazuki, the future fleet admiral of the Marines. Sakazuki's office. Knocking the door, Blaze heard a stern voice from the inside. "Come in." Stepping inside, he saw a rigid man with a dead serious disposition, grim and expressionless. There he is, Sakazuki, the most ruthless Marine in the series. Sakazuki was dressed in a crimson, double-breasted suit, decorated with what appears to be a pink rose on his left buttonhole. He looked the same as Blaze saw it in the series before time skip, just a little younger. He's a muscular man and incredibly tall, standing close to 10 feet in height. He's strong. Blaze discerned it with a glance. While he is a strong and capable Marine, Sakazuki would be best categorized as an extremist and highly dogmatic. He is an adamant believer in absolute justice and he will go to any length to maintain through justice. His personality and Blaze's are completely contradictory to one another. Blaze hates Sakazuki's character and his way of handling things. He could guess why Sengoku intentionally put him under Sakazuki. He wants him to learn something from Sakazuki and at the same time, he believes Sakazuki will be able to command him. Maybe if it's someone else, they will fear and try their best to complete his order. But in his case, it won't happen. He isn't afraid of Sakazuki's prestige and authority. Sakazuki stared at him and asked in his stern voice, "You are Blaze?" "Yes, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. I heard what you did in Sabayati. We, the Marines, exist to eliminate the very possibility of threat that endangers the world. If all the Marines were like you, running around doing what one pleases, then what's the difference between pirates and us? I don't care how you were till now, but from today onwards I expect you to listen to all my orders unconditionally." Sakazuki said. "I don't think I can do that." Blaze replied without a tinge of fear. "What did you say?" The temperature of the room increased by several folds. Sakazuki's face boiled, showing signs of his devil fruit ability. Undaunted, Blaze met the latter's eyes and replied, Of course, listen to your orders, Vice Admiral. What I am trying to say is, I won't do anything that's against my conscience." Hearing this, Sakazuki erupted as Blaze expected and blasted him out of his office with his magma-covered punch. n/o/vel/b/c/om. Since Blaze is immune to heat-based attack, his magma didn't injure him anyway, but he felt tightness in his chest because of the force behind the punch. The sudden commotion attracted everyone's attention present in the vicinity. Oi, isn't he the new recruit who came first in the training? I heard he's going to take charge as captain today. I too heard. But what happened? Why was he blasted out of Vice Admiral Sakazuki's office? A recruit inquired in a puzzled tone. All the high-ranking Marine officers stationed in the Marine headquarters showed up to see what's happening. Rear admirals, vice admirals and even admirals. Sengoku and Garp also came out but watched everything from the distance, showing no signs of interfering. Wiping the drops of blood at the corner of his lips, Blaze stood up and faced Sakazuki, who furiously charged forward and kicked him in the face. Once again rising to his feet, Blaze laughed. Haha, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, are you going to beat me to death? Will you kill every single Marine who doesn't share your opinion or fails to complete your orders? This is how I am. If you can't put up with me, complain or transfer me to another unit. You. Enraged, Sakazuki transformed his fist into magma, ready to punch through Blaze and kill him in a single blow. Sakazuki, stop it. Look around. Kuzan suddenly appeared before Blaze and spoke. Only then Sakazuki noticed all the Marines in the vicinity were staring at him in fear, while distrust seeded their hearts. All the Marines will naturally follow the order issued by the high-ranking officers, but at the same time, they also want to trust their superiors with their lives. Now, Vice Admiral Sakazuki's action rippled their serene hearts. Snorting, Sakazuki turned around and walked away without bothering what the others are thinking. As for Blaze, he patted the dust off his shoulder and thanked Kuzan. Thank you, Vice Admiral Kuzan. Kuzan just shook his head and vanished from the spot. What a bother. He didn't know why Sengoku-san placed Blaze under Sakazuki, knowing both their personalities. Soon, the surrounding Marines dispersed from the place, discussing among themselves. I told you, Sengoku, it won't work. You want to control Blaze's way of doing things with force, it won't end well. Garp spoke in a casual tone, but one could tell he's serious. I know, but I don't have a choice. I don't need another one like you in the Marine rank. Wahahaha. The disturbing encounter with Sakazuki didn't affect Blaze in any way. He was still carefree and energetic as always. Today, he's taking charge as Marine headquarters captain and has a unit of his own. Currently, he's marching towards his ship to meet the Marine officers under his command. n/o/vel/b/c/om. Like him, the other recruits were also taken charge and went their own way. Jun followed Tsuru and was on her way to the New World. Before leaving, she came to meet him and said sorry. Blaze didn't mind and had a clear chat with her. She left with peace of mind, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. The next time they meet, he was sure she won't be the same inexperienced woman. As a future admiral-level candidate, how can she be weak? Like in the original series, Furgo personally requested Sengoku to transfer him to the G5 branch, where he will officially start his undercover work. As for Shuzo, he followed Vice Admiral Kizura and went to New World. Not just them, most of the recruits who successfully completed the training were placed under strong and well-respected Marine officers. They will now follow their superiors to New World, where they will face the cruel pirates of the sea and temper themselves. The only exception is Blaze. He was tasked to wander the Grand Line and watch the neighboring kingdoms affiliated to world government. It didn't take long for Blaze to reach the ship assigned to him, where the Marine soldiers waited for his arrival. Most of them are nervous and anxious. Jumping onto the ship, Blaze noticed the Marines standing in an orderly manner waiting for his command. Smiling a little, Blaze spoke. You guys can relax. Only after his command, the Marines on board visibly eased their body and their nervousness too faded away. Who's second in command here? Blaze asked, looking around. Lieutenant Commander Regis reporting. Captain Blaze. I am the second in command of the ship. A silver-haired man in his late 20s came forward and reported. Good. Tell me the status of our ship. Blaze said and walked towards the front ship deck. Yes, our ship holds nearly 40 individuals. 2 lieutenant commanders, 5 lieutenants, 3 ensigns, and 20 Marines of varying ranks. Aside from them, we have 5 chore boys, 3 chefs, and 2 doctors. Oh, we have 2 lieutenant commanders. Where is the other one? Blaze asked, slightly curious. His name is Jado. He went to collect the ship supplies, Regis replied and continued. Captain Blaze, a few minutes before came, Rear Admiral communicated and instructed me to pass a message. What is it? Blaze asked, showing no interest. There's constant unrest in the Lelouja Kingdom due to a large number of pirates' constant visits. Recently, a pirate crew tried to attack the royal family. Okay, gather the soldiers and we will leave once everyone arrives. Yes. Saluting, Regis went to execute the orders. After a few minutes, Blaze's marine ship left the marine ford and drifted away, completely disappearing from the view. In no time, Blaze got familiar with the unit, as he's carefree and open-minded. The Marines on the ship also relaxed around him, laughing and joking in his presence. It took them 3 days to reach the Lelouja Kingdom, and with Blaze's strength, there's no trouble. He effortlessly crushed the pirates and sent them to the nearest marine branch. In his unit, Regis and Jado are pretty strong, as they also once attended the Marine Special Training Camp during their youthful days. They are the strongest fighters on the ship aside from himself. Though they aren't ridiculously strong, they are capable of defeating pirates with bounty around 20 million to 30 million berries. Days passed like that for Blaze, chasing pirates, training, sparring with the Marines under his command, eating, and sleeping. It's been nearly 6 months since he left the Marine headquarters and hadn't gone back even once. Not just him, everyone in his unit also suffered due to him. Even the request for leave had been turned down by the superiors, reasoning that new pirates are sprouting up every day and they need all the Marines in hand to stop them. It's understandable, but their unit wasn't even called frequently. At most, they were ordered once a week, and in the worst case, twice a week. And that too to apprehend weaker ones? Staying away from pirates is a good thing, but not for Marines. It's because only by apprehending the strong pirates, they will earn merit points. And only with merit points, they can apply for promotion, weapons, and the things they desire. It's the quickest way to become stronger. And in Blaze's case, only by defeating the pirates he can earn attribute points and improve his strength quicker. Now, his path was cut off. Blaze knew it's Sakazuki's way of revenge. By restricting what he could do, he can stop Blaze from getting stronger and his promotion in rank. If it's just him, Blaze would just wave it off, but all the Marines under him were also implicated by Sakazuki's actions. I will definitely pay it back, Sakazuki. Do you think doing this will stop my advancement? Naive. In fact, during these 6 months, he got a lot stronger. With a thought, the system interface actualized before him. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 32.5. Devil Fruit Potential, 30.0. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 3.0. Just yesterday, both his Constitution attribute and Devil Fruit Potential broke past the 30-bar limit, thanks to the mighty pirate crew they met. The crew was as strong as the Demon Bear pirate crew with a single Devil Fruit user. The total crew bounty is 200 million berries, while their captain himself had 180 million berries on his head. Since Blaze was a lot stronger than he was 6 months earlier, his strength overwhelmed the pirates and they were crushed easily. Defeating them, the system rewarded him 1 Constitution point, 1 Devil Fruit Potential, and 1 free attribute point. Aside from this, his attributes rose gradually due to his rigorous training and sunbath. Basking in the sun enhances his constitution, after all. Every week, his Devil Fruit Potential attribute increases by 0.1 points. It's been nearly 24 weeks since he left the Marine headquarters, rising it by 2.4 points. As for the Constitution attribute, every week they rose by 0.2 points thanks to the scorching sun. Though he just hunted some weak pirates in these 6 months, catching them provided some points. In these 6 months, he encountered 10 weak pirate crews, each one yielded him 0.2 points, 4 slightly stronger ones generated 0.5 points. And finally, 1 strong grew. Aside from this, a task was completed in his taskbar after he finished performing his daily training, 1000 punches and 1000 kicks. Task, punches and kicks. Description, do 1000 punches and 1000 kicks daily facing the sun. Time, 1 year. Status, complete. Reward, 2.0 Constitution plus 2.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1 free attribute points. Want to accept the reward, yes/no. Wiping the sweat off his body with the towel, Blaze relaxed in a sun lounger set in the ship's front deck. This is the place where he usually spends his time during the day. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. By doing this, he can absorb the energies from the sun. And it also has a nice view. Without much thought, Blaze accepted the reward and the data in his status panel changed automatically. His body exuded endless vitality and strength. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 34.5. Devil Fruit Potential, 32.0. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 4.0. Comfortable. Closing his eyes, Blaze enjoyed the feeling of his constitution being enhanced every second. Thanks to his Senju constitution, his physique now can be compared to some strong One Piece characters. With just physical strength alone, he can overwhelm most of the opponents. As for how strong he is, Blaze doesn't know himself. If his conjecture isn't wrong, his strength now should be on par with headquarters vice admirals. Even against someone who learned Haki, he can exchange blows making use of his Tekai mastery and heat sense. Of course, Kyuzen, Kizaru, Sakazuki, and some strong vice admirals are an exception. His only weakness now is the lack of Haki. Even if he wants to learn, he can't as he lacks merit points. If not for Sakazuki's meddling, he would have earned the required points by now. Sighing, Blaze's thoughts drifted off as began to ponder what kind of future awaits him. Without his knowing, he slept in the lounger. Captain Blaze. It didn't take long for Regis to interrupt his sleeping. Yawning and stretching his highly toned body, Blaze asked, "What happened?" "Captain, a pirate ship was spotted to our north and they are coming towards us," Regis replied, but there was no panic in his voice. As he knew, the pirates are seeking their death sailing towards them. He mentally commented, "What an unlucky pirate crew." Rising to his feet, Blaze gazed at the pirate ship, which is at least twice larger than the standard marine ship. They were sailing towards them at full speed. "Did you see which pirate crew that is?" "They go by the name Ironhead Pirates. Their total bounty amount to 80 million berries. They sail from West Blue, while their captain had prior experience in traveling Grand Line." "Weak." Blaze muttered and leaped high in the air. "Disturbing me so early in the morning." Flames surged out of his body, wrapping his fist. Clenching his fist lightly, Blaze punched. Boom. A dense column of fire like a raging inferno burst from his knuckles and shot forward. The sudden brightness engulfed the entire region as if the end of the world is approaching. The Ironhead pirates watched the fiery flames blasting towards them from distance. Most of them stood rooted on their spot in fear. "We are done for," Captain of the Ironhead pirates said and slumped to the ground. Before they could respond, the fire engulfed their ship and completely annihilating them from the faces of the earth. The good thing is, they died without feeling any pain while their bodies turned to ashes and scattered by the sea breeze. Few lucky ones jumped into the sea. Even so, they couldn't escape from the flames as even the sea burned due to the high temperature released by the fire. None survived. The attack was incredibly powerful as a casual punch from Blaze wiped out the entire pirate crew. It was absolute destruction as nothing remained to prove the existence of pirates. Powerful, Blaze inwardly remarked, completely satisfied. Thanks to his devil fruit potential attribute breaking past the 30-bar limit. Let's give it a name. Fire Fist is too simple. Let's call it All-Consuming Fist. Captain, why did you destroy them? Regis asked in a helpless voice. What? Blaze made a gesture with his eyes. As you were already aware, we lack ship supplies and food. If you had refrained from destroying the ship, sigh, you could have said it sooner, Regis. Blaze shook his head and silently slipped away. It's not my fault. The situation of his ship can be said in one word, pathetic. Since they were in the sea for nearly 6 months, most of the marine soldiers in the ship are exhausted mentally. Though there aren't any life-threatening dangers because of his presence, sailing the Grand Line itself is one tough task. His unit needs a good vacation and rest, but the headquarters declines their request for insignificant reasons. The circumstance of his unit is worse than pirates roaming the seas. Captain, there's an island to our left. Thankfully, a marine ensign on the lookout spotted an island. Blaze came forward and stared at the dot-shaped island in the distance with a telescope. The island looked verdant but it had no traces of human settlement. Let's hope there's at least water, Blaze thought. After his command, the ship steered towards it. At that moment, Regis and Giotto also reached the deck. Unlike Regis, Giotto is a burly man reaching 7 feet in height, wearing a standard marine uniform and a cap. Regis is an expert in close combat skilled in 2 martial styles of Rokushiki Tekai and Rankyako while Giotto is a dual sword user. Blaze had been sparing with them during this 6 month, honing their skill and battle experience. Their strength had a qualitative leap with his strict training. Not just them, most of the Marines in his unit improved one way or another following his training method. It didn't take long for them to reach the island. Up close, the island looked small with mountains stretching from one end to another covered in rich vegetation. Blaze heat sense covered the entire island and detected no danger, aside from few fierce animals. It may be of threat to weaker ones but not for him. The island had fruits, water streams, living meats that can be hunted anytime they want. Happy, Blaze decided to stay here for a day or two. Next day, completing his daily one-punch man workout, Blaze went to enjoy the wonderful delicacies cooked by the ship's chef. One day's rest and healthy meat energized the Marines of his unit to some extent. All of them looked energetic and full of strength, ready to confront a pirate crew. Blaze then stepped inside the forest to experiment with his devil fruit powers. After crossing the 30-bar limit, his heat manipulation improved to a whole new level with a raging temperature. With a thought, a ball of fire actualized in his hand burning fiercely. The flame was much intense and denser than before, vermilion in texture with a golden tinge around its edges. Blaze was sure the temperature of the flame is now even fiercer than fire fruit. As for whether it's superior to Sakazuki's Megu no Mi, he wasn't sure. Aside from the temperature, the noteworthy trait he noticed is his control over the heat manipulation elevated to an astonishing level. Closing his eyes, Blaze concentrated. The ball of fire in his hand turned brighter while a huge amount of heat massed around, raising the temperature. Soon, the ball of fire fluctuated intensely as if something is trying to break out of it. And soon, the ball of fire exploded, crumbling into a myriad of small fire dots. The fire dots then clustered together, shaping a bird that looked like a raven. The fiery red bird made out of scarlet fire hovered in midair, flapping its wings. As I thought, now I can change the shape of the fire as I want. The flame bird had no soul, but Blaze can control all its movements with his thought. Guiding the bird, he let it fly. Fluttering its wings, the flame bird looped around him, screeching in a high-pitched cry. With his thought, the bird opened its mouth and breathed fire. A stream of reddish-orange flame flared from its mouth, blazing through everything in its path. It was a wonderful sight. The flame extinguished anything in its path, leaving an incandescent trail in its wake. The superheated fire stopped only after nearly hollowing a huge hole in the mountain located some distance away from him. After the attack, the flame bird faded and disappeared, completely losing its energy. His control over the shape transformation is clumsy as it's his first time attempting something like this. Even so, it didn't stop him from experimenting more. Once again, Blaze conjured a ball of fire over his hand that burned fiercely. With little concentration, he was able to expand it in size. From the size of a cricket ball to a large boulder. The temperature of the fireball rose to an extreme degree, vaporizing everything in the surrounding, be it trees, rocks, or other things. The fireball flared and glowed like a miniature sun, exuding high heat. The ability is similar to Ace's Flame Emperor or Escanor's Cruel Sun. With a slight wave of his hand, the miniature sun hurtled forward and struck the huge mountain. The next second, the mountain was completely erased from existence. As for the miniature sun, it shuttled forward and crashed into the sea, vaporizing everything within a 100-meter radius while misty fumes covered the area. The sea boiled for a few seconds before returning to its calm. In the distance, Regis, Jado, and other marines gaped at the now half-destroyed island and wondered in their heart, where are the mountains that we saw a few moments prior? The sheer destructive power of Blaze's attack left them speechless. Regis commented, "This is not something an ordinary human can do. I think Captain's strength rivals most of the headquarters vice admirals. He's in a completely different league. If not for his conflict with Vice Admiral Sakazuki, he would have already promoted to Rear Admiral considering his current strength." Jado added. The other marines also nodded their head as they had witnessed Blaze's overwhelming strength during these 6 months. Just as they chatted among themselves, Blaze came back with a refreshed expression. Releasing some of his pent-up emotions gave him a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, his personal den mushi buzzed with the purupuru sound. "Who's calling me at this hour?" Blaze took out his den mushi and noticed it's from Sengoku. Relaxing in a chair, Blaze attended the call and spoke. "Sengoku-san, what a rare occasion for you to call me. How are you doing?" "Sigh, you brat, let's not talk about me. How's everything on your side?" "Sengoku-san, there's no need to beat around the bush. I think you know my situation better than anyone." Blaze smirked. How could Sengoku doesn't know what's going on? Though he's not the direct cause for what's happening to his unit, in some way he's responsible. If hadn't placed him under Sakazuki, there's no need for all this hassle. There's silence from Sengoku's side. In fact, he's monitoring Blaze and his actions during these 6 months. He feels sorry about him and what he had to go through. After much contemplation, Sengoku decides to intervene and settle the disagreement between them. He also knew Blaze's strength reached a stage where doing this will have an adverse effect. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Henceforth, he decided against restraining Blaze. "From today onwards, I am changing your commanding officer to Vice Admiral Borsellino. You don't have to report to Sakazuki anymore." "Oh, Sengoku-san, what happened to you? Why this sudden change?" Blaze was really surprised. "Don't make me regret my decision, Blaze." Saying this, Sengoku ended the communication without speaking anything. Kaka. Keeping the den mushi away, Blaze smiled. Finally, though Blaze hadn't shown anything on the surface, he was always exasperated by narrow-minded Sakazuki and his way of doing things. "Everyone." Blaze called his unit and shared the good news. "Let's enjoy ourselves today, and from tomorrow, we are going to hunt the pirates." "Yes," the Marines exclaimed together, some even shed tears of joy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.